Chapter 1538. In the starry sky, the darkness fell, and his soul returned to heaven and earth. In front of the broken continent of the North Celestial Realm, Hua Zhongdia looked at the scene in shock. Why? Why did this happen? Hua Zhongdia was confused. Although man's cultivation was not weak, it was not the best either. Even she could not defeat the darkness cultivator, but man could easily defeat him. Although she had thousands of questions in her heart, Hua Zhongdia did not voice them out. She looked at the girl in front of her and said, "Man, come and help." Hearing this, a man put away the Taiyuan ancient sword and turned to rush forward. "Go and protect Ning Chen," Hua Zhongdia said softly. "Okay." A man nodded obediently. Man flew to the continent of the North Celestial Realm. Seeing the unconscious, white-haired man in front of her, her eyes flashed with pain. Man moved. Light blue light spread out and protected her body. In front of her, Hua Zhongdia unleashed all her power. Huge black butterfly wings opened. Terrifying demonic essence surged and filled the entire starry sky. A cultivator of the Path Annihilation Realm was the closest to the Monarch Realm in the world. Hua Zhongdia's aura kept rising. Her water sleeve spread out and fixed in the North Celestial Realm. Then she flew forward with the North Celestial Realm. The demonic butterfly used all her power. Demonic essence surged in the entire North Celestial Realm. It was shocking. Man tried her best to protect the injured Ning Chen, not letting him be hurt by the demonic qi. In the Ziwei Galaxy, the cultivators of the human world were waiting for Knowing Destiny's return. They could not hide their anxiety. Knowing Destiny had unknowingly become their pillar of support. In the era of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, Knowing Destiny's departure made everyone feel uneasy. "It's here." At this moment, Yin-Er, who was in front of everyone, saw the continent of the North Celestial Realm floating in the distance. Hearing this, everyone followed her gaze. When they saw the huge continent of the North Celestial Realm in the distance, everyone's expression froze. He was back. He was finally back. On the broken continent of the North Celestial Realm, Knowing Destiny woke up. With man's help, his injuries gradually healed. Ning Chen looked at the girl in front of him. He looked back and forth, unable to take his eyes off her. Man felt a bit uncomfortable. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Man, you've grown." A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. Even though he had been unconscious all this while, he was aware of everything that had happened in the outside world. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the reason why the power of darkness was useless against Wild was because Wild's heart was pure. If there was no darkness in one's heart, one would naturally not fear the darkness. However, in this world, there was only a man who could truly achieve a heart without darkness. Master. At this moment, Yin-Er flew over from afar. When she saw the bloodstains on the former's body, her big eyes immediately turned red. "Master, are you all right?" Yin-Er rushed forward and asked anxiously. "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after resting for a few days," Ning Chen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, powerhouses from the human world flew over from the starry sky to welcome the return of Knowing Destiny and Butterfly in Flowers. After a simple greeting, the powerhouses of the mortal world helped the butterfly and the flower to pull the North Celestial Realm into the Ziwei Galaxy. Beside Ning Chen, Qing Ning gazed at the 4 floating continents of the immortal realm. "Have you really decided to reopen the immortal region? This is not an easy task." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "I understand. However, this is something that must be done. The mortal world needed hope. If the reopening of the immortal realm could bring a glimmer of hope to the mortal world, then it would be worth it. However, reopening the immortal region was indeed not an easy task. Pulling the 4 immortal realms back was only the beginning. He still had many things to do to restore the vitality and glory of the 4 immortal realms. "Yin-Er." Ning Chen looked at the girl not far away and called out. Master, hearing the call, flew over and asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" "Go to the immortal realm and invite 2 people here," Ning Chen said seriously. "Moon God and rising sun God. Remember, you must invite them nicely. Don't be rude." "All right." Accepted the order and did not stay. The laws of heaven and earth surrounded her, and she disappeared into thin air. Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron. Illusory clouds filled the cauldron. It was a sky that had not yet fully grown. Ning Chen released the restriction in the cauldron and released the sky, allowing it to devour the power of the great world. In the starry sky, the great world that was about to collapse no longer had the power to cleanse the newly born will of heaven and earth. Before long, a huge cloud spread in the sky above the 4 immortal realms. It was endless and had no end in sight. The experts of the mortal realm were shocked by this scene. The will of heaven and earth, knowing destiny, was actually raising the sky. Little Gourd. After he was done, Ning Chen spoke again. Senior Immortal. Hearing the call, the little gourd flew out in a wobbly manner. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the barren 4 immortal realms. "Is there a way to restore life to these 4 lands? I don't need too much, just enough." The little gourd looked in the direction Ning Chen pointed and thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes." With that, the little gourd flew to the barren land of the immortal realm and dripped a drop of blood on it. Instantly, a smear of green appeared on the land of the immortal realm. With the little gourd as the center, it spread for 10 miles. 10 miles was full of vitality. In this barren land of the immortal realm, it was very eye-catching. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped forward. Creation was the domain of God. To some extent, the little gourd had power that humans could never reach, not even Ning Chen. However, as long as there was vitality in the immortal realm, he had the ability to expand it infinitely. Ning Chen stared at the endless barren land of the immortal realm. His cultivation base rose to the extreme. He was the only monarch of this era. There were some things that only he could do. Not far away, the experts of the mortal realm felt the powerful pressure from knowing destiny. Their hearts were in turmoil. Only by experiencing the power of knowing destiny could they clearly sense the real gap between them and monarch-level experts. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. It could be seen but not reached. Behind him, Butterfly in the flower watched this scene in silence. He was really getting stronger and stronger. He was so strong that everyone could only look at his back. In the starry sky, the 4 broken lands rumbled and suddenly merged together. A moment later, with Ning Chen as the center, the smear of green created by the little gourd quickly spread. Wherever there was vitality, spirit chi was reborn. Ning Chen's domain was close to that of God. He performed an amazing miracle and restored life to the broken immortal realm. After an unknown period of time, the land of the mortal realm was full of lush green and full of vitality. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Hu God and Yueshin walked out of the void and descended from the God realm to the mortal realm. "Hu God, Yueshin, please help." Ning Chen looked up at the 2 in the sky and said. The rising sun Hu God and Yueshin looked at the immortal realm below and nodded at the same time. They worked together to create the sun and moon. In the next moment, the sun and moon were in the sky. Light illuminated the land of the immortal realm, full of vitality. Chapter 1539. In the Ziwei star zone, the 4 ancient immortal realms merged. Ning Chen displayed his monarch-level abilities and endowed the immortal realm with endless vitality. It was the closest domain to the gods. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Ning Chen used 10 miles of greenery to recreate the glory of the ancient immortal realm. In the sky above the immortal realm, the experts of the mortal realm were shocked speechless when they saw this shocking scene. On the lush green immortal realm continent, the little gourd happily flew here and there, extremely happy. In the world Ning Chen created, the little gourd no longer had to worry about anyone targeting it. It rode on its little gourd and played all over the mountains and plains. Beside the little gourd, there was a nine-tailed black fox that always followed quietly to protect the little gourd. On the immortal realm, after giving the immortal realm new life, Ning Chen's energy gradually ran out. He looked exhausted. Even though his cultivation was #1 in the world and his foundation was unparalleled, he still couldn't bear such a shocking consumption of divine essence. Qi Ning walked over from behind and said softly, "Don't force yourself. There's still time." Ning Chen smiled tiredly. There's not much time left. The collapsed world and the power of darkness left less and less time for the mortal realm. Qi Ning looked at Aman and said, "I heard from Miss Dai that it was Aman who saved you." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "Aman has the purest soul in the world. In this great calamity, she might be the key for us to deal with the darkness." Ning Chen. Hesitation flashed in Qi Ning's eyes. "Yes?" Ning Chen was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Qi Ning thought for a moment and finally asked the question in her heart. "Have you ever thought that Aman might be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal?" Although she didn't believe in reincarnation like him, Aman's situation was too special. The power of darkness made everyone helpless. Only Aman didn't fear the power of darkness. This was really surprising. Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. "I suspected that too. However, even the ancient immortals couldn't fight against the darkness. This possibility isn't big." Qi Ning nodded. Perhaps that was the case. As the two talked, the moon goddess and the rising sun god worked together to create the sun and moon, giving the immortal realm new laws of heaven and earth. Only with the cycle of the sun and moon could the immortal domain have endless vitality. After the two gods created the sun and the moon, they left and did not stay in the human world for too long. Not even the god realm was spared from the calamity of the three realms. As the rulers of the southern region of the god realm, the moon god and the rising sun god could not leave for long periods of time. In the sky above the immortal domain, the sun and moon began to rotate. On the great earth of the immortal domain, flowers and trees were full of vitality, making one sigh in admiration. However, Ning Chen understood that the immortal realms still lacked something. If the continents of the immortal realms couldn't reproduce independently, then once the greater world collapsed, the immortal realms would also be affected. Ning Chen stared at the clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. This was a part of the sky that he had captured. For 1,000 years, it had been sealed in the green cauldron and raised in captivity. Although it grew quickly, it was still unable to replace the real sky. The heavenly Daos of the three realms had evolved for countless years, and there was a qualitative difference between the two. In ancient times, the 4 great immortal realms were destroyed by the great tribulation of heaven and earth because they were unable to break free from the shackles of the macro world. He had learned from his predecessors' mistakes, so he had to have a backup plan. He couldn't make the same mistake again. The 4 symbols deities. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The 4 symbols deities were gods from the beginning of creation. Perhaps they could help this world grow. They were descendants of the black tortoise and azure dragon in the inner realms. He had the white tiger's divine weapon of slaughter in his hand. There were traces of the white tiger's blood on it. With the help of the small gourd, he should be able to revive a part of the white tiger's origin. Now, the only problem was the vermilion bird's origin. The whereabouts of the vermilion bird had disappeared for a long time, and he didn't know where to find it. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen looked at the sky and shouted, "Jiming has a request." An earth-shaking voice, accompanied by an astonishing fluctuation of divine origin, spread into the distance. In every major galaxy, ordinary people heard this loud voice, and their faces were filled with shock. Somewhere, a red-clothed vermilion bird heard the voice from the edge of the starry sky, and her expression turned serious. "It's him." Without hesitation, the vermilion bird spread open its wings and flew towards the edge of the starry sky. Qianshang, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. On the immortal realms, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at Mu Qianshang not far away. What is it? Mu Qianshang asked. Go to the inner realms and invite the descendants of the black tortoise and water god Tian Wu. Ning Chen said seriously. Mu Qianshang nodded and did not say anything. He turned and flew towards the inner realms. Mu Qianshang left. Beside Qing Ning, Ning Chen looked at the vast immortal realms as thoughts flashed through his eyes. Was there anything missing? Cough, cough. Suddenly, Ning Chen's face flushed red. His body trembled and he vomited a mouthful of blood. After the battle with the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, his body still had not recovered from the serious injuries. Now, in order to reopen the immortal realms, Ning Chen's body was finding it harder and harder to hold on. On the side, Qing Ning was shocked and hurried forward to support the former. You're pushing yourself too hard. Qing Ning's face flashed with anger as she shouted. Sister Qing Ning, I'm fine. Ning Chen gently pushed away the woman beside him. His tired eyes were still filled with thoughts. There really wasn't much time left. This great calamity was different from the past. When the gods destroyed the world, they left a glimmer of hope for the human world. However, this great calamity was not only the calamity of the heavenly Tao, but also the calamity of darkness. Whether it was facing the heavenly Tao or the darkness, the power of humans was too weak and could not compete at all. Even the current him was at a disadvantage when facing the heavenly Tao and the darkness. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he could only rebuild the immortal realms as soon as possible. On the immortal realms, the sun rose and set. For countless days and nights, the powerhouses of the human world gathered from all over to watch the master of the human world create the world. Ning Chen coughed up blood several times. His injuries were repeated and there was no room for him to rest. This familiar scene was like a scene from the ancient times. The master of the human world gave his all to fight for a glimmer of hope for the human world. Ning Chen was like a mad demon. No one could persuade him. He gave his all to rebuild the immortal realms. Even though his will gradually became heavy, Ning Chen knew better than anyone what he wanted to do. He wanted to leave the last piece of sky for them, just as Ji Ming was doing his best to rebuild the immortal realms. In the Wanxiang starfield, a majestic voice came out of the spatial rift, giving a dark order. Ming Yuan, before I come out of seclusion, destroy the human world and take back the 4 immortal slaying swords. Yes. In the nether prison, Ming Yuan half knelt and respectfully accepted the order. In the next moment, the power of darkness spread all over the Wanxiang starfield. The Grim Reaper was born, and the nether prison appeared in the human world. In the starry sky, a towering black city was surrounded by darkness. The power of darkness officially descended on the human world. In an instant, the entire Wanxiang starfield sank, and countless creatures were swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 1540. In the immortal realm, knowing destiny created the world. The first person in the world had once again shocked the world. In the celestial domain that was full of vitality, tens of thousands of beasts were galloping. The powerful cultivators of the mortal world used their great cultivation to capture auspicious beasts from various secret realms and place them in the celestial domain. The powerhouses of the mortal realm joined forces to help the master of the mortal realm create the celestial realm. Time passed day after day. On immortal domain, more and more figures gradually appeared, becoming more and more lively. Powerhouses from various major star fields came to the celestial realm to watch the celestial venerables create the world. The white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly in the void. His aura was earth-shattering. The ruler of the mortal world was powerful beyond compare, a single hand covering the heavens, stopping the great calamity of heaven and earth outside immortal domain. For 100 years, the great calamity of heaven and earth continued to spread, but it was blocked outside the celestial realm. In the four corners of the immortal domain, the three deities revealed their true bodies. The azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise worked together to derive the myriad techniques of the immortal domain. At this moment, at the end of the starry sky, a figure shrouded in divine flames flew over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Ziwei star zone. In the celestial realm, Ning Chen sensed something. He looked at the end of the Ziwei galaxy with a serious expression. Here it comes. A distinguished guest has arrived. I will leave for a moment. Ning Chen said. His body turned illusory and disappeared. In the celestial realm, many celestial venerables looked into the distance with puzzlement. What a powerful aura! This person's aura was not much weaker than that of the knowing destiny state. At the end of the Ziwei star domain, phoenix flames filled the air. Ning Chen rushed over from the immortal domain, personally welcoming the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird stopped amidst the divine flames of the vermilion bird. She stared at the man who was rushing over as her aura rose rapidly. The phoenix and the vermilion bird met again after 1,000 years. At the edge of the star field, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the vermilion bird in front of him. He smiled and said, "Vermilion bird, thank you for coming." The vermilion bird waved its hand. Divine flames curled around it, and the vermilion sword appeared. When Ning Chen saw this, his expression turned serious. "Defeat me, and I will help you." The vermilion bird spoke indifferently. Ning Chen was silent for a moment, then waved his hand to summon Immortal Slayer. "Excuse me," he said. When their swords appeared, divine energy soared into the sky around the two. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix and the vermilion bird moved at the same time. The vermilion sword and the immortal slaying sword clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The two extremely similar people were like mirror images. Their moves were the same, and their battle tactics were also exactly the same. Their swords were as fast as lightning, and the two figures constantly crossed each other. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Nirvana! The swords clashed, and the battle was separated. The two figures soared into the sky at the same time. 10,000 swords surged, breaking through the sky. Shocking sword wills howled in the 9 heavens as they collided with each other. The shock waves shook the vermilion bird. Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and she was forced back several steps. Victory and defeat were clear. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He calmly said, "You let me win." 11 moves. Vermilion bird sheathed her sword and said indifferently, "Let's go." Ning Chen nodded and led the way towards the celestial realm. In the immortal realms, the two of them didn't stop, directly flying towards the south. In the other 3 directions, the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise worked together to derive the laws of the immortal domain. In the extreme south, the vermilion bird sensed the changes in the laws of the immortal domain. Its figure dissipated, revealing its true form. The 4 symbols deities gathered. In an instant, multicolored light was like waves on the immortal realm, dazzling and dazzling. In the void, Ning Chen stared at the horizon and narrowed his eyes. Boom! At this time, outside the immortal domain in the greater world, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended upon the immortal domain. The shocking scene shook the entire Ziwei star zone. Success! A light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He finally succeeded. All over the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world also revealed joy. After 100 years, this day had finally come. The 4 symbols world creation, the laws were perfected, and the heavenly Tao was completed. In the sky, the clouds that filled the air completely disappeared, turning into the true heavenly Tao. Lightning descended, rumbling down. Ning Chen's figure rushed out of the immortal domain. Outside the immortal domain, tens of thousands of lightning bolts were endless. Ning Chen waved his sword, and the aura of a fiend god filled the air. Two swords appeared at the same time, blocking the lightning that filled the sky. The impact from the greater world was astonishing. The moment it descended, it blocked the Taiji formation. Below, everyone's expressions gradually froze, revealing nervousness. 100 years of hard work couldn't be wasted. In the immortal domain, Ning Chen blocked the heavenly tribulation. Layers of lightning illuminated the entire starry sky. At the critical moment, in the depths of the starry sky, a dark aura filled the air. It actually came out to interfere when the immortal domain was about to be formed. Not good. In the immortal domain, the expressions of Qing Ning and the others changed when they saw this. "I'll go," a man said. Her figure flashed, rushing towards the greater world with her sword in hand. In the greater world, darkness descended. Ning Qin couldn't split himself, so he wanted to destroy the 100 years of hope of the mortal world's experts. At the critical moment, a dazzling sword light tore through the air, blocking the darkness. In the starry sky, a man stood with her sword, not allowing the darkness to cross half a step. After a moment of confrontation, the darkness couldn't cross the lightning pool. Amidst the black aura that filled the air, a peerless beauty walked out. She held the death god's scythe in her hand, and her powerful aura suppressed everyone present. One of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, the death god Mingyuan, personally appeared. His shocking pressure caused the world of light to distort. Mingyuan attacked. The death god's scythe slashed out, splitting the starry sky and slashing towards the life-knowing state behind a man. "I won't allow you to hurt him." A man flashed over, waving her sword to block the death god's scythe. With a loud bang, darkness and light collided. A man took half a step back, and the hand holding the sword was dyed red. Below, when Qing Ning and the others saw this, they immediately wanted to help. "You can't go." Hua Zhongjia appeared to stop them. She looked up and said, "Apart from Ah Man, none of us can block the power of darkness. Only she can help Ning Qin now." Outside the mystic realm, Ah Man blocked the death god alone. Although she wasn't affected by the power of darkness, she was suppressed by her cultivation and was gradually at a disadvantage. Outside the battle, Ning Qin was going through his tribulation. He was distracted for an instant, and his arms were dyed red. "Don't get distracted," Ah Man said mentally as she waved her sword to block the death god. After exchanging several blows, Mingyuan looked at the human girl in front of him with a strange light in his eyes. Strange. In order to confirm the question in his heart, Mingyuan exploded with power of darkness and waved the death god's scythe. Boom! In the next instant, the death god's scythe slashed down, and the terrifying power of darkness devoured the world. In front, a man glanced at Ning Qin behind her. Instead of retreating, she charged forward and blocked the death god with her sword. Blood splashed out, dyeing the starry sky. A man took several steps back, and blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. The powerful death god of darkness was unshakable and shocking. "It's over." The death god's face turned cold. He stepped forward and waved the death god scythe mercilessly. "It's not over yet." At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the battle. Then a white-clothed figure stood in front and blocked the death god scythe. The aftermath shook, and white hair danced in the wind. The figure was like a god or a demon, and one hand covered the sky. Mingyuan looked at the white-haired man in front of him and said coldly, "It's only been 100 years, and you've grown again." Darkness descends. How can knowing destiny dare to stop for a moment? Ning Chen raised his hand, and endless power gathered from the mystic realm below. Light reappeared, dispelling the darkness in the starry sky. Chapter 1541. In the celestial realm, the dark death god descended. His powerful strength shocked all the powerhouses in the world. At the critical moment, Ning Qin came out and blocked the death god's scythe. Light and darkness clashed. Ning Chen raised his hand and activated the light power of the celestial realm to resist the dark death god. Ming Yuan focused and waved the death god scythe. Ning Chen stepped forward. His light power rose to the extreme, and his power increased several times. The celestial realm reopened. 100 years had passed. Countless mortals in the major celestial realms looked at the celestial realm in the sky and knelt down. Hope! In the apocalyptic world, the weak light was like a life-saving straw, making people reach out to grab it at all costs. The world saw light again. In the sky above the celestial realm, the light power around Ning Chen became stronger and stronger, intimidating the darkness. We meet again. You're different. In the battle, Ming Yuan sensed the change in his opponent and said coldly, "Thank you. I am fully deserving of your praise." Ning Chen waved his sword and shook off the death god's scythe. Ming Yuan snorted. He raised his hand and the dark aura rolled like waves, turning the world upside down. In the battle, Ning Chen didn't show any weakness. He gathered his energy, and the light power continued to rise, illuminating the world. The celestial slaying sword and the death god's scythe collided. Shocking waves shook the world. With the help of the light power of the celestial realm, Ning Chen's body was no longer suppressed by the darkness. He waved the celestial slaying sword like thunder. Every sword had the power to change the world. Facing the reborn master of the world, the dark death god's expression became more and more serious. The dark power increased, trying to suppress the light again with absolute darkness. The battle was intense, and every move was dangerous. Ning Chen shattered the dark body with a punch. The dark aura surged, and the death god's body was quickly reborn. The death god was reborn. The death god's scythe broke the light and cut through knowing destiny's body. Darkness eroded the light. Ning Chen was also injured. However, how could the light yield to the darkness? Celestial, god, and demon flames rose again. The glassy flame burned the sky and boiled the sea, directly burning away the dark aura. The fierce battle was watched by the world. The ordinary people in the major celestial realms could only see that the sky was divided into two. Half was dark, half bright. Darkness and light collided with each other, and the entire human world began to shake. Everyone was terrified and knelt on the ground, praying for the light to win. The great battle was white-hot. In the skies above a mortal domain, the million-zhang magical projections appeared. One was surrounded by black energy, the other radiant. Battle after battle, killing intent, filled the sky. After exchanging over 100 moves, it was difficult to determine victory or defeat. The two of them pierced through the heavens. Floodwaters overflowed into the heavens. The scene of doomsday became more and more shocking. In the celestial realm, when the experts of the mortal realm saw this, their expressions changed slightly. They all moved and flew into the sky. Everyone mended the sky and moved mountains to fill the gap in the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the head of the celestial venerables of the human world, the Changling female supreme, raised her hand to grab the 10,000 mountains. The butterfly in the flower used demonic fire to refine the 10,000 peaks. In the end, Luo Xingqian used the star scar bow to send the refined sky mending stone into the sky. With everyone joining forces, they finally managed to temporarily mend the gap in the sky. Boom! While everyone was mending the heavens, in the skies above the immortal region, the battle between Ning Chen and the grim Reaper became more and more intense. Blood rained down, and blood and bones flew everywhere. The bitter battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse. At this moment, in the distant sky, a huge crack opened up once again. In the crack, figures appeared one after another. They were surrounded by the aura of darkness and were extremely powerful. There were 7 figures, and each of them was extremely powerful. One of them was the master of the Water Cloud Imperial Palace, Empress Shuiyin. When the 7 of them appeared, They did not say a word and directly joined the battle. The Grim Reaper called. The monarch of death of the dark world forced the 7 martial venerables under him to kill the master of the mortal realm together. When the 7 martial venerables of Nether Prison joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. The Grim Reaper of Darkness's power was earth-shaking. With the help of the 7 martial venerables, they gradually suppressed the power of the light. Outside the battle, the expressions of the female supreme, Butterfly in the Flower, and the others all darkened when they saw this. Not good. Ning Qin was outnumbered. He was likely to be defeated. Not far away, a man who had been healing with her eyes closed opened her eyes. She suppressed her injuries and wanted to go forward to help. In the battle, Ning Qin swung his sword to deflect the Grim Reaper's scythe. Before he could recover his breath, Empress Shui Yun's palm arrived and landed on his body. A pool of blood splashed into the sky. Ning Qin retreated 100 feet, the corners of his mouth red. The darkness had the upper hand. The Grim Reaper and the 7 martial venerables flashed one after another without mercy. Behind Ning Qin, a man rushed forward and waved her sword to block the martial venerables. With a violent tremor, the Taiyuan divine sword blocked a martial venerable. The aftermath shook the injured man's right arm, which was dyed red again. The light was suppressed. In the eyes of countless mortals in the mortal realm, darkness gradually occupied half of the sky and completely suppressed the light. In the battle, Ning Qin looked at the dark aura that filled the sky. He rushed forward and pushed back the 7 martial venerables with one sword. Then he waved his hand and sent the injured man out of the battle. Senior Sister Dai, help me take care of man. In the face of the all-out darkness, Ning Qin no longer suppressed his power. With a shout, the source of divinity and devil rose to the extreme. The immortal slaying sword and the immortal slaying sword soared into the sky and turned into the black and white Tai Chi formation. Thunder surged and shook the earth. Under the black and white Tai Chi formation, the immortal source reappeared. In the immortal source, the 3rd immortal sword, immortal slashing sword, appeared out of thin air. Stabilizing the universe, turning the reincarnation, the path of purification, the sword moves the mortal realm. The 3 swords appeared at the same time, and the sword power surged. Chaos appeared around Ning Qin, and a huge reincarnation whirlpool appeared. In the reincarnation, sword light broke through the sky and slashed at the martial venerables. The sword light was so powerful that the 7 martial venerables were forced to retreat several steps. The darkness retreated, but the sword power did not decrease. It slashed at the Lord of Nether Prison, the Grim Reaper Ming Yuan. The rumbling shook the starry sky. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded, and the sword light pierced through the Grim Reaper's body. The Grim Reaper was injured, and blood spilled in the starry sky. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. The 3 immortal slaying swords cut through the dark haze. 100 feet away, Ming Yuan stopped and looked at the Lord of the mortal realm, whose strength had greatly increased. His face flashed with a serious expression. Are these the 4 immortal slaying swords? I'm still missing one sword. I wonder if it's also in this person's hands. No wonder the Lord wanted her to take back the 4 immortal slaying swords. These immortal swords were really powerful. Retreat! Ming Yuan stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and ordered. With the order, the darkness retreated. The Grim Reaper and the 7 martial venerables disappeared one after another, leaving the sky of the immortal realm. The darkness retreated, and the sky became clear again. Light scattered and illuminated the mortal realm. Above the immortal realm, Ning Qin descended from the sky, and his aura gradually withdrew. After a fierce battle, Ning Qin's white clothes were dyed red. In the end, he defeated the darkness. Although he won the battle, there was no joy on Ning Qin's face. His eyes were full of fatigue. He knew that the Grim Reaper was not the only terrifying expert in the darkness. Moreover, the real Lord of Darkness had not appeared yet. The young man in green in the northern immortal realm was the source of all darkness. In the Wanxiang starfield, nether prison, the grim reaper returned, and a majestic and terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Behind the grim reaper, the 7 martial venerables trembled, and 3 of them were instantly turned into ashes. Ming Yuan, you have disappointed me. Chapter 1542. Nether Prison, Dark Abyss. The will of the Lord of Darkness descended, instantly erasing the existence of the 3 martial saints. He was the absolute ruler of the dark world. He could decide life and death with a single thought. The grim reaper knelt on the ground with a grave expression. The celestial realm has been rebuilt in the human world. My power is no longer enough to suppress the ruler of the human world. Ming Yuan replied respectfully. The celestial realm. The Lord of Darkness's tone flashed with coldness. A mere incomplete celestial realm has rendered you powerless. Ming Yuan, you have failed to live up to my expectations of you. My lord, please forgive me. Ming Yuan said seriously, Master, please give this subordinate another chance. I will give you one last chance. Next time, if you still can't retrieve the 4 immortal slaying swords, you should know what will happen to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the terrifying pressure in the dark abyss gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. After the Lord of Darkness left, Ming Yuan stood up and looked back at the human world. Coldness flashed in his eyes. A moment later, Ming Yuan walked into the dark abyss and disappeared at the end of the darkness. The power of the ruler of the human world was beyond her expectations. She had to release him. At the end of the dark abyss, black flames lingered. Stone doors opened one after another. Ming Yuan walked through the layers of seals with a grave expression. After walking through countless stone doors, Ming Yuan stopped in front of the last seal. The grim reaper scythe appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the stone door in front of him. With a rumble, the stone door collapsed and the seal opened. In an instant, an unusually violent and ferocious aura spread out. Even someone as strong as the Grim Reaper scythe was forced back half a step. Behind the collapsed stone door, a huge beast that was as big as the starry sky roared. Its huge body was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was terrifying. The desolate beast of darkness, sky-devouring, had reappeared in the human world after countless years. The desolate beast of darkness that could devour the heavenly Tao was violent and ferocious. It was difficult to control. It was sealed at the end of the dark abyss by the Lord of Darkness, waiting for the next opportunity for darkness to descend upon the human world. Sky-devouring, you are free, Ming Yuan said with a calm expression. At the same time, Ning Qin sensed something in the celestial realm. He looked at the myriad domain in the north with a shocked expression. Did the Lord of Darkness appear because of this enormous aura of darkness? Roar! In the depths of the starry sky, a deafening roar of a beast rang out. The earth-shattering power directly affected the entire human world. The celestial venerables in the human realm sensed it, and their expressions all changed. What was this? Desolate beast of darkness, devour the heavens! God realm, sunrise divine palace. Sunrise tiger god sensed the changes in the mortal realm and said in a low voice, "Not good!" This was a ferocious beast that had no intelligence and only knew how to devour and kill. Its body was enormous like the starry sky, and it was difficult for blades to injure it. It was extremely terrifying. In ancient times, if not for the existence of the Eastern deity Lord, this heaven-devouring ferocious beast alone would have been enough to destroy the human world. Although the stars were huge, they were as insignificant as dust in front of the heaven-devouring, desolate beast. Boom! Suddenly, the 6 heavenly realms, including the God realm, started to shake violently. The wild beast was born and crashed into the barrier between the mortal world and the heaven realm, affecting the entire 3 realms. In front of the moon god temple, the moon goddess's eyes were serious. Moonlight rose around her and fixed the southern region. The calamity of the three realms was growing more and more severe. The calamity of heaven and earth was already difficult to deal with. Now that there was a dark and chaotic world, how would the human world and the heaven realm survive this great calamity? Moon Goddess raised her head and looked at the sky that was filled with cracks. Her expression grew heavier and heavier. In the myriad star field, the heaven-devouring beast was born and swallowed more than half of the star field into its stomach. The seemingly slow beast's actual speed was faster than most celestial venerables in the human world. It was only because its body was too big that it seemed a little clumsy. Wherever the heaven-devouring beast passed, the myriad star field turned into nothingness. Even the heavenly Tao's law disappeared. In order to destroy the power of light, the dark world released the most terrifying, ferocious beast to completely destroy the human world. In the immortal realm, Ning Chen felt the changes in the myriad star field and clenched his fists. These lunatics of the dark world, do they want to completely destroy the entire three realms? In the myriad star field nether prison, the dark death god looked at the Z-Way star field in the distance with a cold expression. Lord of the human world, no matter how strong your sword is, you can only cut off a few scales of the heaven-devouring beast this time. In the starry sky, the heaven-devouring beast started from the myriad star field and nibbled away at the human world step by step. All the laws of heaven and earth were so fragile in front of the dark, desolate beast. Pieces of the starry sky were destroyed, and the fragmentation of heaven and earth became more and more severe. Following that, the changes in heaven and earth became more and more violent. Everywhere in the starry sky, terrifying cracks continued to spread. The human world was almost completely destroyed. In the starry sky, hundreds of planets with life were directly swallowed by the cracks in the sky. Life was plunged into misery and suffering. The end of the world was close at hand. In the immortal realm, Ning Chen watched for a moment and then turned to leave. He needed more power. Knowing destiny left and his whereabouts were unknown. In the immortal realm, the celestial venerables were panicking and at a loss. In the green coffin world, time had evolved. In the primordial age of legends, heaven and earth had just been created. Ning Chen returned to the green coffin to search for more power. In the age of legends, the power of gods and demons destroyed heaven and earth. The human world was weak and enslaved by the gods and demons, unable to see the light. Pangu opened the sky, and Kwa Fu chased after the sun. Each of the primordial gods had unparalleled divine abilities. They could pluck the sun and moon with a wave of their hand. In the green coffin world, Ning Chen dreamt of the primordial age to find the source of the four swords. He knew that the immortal slaying four swords were extremely important in the great ancient calamity. However, the immortal slaying sword formation, the strongest of the four swords, had been lost. The last person in the world who used the immortal slaying sword formation was the Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm. After the Lord of the Celestial Realm passed away, the immortal slaying sword formation also disappeared completely. In the legends, the immortal slaying four swords were divine artifacts that were created with the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation was also a gift from heaven, not human power. In the primordial age, Ning Chen traveled through countless tribes to search for the true source of the immortal slaying four swords. In the process of searching, Ning Chen noticed a little boy in white. He looked very delicate and pretty, and his bone structure was very good. Even in the prehistoric mythological era, where geniuses were everywhere, he was still an extremely rare genius. However, Ning Chen was busy searching for the whereabouts of the immortal slaying sword formation. He did not have the energy to pay attention to the little boy's growth. In the green coffin age, where time passed extremely quickly, Ning Chen traveled through thousands of years. His white hair turned from white to black, then from black to white. Reincarnation after reincarnation, it was as if it was a lifetime ago. With the immortal divine tree's origin, Ningqin forcibly survived through a great era. In a corner of the era that Ningqin did not pay attention to, the white-clothed little boy grew rapidly and stood out among the primordial age's geniuses. While Ningqin returned to the primordial age to search for the immortal slaying sword formation, in the immortal realm, Hua, Zhongdia, and the others were cultivating with all their might. They did not dare to slack off for a moment. In the all-heaven starfield, in the Buddhist nation, the current Buddhist lord, Aaron Mingwang, sat on a Buddha mountain. Her body shone with golden light and the power of faith. Her cultivation was unparalleled. Aaron Mingwang entered the path of annihilation before the other heavenly exalts of the mortal realm. The light around her became even brighter, and Buddhist lotuses slowly bloomed. In front of the Buddha mountain, tens of thousands of white-clothed novice Buddhist monks chanted scriptures and worshipped Buddha. The power of one person was insignificant, but the combined power of tens of thousands of people was enough to shake the stars. When the desolate beast of darkness devoured the myriad starfield and was about to enter the Luojia starfield, Aaron Mingwang opened her eyes on the Buddha mountain. In an instant, the entire Buddha mountain shone brightly. Boundless Buddhist power broke through the limits of time and space and formed a barrier before the Luojia starfield. Chapter 1543. In the myriad starfield, the desolate beast of darkness appeared and devoured the entire starfield. With the destruction of myriad starfield, the Luojia starfield was on the brink of destruction. At the critical moment, on the Buddha mountain of the all-heaven starfield, the current Buddhist, Lord Aaron Mingwang, took action. She used the power of faith of an entire region to form a barrier before the desolate beast of darkness. Her shocking methods surpassed all the gods and demons in the world. Aaron Mingwang, a mortal who cultivated to become a Buddha, displayed her abilities today. For 1,000 years, the all-heaven was unified and Buddha reigned supreme. In Aaron Mingwang's era, the prosperity of Buddha Mountain reached its peak. An entire starfield was worshipped by trillions of Buddhists. Even the Buddha Mountain of the God Realm could not achieve such astonishing achievements. In an era where light did not appear after knowing Ming left, Aaron Mingwang used her own power to fight for a glimmer of hope for the human world. In the immortal region, the experts from the various starfields were shocked by the Buddhist might of the all-heaven starfield. Not long after knowing Ming left, the celestial venerables of the human world, led by Hua Zhongdia and the Changling female supreme, went into seclusion. It was not that they did not care about the survival of the human world, but that the calamity of the world was not something they could stop with their current strength. Almost all the peak experts of the human world disappeared overnight. Rather than saying that they were forced by the situation, it was better to say that the celestial venerables of the human world were conserving their strength and waiting for the best time to counterattack. On Buddha Mountain, the last Buddha of the human world, Aaron Mingwang sat cross-legged at the top of the mountain, being worshipped by trillions of Buddhists. Her Buddhist light was distant and dazzling. Separated by a region, Aaron Mingwang used her supreme cultivation to stop the desolate beast of darkness from advancing, buying time for the human world. In front of the Luojia starfield, thousands of golden chains appeared and spread out, forming a Buddhist net that blocked the path of the desolate beast of darkness. In the collapsed myriad starfield, Death God Mingyuan stood before the nether prison, looking at the all-heaven starfield with a strange expression. There was such an expert in the human world. A moment later, Ming Yuan's figure faded and disappeared. On Buddha Mountain, white-robed novice monks closed their eyes and chanted sutras. Golden light rose from their bodies and gathered at the top of Buddha Mountain. With the support of endless power, Aaron Mingwang's aura reached the peak of the celestial venerable realm. She was not much weaker than the ancient sovereigns. In order to save the world, the Buddha of darkness was. At this moment, a black aura filled the air above the Buddha Mountain. A beautiful figure in black walked out, holding a huge death god scythe. Her murderous aura was so strong that it could drive anyone crazy. The dark death god had reappeared to slay the Buddha. On the Buddha mountain, Ian Ming Wang stood up. The Buddhist light around her spread out and dispersed the darkness on the Buddha mountain. Darkness was pressing down, but the Buddhists were unyielding. The power of light and darkness clashed, splitting heaven and earth. In the all-heaven starfield, trillions of Buddhist disciples were looking at the darkness in the sky. They clasped their hands together and prayed devoutly to Buddha. The faith of the Buddhists transformed into an endless stream of energy that gathered around the body of the Wisdom King. The powerful power of light contended against the darkness and was not at a disadvantage at all. Only those who possessed firm faith would not fear the darkness. At the time of the arrival of the great calamity, the people of the all-heaven starfield walked at the forefront of the world and bravely fought against the darkness of the world. On Buddha Mountain, the power of light and darkness clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the two figures moved at the same time. The slender hand shook the death god's scythe, and the sound of the scythe shaking resounded through the starry sky. Around the two of them, one was darkness, the other light. Two opposing yet equal forces clashed, and every move they made shook the heavens and the earth. As the great battle began, the tens of thousands of white-robed young acolytes on all sides of Buddha Mountain began to bleed from the corners of their mouths, unable to bear the backlash of the great battle. By gathering the power of the masses to contend against the darkness, the mortal Wisdom King Aaron gained the power to fight against the death god of the four heavenly kings of darkness. After 100 exchanges, she was not at a disadvantage at all. On the many planets of the all-heaven starfield, under the influence of the power of darkness, thousands of Buddhist disciples exploded. Their blood dyed the earth red. It was a very dazzling sight. The aftermath of the battle between the two of them spread to the masses. After 100 exchanges, the Wisdom King Aaron's body began to show signs of instability. Cracks began to appear on her Buddha body. With her Buddha body damaged, the Wisdom King Aaron forcibly seized the lives of several tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples to repair her Buddha body. In an instant, the bodies of several tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples exploded on a planet. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky. No one could tell whether it was righteous or cruel to use slaughter to contend against the darkness. For the sake of obtaining the power to contend against the darkness, the Wisdom King Aaron did not hesitate to seize the lives of countless Buddhist disciples to strengthen her Buddha body. The power of faith in the all-heaven starfield seemed to be endless. The Wisdom King Aaron took on the death god with her body of flesh and blood, causing the entire sky to collapse. In the bitter battle, the backlash from the power of darkness nearly turned the many planets of the all-heaven starfield into dead planets. Rivers of blood flowed. As the number of Buddhist disciples decreased, the Wisdom King Aaron's power also gradually weakened. The injuries to her Buddha body also became difficult to heal instantly. On the Buddha mountain, the tens of thousands of white-clothed novice monks burned with Buddhist flames. They actually chose to burn their own bodies to help the Wisdom King Aaron fight against the enemy. Several breaths later, many sariras appeared on the Buddha mountain. They shone with dazzling golden light. The Buddhas sacrificed themselves to turn their bones into sariras, revealing their astonishing might. In the battle in the sky, the sariras turned into chains to bind the death god. Ming Yuan's expression changed slightly. He swung the death god's scythe in an attempt to sever the chains formed by the sariras. My Buddha is merciful. He sacrificed himself to save the world. Sakyamuni purifies the 9 heavens. Pushing her limits, the Wisdom King Aaron used the Buddha mountain's forbidden technique for the first time. In an instant, the Buddha mountain shone brightly like a divine sun and devoured the all-heaven starfield. It was a shocking scene. With the Buddha mountain as the center, endless Buddha light continued to spread throughout the all-heaven starfield, filling every corner of the starfield. The Buddha mountain shook. In the immortal region, the human exalts in closed-door cultivation all sensed it, and their expressions changed. This was especially true for those from the inner world. When they sensed the wisdom king Aaron's aura gradually disappearing, their hearts sank. Aaron had turned into the Tao. In the green coffin world, Ning Qin, who was dreaming of the immemorial era, suddenly trembled and looked toward the west. Buddhist energy, it was Aaron. At the same time, at the end of the dark abyss, the huge black cocoon trembled. A terrifying pressure swept out and shook the entire dark abyss. Ming Yuan died in battle. A black-clothed man walked out from the black cocoon. He held a black sword and said with a calm expression, "It seems that the human realm is not as weak as we imagined. Heavens, make a trip." A dignified voice sounded from the black cocoon. Yes. The black-clothed man accepted the order. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, heavens, personally left the dark abyss. Not long after, a dark aura gathered in front of the all-heavens starfield. The black-clothed heavens walked out and swung the black sword in his hand, cutting through the Buddha light that filled the sky. In the dazzling Buddha light, the death god's body bobbed up and down. His vitality had already dissipated. Heaven stepped forward and left the Buddha mountain with the fallen death god. In the nether prison, heavens brought back the death god's body and placed it in the depths of the dark abyss. Ming Yuan, have a good rest here. Heaven spoke with a calm tone. Chapter 1544. In the mortal realm, Aaron Ming King died. She killed the dark death with the faith of an entire region. The heavens wept in the tragic battle. In the all-heaven galaxy, rain fell on every life star. It was a calamity for the mortal realm. Only the experts of the mortal realm who did not give up continued to fight against the darkness, fighting for the last glimmer of hope for the mortal realm. In front of the Luojia galaxy, the dark wild beast was blocked by layers of Buddhist chains. Heaven devouring was furious. Its angry roar resounded through the stars. The great stars trembled and exploded. The most terrifying dark ferocious beast had a body that was even larger than a galaxy. It had gathered the darkness of the human world for countless years. Although it was not as pure as the power of the Lord of Darkness, the enormous body of the sky-devouring beast was its greatest reliance. Since ancient times, even the 10 great beasts of the immemorial era could not match Heaven-devouring's power. In Nether Prison, after the heavens brought back the dark death's body, they turned their gazes to the Ziwei galaxy. The immortal realm had been rebuilt. Had the experts of the mortal realm not given up? After a moment of silence, the heavens moved, turning into a black stream of light and rushing towards the Ziwei galaxy. In the immortal realm, immortal light shone. The immortal realm that knowing destiny and the human world's celestial venerables had created together had shown initial results. The power of faith from all over the mortal realm gathered, and the power of light kept increasing. When there was hope in people's hearts, only then could the light contend against the darkness. In every part of the immortal realm, the experts of the human realm of the major galaxies cultivated in concentration, not daring to waste a moment. In the eastern celestial realm, on a celestial mountain not far from the celestial palace, a beautiful woman was cultivating with her eyes closed. On her knees, there was an ancient blue sword. The heart of the sword was clear and pure. Strange light rose around the mountain. It was the restriction formation of Chongling. It changed the flow of time and sped up the cultivation speed of cultivators. 100 years passed in the restriction formation, but only a few days passed in the outside world. In the mortal realm, other than Ning Qin, the Chongling female supreme was the only person who had mastered the time restriction. While she had not mastered it, it was enough to change the flow of time in a part of the world. In order to buy time for the human world's celestial venerables, the Chongling female supreme had set up a restriction formation in the immortal realm to help everyone cultivate. In the past 100 years, man's cultivation had progressed rapidly, surpassing everyone. In this dark and chaotic era, Man was the only person unaffected by the darkness. She also received everyone's hopes. Boom! At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky above the immortal domain. A man stepped into the Tao extermination realm, drawing down the Tao extermination tribulation. A man stood up and walked out of the formation. At the same time, in the Z-Way star zone, the aura of darkness was overwhelming. Zhongtian, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, walked out. His black robe fluttered in the wind. The celestial realm was filled with lightning. Man's tribulation was gradually reaching a critical moment. It was an astonishing scene. The sea of lightning swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth. Dazzling and dazzling. Tao annihilation tribulation. In front of the celestial realms, the celestials walked over. They looked at the lightning in the sky and spoke calmly. Darkness curled around them, and the myriad tribulations couldn't touch them. The heavens raised their hands, and black sword streams gathered and shot out. At this moment of crisis, Devil Chi soared into the sky from the immortal domain below. A beautiful figure flew out. Flower Burial appeared, brandishing her saber to block the myriad of black sword lights. With a violent shaking, Butterfly in the flower was impacted and was forced to take a few steps back. The heavens narrowed their eyes as they looked at the human woman before them. This woman was not weak. In the starry sky, Butterfly in the flower's demonic chi surged endlessly like raging waves, shocking everyone. Let me see if the experts of the human race still have value in existing. The heavens raised their hands, and a black ancient sword appeared. A world-shaking sword might spread, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The head of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness used the sword as his weapon. His cultivation was unfathomable, and even ancient sovereigns couldn't match him. Facing the strongest heavenly king of darkness, Butterfly in the flower wasn't willing to move half a step. She protected Man, who was undergoing tribulation, behind her. If he wasn't here, she couldn't let anyone hurt Man at all. In the celestial realm, celestial light shone brightly. The darkness was suppressed, and the light was strengthened. In the starry sky, the darkness and light clashed, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. The heavens swept their gazes across the celestial realm below, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. The ruler of the human world in this era was shocking. He rebuilt the celestial realm, giving the experts of the light world the possibility of resisting the darkness. If the human world was given enough time, perhaps the light world could really fight against the darkness. Unfortunately, they wouldn't give the human world this time. The heavens retracted their gazes and stepped forward. With extreme speed, the black sword light slashed open the starry sky, opening 1,000,000 miles. The terrifying sword might directly broke through the world of light. An absolute expert of the darkness appeared for the first time. When the sword light arrived, the butterfly wings behind Butterfly in the flower opened. The huge butterfly wings covered the sky, and demonic might instantly erupted. Flower Burial faced it head-on. The sword and saber clashed, and the aftermath was vast. The sword was fast, and the saber was fast. In a battle of the peak, the sword and saber clashed. The sound shook the stars. Several moves clashed, and vermilion blood dyed the body. The absolute expert of the darkness had already surpassed all the experts in the human world. Even ancient sovereigns would find it difficult to fight against him. Boom! Outside the battle, Man's tribulation was gradually coming to an end. Sword light filled the sky. The Taiyuan ancient sword slashed open the sea of lightning and destroyed the tribulation. After the tribulation, Man entered the battle. Her sword moved like a raging wave as she fought the strongest heavenly king of the darkness. The sword and saber worked together to fight against the darkness. Flower Burial's tears and the Taiyuan ancient sword fought back. The change in the battle made the heavens reveal strange expressions. They waved their swords, and pushed back the two. The aura of darkness soared into the sky. This was somewhat interesting. Darkness appeared at the peak, and the might of the sword shook the mortal world. The strongest sword of darkness directly swallowed the light in the human world with absolute power. Boundless darkness engulfed the starry sky and sealed the battle. In the darkness, the power of light around butterfly in the flower, and Amen rose. The sword and saber worked together again, and their figures flashed past mercilessly. Their tacit cooperation was flawless. They were as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. The sword of initial heart predicted the enemy first. The god of sabers was shocking, the strongest martial art in the human world. The moves of the sword and saber were unpredictable and could move the 9 heavens. In the center of the battle, the heavens pointed their swords at flower burial. Sword chi and saber light clashed, and the aftermath shook. The heavens were as still as a mountain. They waved their black ancient sword and blocked the Taiyuan ancient sword. On the battlefield, the battle was reaching its climax. Seeing that the battle was about to reach its climax, Flower Burial changed its attack. The saber appeared within the saber, and the 2 sabers appeared. In an instant, the 2 sabers broke through the darkness. The 2 sabers shook the darkness. The power of the saber and sword clashed, and the world changed. The saber and sword were in a deadlock for an instant. In the battle, the sword of initial heart was already in front of the darkness. The unpredictable sword stabbed toward the heavens' chest. At the moment of crisis, the heavens didn't dodge. They raised their hands and blocked the Taiyuan ancient sword. How can the light of a firefly illuminate the darkness? The heavens looked at the 2 in front of him and said indifferently. He waved his sword. The black light was dazzling and brought out a waterfall of blood. Chapter 1545. Above the celestial domain, the sword and saber worked together to fight the darkness. Amen and Hua Zhongdia used their full strength, supported by the power of the world of light, to fight the number 1 heavenly king of darkness. The strongest swordsman of the dark world held a black sword. Every sword had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The battle was intense. The sword and saber worked together tacitly without any flaws. The 2 used their full strength to kill the darkness. However, the strength of the strongest heavenly king of darkness had far exceeded their expectations. After 100 moves, the heavenly kings didn't move at all against the sword and saber. Their powerful combat strength was shocking. In the celestial domain, the human realm Empyreans who were in seclusion had reached a critical moment in their cultivation. In the green coffin world, knowing destiny dreamed of ancient times to find the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords. He didn't know about the outside world. A crisis that no one was aware of was quietly approaching. On the battlefield, the sword and saber light crisscrossed, cutting through the darkness and cutting through the light. In the incomparably intense battle, the 2 women's bodies were already dyed red. The sword of origin predicted the enemy's advance, and the demonic butterfly's saber was unpredictable. However, the heavenly kings were too strong, so strong that they couldn't be shaken. The sword that predicted the enemy's advance suppressed the opponent's strength by 30%. However, even the sword of darkness with 70% of its power was still unmatched. In the battle, the sword of darkness slashed through, and the 2 women's clothes were dyed red at the same time. "Is this all you have?" The heavenly kings looked at the 2 human women in front of them and said calmly. With a flip of their palms, darkness rushed into the 9 heavens. The pillar of darkness pierced through heaven and earth, reaching up to the heavens and down to the underworld. The celestial domain was affected by the pillar of darkness, rumbling. After understanding the opponent's strength, the heavenly kings didn't want to fight for a long time. Their dark aura erupted, frightening the gods and demons. In front, Amen and Hua Zhongde saw this, and their expressions froze. The power of darkness was as heavy as a mountain. so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The two stood in the dark aura like duckweed in the rain, about to disappear with the wind at any time. "Ah man, let's go." "Hua," Zhongjie said. Ah man was stunned. After a moment, she came back to her senses and said, "Let's go together." "I'm not leaving." Hua Zhongjie stepped forward, looking at the Heavenly King, and said calmly, "In the world, only you are not affected by the power of darkness. Ning Qin will need your help in the future, from now on. Don't let's go. Sacrifice. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." The demonic butterfly's will to die was unshakable. Wild was shocked and didn't want to leave. "Remember, live on." Butterfly in the flower brandished her blade. Blade Qi swept past a man, sending her into the immortal domain. In the next moment, the sky above the celestial realm was filled with countless black butterflies, covering the sky and covering the sun. Among the black butterflies that filled the sky, the butterfly in the flower was surrounded by surging demonic qi. Behind its back, a pair of gigantic black wings spread out like a heavenly curtain, shocking the world. This was a shocking scene. In order to stop the darkness, the demonic butterfly erupted with all of her strength. Her head of blood, red hair wildly danced in the wind, dazzling and dazzling. Senior's sister Dai. In the immortal region, tears welled up in a man's eyes. She wanted to come forward and help, yet her figure was restrained by the saber qi, causing her to be unable to move. "Ah man, look at my moves clearly." Ning Qin had also learned blade techniques from me before, but his talent was still lacking. Although hard work can make up for his lack of talent, it can't make up for his lack of Tao. However, you are different. As she spoke, the flower burial tears in Butterfly's hand became even more dazzling. The black saber and the white saber danced beautifully. In the depths of the immortal region, in the green coffin world, Ning Qin, who was dreaming of the ancient times, suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and he revealed a shocked expression. This palpitating feeling, could it be? In the sky above the immortal region, the demonic butterfly's body moved, and the last dance was breathtaking. The dancing demonic butterfly and the dancing twin sabers were like a dream, changing unpredictably. The never-before-seen mastery of the saber was breathtaking. Wherever the saber light passed, the flame of life burned through the starry sky. The strongest saber god, a dance that could topple cities, shocking the world. Saber. The heavens looked at the woman in front of them, and their eyes narrowed. What a powerful saber! The heavens swung their swords and blocked the saber light that was coming at them. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the Z-Way galaxy, spreading throughout the entire starry sky. Close at hand, the heavens looked at the woman who was gradually fading away, and their expressions became more and more serious. She was about to turn into Tao, a dance that could topple cities, and the saber god shocked the world. The demonic light around Butterfly's body was dazzling, and her figure became more and more illusory. With a boom, Butterfly's hand that was holding the saber used another 30% of its strength to push back the dark elite in front of her. 3 steps away, the heavens stopped, and for the first time since the battle started, they retreated. In an instant, Butterfly's body moved again, and she rushed forward. The black and white twin sabers cut through the darkness, and once again came at them. The heavens bent back, dodging the saber light. At the same time, the black long sword slashed past, and he forcefully counterattacked. Butterfly's body moved, and at the same time Flower Burial turned around and counterattacked. In this shocking battle, Butterfly displayed shocking battle prowess. At the beginning of Tao assimilation, her cultivation had increased endlessly. At this moment, Butterfly's eyes were as bright as starlight, and she saw through the laws of heaven and earth. She was like a monarch ruling over an area. With the power of Tao assimilation, Butterfly stepped into the realm that cultivators yearned for, the monarch realm, infinitely close to the legendary Genesis realm. In the battle, the saber and sword clashed, becoming more and more intense. Strong, so strong that it was unreachable. The battle between two Monarch Realm elites made the world lose its color. It's over. The battle was intense, but the heavens felt the power of the human woman in front of them gradually weaken, and a hint of regret flashed past their eyes. Such an opponent, what a pity. The black, long sword slashed down, and the flower burial's tears followed, and the saber and sword clashed again. Boom! After countless collisions, the sky above the celestial realm was turbulent, and a pool of blood splattered. Blood spilled from Butterfly's hands that were holding the saber, and it was so dazzling. Butterfly's consciousness was in a daze, and her body flickered. At the end of Tao assimilation, it was finally time to dissipate. Goodbye. Butterfly turned back, looking at the world for the last time, and a hint of reluctance flashed past her eyes. Senior sister is leaving. Take care. The dissipated demonic butterfly's body returned to heaven and earth like starlight, and the flower burial's twin sabers fell from the sky, landing in the celestial realm. In the depths of the celestial realm, Ning Chen's heart was in pain, so painful that he couldn't breathe. Senior sister, in the sky above the celestial realm, the demonic butterfly disappeared. The heavens had just moved when they were shocked to see that the starlight in the sky had turned into black butterflies, endless, and swallowed the battle. With the last will, Butterfly and Flower scattered everything, and her will merged into every drop of blood. Thousands of black butterflies blocked the path of the number 1 heavenly king of darkness. Among the black butterflies, the heavens frowned and waved his sword, wanting to cut open the path ahead. Wherever the sword light passed, half of the black butterflies dissipated. However, the dissipated black butterflies were quickly reborn. With endless demonic energy, the black butterflies were eternal. Blood dripped from the heavens' sword-holding hand, and the black butterflies were like the sharpest blade, invincible. Even if you die, you still want to stop me? The heavens didn't care about his right hand that was injured by the black butterflies. His eyes looked at the thousands of black butterflies flying around him, and he said indifferently, "The will of a human wasn't as weak as imagined." This human woman was so stunning that it made one exclaim in admiration. Chapter 1546. In the depths of the immortal palace in the green coffin world, Ning Chen returned to the ancient times to search for the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords in order to resist the power of darkness. In the ancient era of legends, gods and demons stood in great numbers. Countless powerhouses oversaw a region, and it was extremely prosperous. Ning Chen searched the ancient world for the 4 immortal slaying swords that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was rumored that when the 4 swords were born, the sword formation had already been formed. It could be said to be a true innate treasure. The ancient world was vast and boundless. Ning Chen searched from the earth to the heavens, traversing the underworld and the yellow springs, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the 4 immortal slaying swords. And in this era, a white-clothed youth had already grown up. He was peerless and heroic, gradually revealing his edge. The youth was born in the ancient era and stood out from countless geniuses. From the day he started cultivating, he could be said to be invincible in his generation. He fought his way to the heavenly path realm. In the ancient era of legends, there were countless young powerhouses with the bloodline of gods and demons. The youth encountered a true great enemy in the heavenly path realm. A young god race powerhouse surrounded by golden light opened the sky with one hand, suppressing countless opponents of the same generation. The 2 peerless geniuses with the same invincible heart finally met. A tragic battle shook the heavens and the earth. The god race youth held the god race's domain suppressing divine weapon, a large golden halberd. Every time he waved it, even the heavens would change color. The youth only had an ordinary sword in his hand. After experiencing countless battles, it was already full of cracks. The battle between the two was world-shaking. The god race's peerless genius was too strong. He was in the Tao-extinguishing realm, but he had the battle prowess of a monarch. It was abnormally shocking. The youth encountered an unprecedentedly difficult battle. The ordinary sword in his hand finally broke under the attack of the god race's domain, suppressing divine weapon. The moment the sword broke, the halberd pierced through the youth's shoulder, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling vermilion. Ning Qin, who was searching for the 4 immortal-slaying swords in the underworld, felt the shocking battle in the 9 heavens. His expression became serious. The battle shook the entire ancient era. The 2 strongest peerless geniuses met. The terrifying battle prowess almost broke through an era. Above the 9 heavens, the battle between the 2 geniuses had reached a critical moment. The ordinary sword in the youth's hand broke, and his body was injured. The halberd pierced through his body, blood splashing out like a waterfall. This was the first time he was suppressed to this extent. However, the injured youth's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Battle intent, a burning battle intent that seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. Encountering an unprecedented enemy, the young man was not angry but happy instead. He let out a long roar, and his black hair danced wildly. The young man grabbed the divine halberd and pulled it out from his shoulder. He threw a powerful punch and counterattacked. The young man from the god race similarly met the attack with a punch. His divine essence was like raging waves, forcefully blocking the incoming attack. The 2 moves collided, and a terrifying shockwave surged out, shaking the battle. The wound left by the divine halberd on the young man's left shoulder was surrounded by golden flames. The wound could not heal. The most terrifying divine weapons were forged by generations of celestial race sovereigns with their blood, sweat, and tears. In the current generation of the celestial race, the divine weapons had been refined by 13 generations of sovereigns. The 2 of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. The injuries on the youth's body became more and more serious, but his fighting spirit became more and more intense. The prodigy of the immortal race had a peerless divine weapon and an unparalleled foundation. He was invincible among his peers. Even if a true overlord were to come, he would be intimidated. However, even with such a huge advantage, the immortal race prodigy was unable to completely suppress the human youth in front of him. Providence, foundation, and divine weapons. The immortal race prodigy was known as the darling of the primordial era. He had all the great providence in him, and he was known as the prodigy who was most likely to break through to the overlord realm and reach the legendary Genesis realm. Compared to the immortal race prodigy, the human youth was much more low profile. Although he had fought all the way to the heavenly Tao realm and had never been defeated, he was far inferior to the immortal race prodigy in terms of opportunities and attention. Just as everyone thought that the human youth would become a powerful stepping stone for the immortal race prodigy to step into the overlord realm, a change suddenly occurred. 4 sword beams shot up into the sky from the deepest part of the 9 underworlds. They were extremely powerful and filled the sky with killing intent. The most shocking scene was the appearance of the immortal slaying 4 swords, shocking the world. Above the immortal slaying 4 swords, there was an array diagram that circled around. It was a connate divine weapon that could slay gods and Buddhas. The appearance of the immortal swords caused the entire primordial era to go crazy. Mighty figures and sovereigns woke up from their slumber and looked at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 people in the battle also felt the powerful pressure of the immortal slaying 4 swords. They were shocked. In just an instant, the human youth moved and darted in the direction of the immortal slaying 4 swords. The immortal world's prodigy returned to his senses and immediately followed. The primordial era was in chaos as countless experts flew out in a bid to snatch the swords. A tragic battle was about to happen. The temptation of a connate divine artifact was irresistible. The youth and the immortal race prodigy, who were closest to the immortal slaying four swords, arrived at the place where the immortal swords appeared before everyone else. With the immortal swords in front of him, the youth took a hit from the immortal slaying sword and grabbed it. When the immortal slaying sword entered his hand, an extremely violent killing intent surged out, shocking the gods and Buddhas. The youth suffered a backlash from the immortal slaying sword's killing intent, and his sword-wielding hand immediately turned red. The immortal race prodigy attacked. The immortal swords and divine halberds clashed, shaking the heavens and turning the world into nothingness. In the nothingness, the youth's quintessential essence surged as blood splattered on every immortal sword. The supreme sword intent forcefully suppressed the four immortal swords. Above the youth, the immortal slaying sword formation floated up and down, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, powerful figures and sovereigns from all over the world rushed over. Without any explanation, they directly attacked to snatch the swords. The immortal race prodigy was in front of him, and the sovereigns were behind him. The youth fought against all of them alone, and the situation immediately became dangerous. His body was dyed red several times. At this critical moment, silver light shone from the youth's body, illuminating the world. Below, Ning Chen, who had rushed over from the depths of the 9 underworlds, was shocked when he saw the silver light shining around the youth. Heavenly Book. The experts from all over the world forced the youth to stop suppressing his cultivation. The Heavenly Book martial art appeared for the first time, shocking the world and unparalleled in the world. On the youth's body, the injuries left by the divine halberds quickly healed. Powerful enemies surrounded him, destroying his path and breaking through his realm. Sovereign, the youngest sovereign in the world since the mythological era, shocking all the powerful figures. The youth raised his hand, and the immortal slaying sword formation shone brightly. The 4 swords soared into the sky, and their divine power shook the 3 realms. With a majestic sound, black and yellow chaos appeared. On the battlefield, the immortal slaying 4 swords showed their power, and the immortal slaying sword formation instantly turned the battlefield into hell. Under Ning Chen's shocked gaze, the youth fought against all of them alone. After killing 2 sovereigns and more than 10 powerful figures, he left the battlefield. The battle shocked the world. The immortal race's divine weapon was destroyed, and the immortal race's peerless prodigy lost an arm. Between life and death, the youth spared his life. It was an unprecedented scene. The human race stood at the top of all the heavens. The strength of the human race's youth shocked all the other races, and no one could defeat him. The immemorial era of myths and legends also reached its most glorious moment after the youth entered the sovereign realm. However, prosperity would eventually come to an end, and the great calamity would come as expected. Chapter 1547. In the immemorial world, the strongest battle below the monarch level was won by the human youth. He obtained the 4 immortal slaying swords and defeated the peerless prodigy of the god clan. He also killed 2 monarchs and more than 10 mighty figures. In the tragic battle, the glory of the human youth shocked the entire world. The immemorial world also reached its peak of glory during the youth era. Ning Chen witnessed the glorious era of the immemorial world. He never thought that after the glory, the world would change so greatly. The human youth stepped into the monarch level as if he had exhausted the origin of the world. 10,000 years later, the world declined greatly. The world changed greatly. Whether it was the laws of the world or the origin, there were huge changes. The cultivation of the gods and demons became slower and slower. When their lifespans were exhausted, they could not break through and could only die in despair. Compared to the human race, the reproduction rate of the gods and demons was extremely low. In addition, more and more gods and demons died. The situation of the immemorial world changed greatly. The immemorial mythical era, where the gods and demons ruled, gradually passed in this upheaval. The ancient era came with it. The human youth from back then had now grown into the world's strongest monarch. He guarded the human race, and no one dared to offend him. However, although the youth was strong, he could not change the fact that the human race's powerhouses were declining. The upheaval of the world at the end of the ancient era not only affected the gods and demons, but also the human race. For thousands of years, other than the youth, no one else could step into the monarch level. The loneliness of standing at the peak gave birth to a crazy plan in the youth's heart, to create a pure land suitable for the human race's powerhouses to cultivate, the celestial realm. The youth's plan could be said to be crazy. How difficult was it to create a pure land? Even monarchs could not do it. The youth was very persistent. After the plan was born in his heart, he began to act. In 1,000 years, the youth moved primitive stars from various star fields and used the heaven and earth great formation to create the embryonic form of the celestial realm. In the various worlds, the various monarchs were all puzzled when they saw the youth's crazy actions. They could not see what this human monarch wanted to do. Why did he move so many primitive stars? As time passed, the embryonic form of the celestial realm appeared. The youth captured the Kuan Peng from the bottom of the North Sea and brought the Qing Wan from the peak of the South Mountain. They were all placed in the celestial realm. Vitality gradually appeared. Another 1,000 years passed, and the youth left. In these 1,000 years, the celestial realm naturally evolved, and the vitality became more and more pressing. 1,000 years later, the young man returned. His entire body was covered with hardships. The young man brought an immortal root, the only immortal divine medicine in the world, the immortal peach tree. The young man planted the peaches of immortality in the east of the celestial realm and watered them with spirit chi day and night, helping the peaches of immortality grow. As the immortal peach tree grew, its spirit chi nourished the celestial realm. The origin of the celestial realm gradually changed. This time, 10,000 years passed directly. For 10,000 years, the young man didn't take even half a step out of the immortal realms. 10,000 years flew by. In the celestial realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already astonishingly dense. The sovereigns of the various worlds all appeared when they sensed the majestic spirit chi in the immortal realm. However, the youth walked out, and just by standing there he was able to intimidate the sovereigns. His plain white robes were untainted by even a speck of dust. The young man looked ordinary, but the sovereigns did not dare to take a single step forward. After 20,000 years, the young man had grown even stronger. He was so strong that even the sovereigns couldn't see through him. 10 days later, the sovereigns left one after another. No one dared to test the waters. Such absolute deterrence was rarely seen in the past. The young man also walked back to the immortal domain, continuing to complete his plan. In the following 7,000 years, the young man changed the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal domain and began to try to guide the first batch of cultivators. The young man entered the world with his 3,000 clones and imparted cultivation methods, wanting to change the weak situation of the human race. The young man was very selfless. He imparted more than half of his cultivation methods to the human race, including the heavenly book. Hard work paid off. 1,000 years later, the first ascender finally appeared in the mortal realm. On this day, the world was shocked. The ascender of the human race transcended the tribulation of the immortal domain and ascended into the immortal domain. The first ascender of the human race was surnamed Bai, and his name was you. After the appearance of the first ascender, the enthusiasm of the mortals for cultivation rose. The temptation of longevity was unstoppable. Gradually, more and more ascenders appeared in the mortal realm. The immortal domain began to take shape, and the young man was revered as an immortal venerable by everyone. The young man was very happy, not because he had become the immortal venerable, but because he saw the hope of the human race's prosperity. At this moment, the sovereigns of the various worlds began to worry. The human race was becoming stronger and stronger. The myriad races felt threatened and came forward to think of countermeasures. War followed. The myriad races joined forces, and 9 sovereigns of the various worlds also mobilized. An abnormally powerful lineup pressed down on the border. Facing the powerhouses of the myriad races, led by the 9 sovereigns, the young man was not afraid at all. He led the immortals of the immortal domain to resist. The war between the myriad races and the human race erupted. This war lasted for an entire 1,000 years. The young man's strength, once again, shocked the various worlds. The young man alone blocked all 9 sovereigns. The immortal slaying sword formation activated, and the heavens cried out in grief. And in this war, many human powerhouses stood out, stunning the world. One of them was Bai, the first descender of the human race. The war ended with the defeat of the myriad races. However, the immortal domain also suffered considerable losses in this war. The immortal domain was shattered into pieces by the joint attack of the 9 sovereigns. The immortal domain collapsed and was directly divided into 4 pieces, flying towards the various star domains. At the same time, the immortal slaying 4 swords that suppressed the 4 directions of the immortal domain also separated. After this war, the young man entered seclusion without having time to rebuild the immortal domain because of his heavy injuries. From this day onwards, for 40,000 years, the immortal domain no longer had an immortal venerable. The immortal domain was ownerless. On the 4 continents of the immortal domain that flew towards the starry sky, a civil war broke out among the immortals. This civil war also lasted for nearly 1,000 years. It was extremely tragic. In the end, new rulers appeared in all 4 continents of the immortal domain. They fought for the immortal sword and unified the immortal domain. The 4 of them did not dare to use the title of Immortal Venerable, but called themselves Immortal Masters. The 4 great immortal domains were formed in this era. The Queen Mother of the West, Northern Bayou, Southern Flame Emperor, and Eastern Greenwood, the rulers of the 4 great immortal domains, intimidated the world. In the sky above the Eastern immortal world, Ning Qin looked at the ancient ruler of the Eastern immortal world and frowned slightly. Strange, it was him, but also not like him. Immortal Master Green would have been overseeing the Eastern immortal world for 30,000 years. The Eastern immortal world had always kept a low profile. Among the 4 great immortal domains, it could be said to be unknown. As for the rulers of the other 3 immortal domains, each one was more stunning than the last. All stepped into the monarch realm in this era, the human race to prosper. Out of everyone's sight, the ruler of the immortal domain who had disappeared for 70,000 years quietly appeared. In the immortal palace of the Eastern immortal world, a young man in plain white clothes stepped into the main hall. Immortal Master Greenwood sat in the main hall, his aura extremely powerful. The ruler of the immortal domain and Immortal Master Greenwood looked at each other. There was no killing intent, nor was there any tense atmosphere. Immortal Master Greenwood stood up from the immortal seat and walked down the main hall. "You're finally back," Immortal Master Greenwood said calmly. His figure gradually disappeared, merging into the body of the white-robed young man in front of him. Chapter 1548. In the war between the celestial realm and the various worlds were defeated, and the celestial realm was split into 4. After 40,000 years, each of the 4 celestial realms had a ruler. The Queen Mother of the West, the Northern Bayou, the Southern Flame Emperor, and the Eastern Greenwood were the rulers of the 4 celestial realms. The new and old forces were replaced, and the celestial sovereign had disappeared for 40,000 years. Everything had changed. However, many people knew that the celestial sovereign was not dead. He had just disappeared. The rulers of the 4 celestial realms had been paying attention to news about the celestial sovereign. The 4 of them had followed the celestial sovereign before, and they knew how strong he was. The celestial sovereign was so strong that even the rulers of the various worlds could not compare to him. Although they were rulers now, there was still a huge gap between them and the celestial sovereign. Everyone was selfish, and celestials were no exception. After the four rulers of the celestial realms became the rulers of their respective celestial realms, they naturally did not want to lose their power. Just as the four rulers of the celestial realms worriedly ruled the celestial realms for 30,000 years, the celestial sovereign finally came out of seclusion. However, the human youth who had fought for the rise of the human race did not choose to reunite the celestial realm. Instead, he silently returned to the eastern celestial realm where the undying peach tree had been planted. In the celestial palace, Celestial Master Green would return to the celestial sovereign's body without saying a word. No one had expected that the most low-profile Celestial Master Greenwood was actually a clone of the celestial sovereign. Celestial Master Green would return to the youth's body, and the youth's aura returned to its peak. In an instant, the three celestial masters of the various celestial realms felt a familiar pressure, and they were shocked. He had returned. In the eastern celestial palace, the youth walked into the depths of the palace and pushed open a stone door. Behind the stone door was a strange world. The undying peach tree had taken root on the floating island, and it emitted a shocking amount of life energy day and night. After 100,000 years, the undying peach tree still had not borne fruit. The youth was not anxious and waited silently. In the other three celestial realms, the three celestial masters looked at the east with serious expressions. What would he do now that he had returned? The three celestial masters had been waiting for the celestial sovereign's decision. However, they had waited for 100 years. The celestial sovereign had not made a move. The celestial sovereign had not made a move. The celestial sovereign's body, celestial master, the celestial realm, celestial palace. In the eastern deity world, in front of the celestial palace, the Queen Mother, Emperor Bai, and Emperor Yen appeared and stepped into the palace. In the main hall, a young man in white stood quietly. His body was covered with wind and frost, showing the mercilessness of time. Greetings, immortal venerable. The three immortal masters knelt down and bowed respectfully. In front of the throne, the Eastern Immortal Master stared at the three of them. His expression was calm as he spoke. There's no need to be overly courteous. Right now, all of you are immortal lords of an area. There's no need for you to bow to me. The Queen Mother, Emperor Bai, and the Flame Emperor were shocked when they heard that. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Did the words of the Celestial Venerable acknowledge their status? Looking at the shocked expressions of the three, the East Immortal Master stepped down from his throne and said, "It doesn't matter who the master of the immortal realm or the immortal realm is. What matters is the rise and fall of the mortal realm." The East Deity Master looked at the three people kneeling before him and said calmly, "Remember my words. Go back." The three of them returned to their senses and bowed respectfully once more. And then they stood up and left while feeling worried about their personal gains and losses. Even though he was a high and mighty immortal master, he couldn't remain calm in the face of the gains and losses of the immortal master position. The three of them walked out of the immortal palace, and the doors closed with a rumble. "What does the Celestial Venerable mean by that?" the Flame Emperor asked. The Queen Mother turned around and looked at the closed doors of the immortal palace. "It seems that the Celestial Venerable doesn't care about this position at all. We were thinking too much. Let's go," Emperor Bai said lightly and walked away. He was the first person to ascend from the mortal realm and had stayed in the immortal realm for the longest time. However, he still couldn't see through this Celestial Venerable. What exactly did the Celestial Venerable want? The three immortal masters returned. After their trip to the eastern celestial world, they felt at ease. In the following tens of thousands of years, the four immortal masters, who each ruled over a region, rarely interacted with each other again. The fact that the Eastern Immortal Master was once the Celestial Venerable of the immortal realm was gradually buried in the passage of time. As time passed, people's memories of the immortal realm gradually faded. In people's minds, there was only the immortal realm and not the immortal realm. In the ancient era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not as rich as in the primordial age. However, every once in a while, there would still be cultivators who would ascend to the immortal realm and become immortals. The four immortal realms continued to grow and flourish. Compared to the glory of the other three immortal realms, the Eastern Celestial World had always kept a low profile. The Eastern Immortal Master also rarely showed himself. It was as if the Eastern Immortal Master had left the stage and the world to others during the most glorious era of the mortal realm and the immortal realm. Ning Chen walked into the immortal palace. After tens of thousands of years, he came to the front of the immortal peach tree and looked at the Eastern Immortal Master, who was waiting under the immortal peach tree day after day. The only difference was that he had waited for 100 years, while the Eastern Immortal Master had waited for tens of thousands of years. When the immortal peach tree was still a divine vine, it had been moved from the chaotic world to the Eastern Celestial World by the Eastern Immortal Master. Now, it had finally grown into an immortal divine herb. Finally, in the later part of the ancient era, the immortal peach tree bloomed. The flower bloomed for 1,000 years, and in the blink of an eye, the immortal peach tree bore fruit. Under the immortal peach tree, the Eastern Immortal Master looked at the only fruit on the immortal peach tree. A ripple finally appeared in his calm eyes. When the undying immortality peach tree started to bear fruit, the outside world began to change again. After tens of thousands of years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was consumed by more and more cultivators. The world changed again. In the immortal palace, the Eastern Immortal Master took the fruit of the immortal divine tree and came to a stone room. Behind the door of the stone room, there were 3 green coffins. The Eastern Immortal Master opened the green coffin in the middle. A woman lay quietly in the green coffin. Her appearance was not devastatingly beautiful, but she was still very beautiful. The Eastern Immortal Master dissolved the fruit of the immortal divine tree and merged it into the woman's body. The heaven-defying act of changing fate caused the world to change. In the sky above the immortal palace, black thunderbolts roared and surged. The rumbling shook the entire Eastern Celestial World. Dark clouds covered the sky above the immortal world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The thunderbolts split the immortal palace and descended upon the stone room. However, before the thunderbolts could land, the green coffin on the right moved slightly. The green coffin opened 3 feet, and a celestial sword flew out and slashed the thunderbolts apart. In the green coffin in the middle, the fruit of the immortal divine tree merged into the woman's body. The Eastern Immortal Master clenched his fists and waited for the result. Time passed slowly, but the woman still did not move. A trace of pain flashed in the depths of the Eastern Immortal Master's eyes. He still failed. However, at this moment, the woman's body moved slightly. It was so slight that it was almost undetectable. The Eastern Immortal Master's pupils contracted, and his heart, which was as calm as ancient waves, finally started to ripple. The Eastern Immortal Master reached out and touched the woman. Unexpectedly, when the Eastern Immortal Master touched the woman's face, his body trembled violently. Chapter 1549. In front of the 3 green coffins in the immortal palace, the Eastern Deity Master plucked the undying peach tree's fruit, wanting to revive the woman in the coffin. The Eastern Deity Master, who was in front of Ningchen, was shocked. In the outside world, there was a great calamity. The ancient era began to change, and the mortal world was in turmoil. Many cultivators realized that the power they had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years was dissipating, and they could not hold on for long. The cycle of eras continued. It was as if at the end of the immemorial age, the ancient era also began to show signs of abnormalities. In the immortal palace, Ning Chen observed the Eastern Deity Master's actions, and his expression became heavier. Something was wrong. In front of the green coffin, the moment the Eastern Deity Master merged the undying peach tree into the woman's body, his expression suddenly changed. The woman's body rapidly turned into starlight and disappeared from the world at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was an unexpected scene. The Eastern Deity Master's wife disappeared, and her physical body returned to the world. Endless years of hard work had turned into a dream. The Eastern deity Master looked at the starlight in the world, and his aged eyes flashed with intense fatigue. He had failed. The Eastern deity Master stepped forward and closed the coffin. He stood there silently for a long time. Boom! At this moment, the immortal palace suddenly shook violently. The Eastern deity Master recovered from his silence and looked at the outside world. In front of him, Ningchen also looked at the outside world. The Eastern deity Master turned around and walked toward the outside world. Outside the immortal palace, the world changed color, and the laws of heaven and earth changed. The great calamity had arrived once again. Compared to the calamity of the immemorial age, the changes of heaven and earth this time were even more intense. Several life stars were destroyed in the drastic changes of the laws of heaven and earth, shocking everyone. In front of the immortal palace, the Eastern deity Master looked at the changes in the mortal world. His celestial core power rose rapidly like a divine sun, illuminating the rapidly changing mortal world. In the various worlds, the sovereigns felt it and looked in the direction of the Eastern deity world with shock. It was him. After so long, he was still alive. He had lived from the immemorial age to the end of the immemorial age, spanning 2 great eras. He was once the ruler of the immortal realm, and now, the master of the Eastern deity world. His cultivation was even more shocking. He resisted the drastic changes of heaven and earth with his own strength. For 10 days and 10 nights, the Eastern deity Master stood in front of the immortal palace, and his aura spread to every corner of the mortal world. At the same time, the sovereigns of the various realms also took action, borrowing the power of the Eastern deity Lord to stabilize the various realms. A great calamity that had yet to fully arrive was safely averted because of the East deity Master's intervention. The cultivators of the mortal realm could feel the aura in their bodies gradually stabilizing, and their faces were filled with joy. The ancient era gradually passed in this great calamity that had yet to arrive. The ancient era had arrived. In front of the immortal palace, Ningchen looked at the changes in heaven and earth. Light flashed in his eyes. Immemorial era, primeval era, and ancient era. 3 ancient eras. Why did the heavens and earth constantly change? While Ningchen was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and came back to his senses. Senior sister, outside the green coffin, in the real world, time was reversed, darkness was pressing down, and the demonic butterflies fell. In the sky above the immortal realm, black butterflies filled the sky, trapping the footsteps of the first heavenly king of darkness. In the green coffin world, Ningchen, who was dreaming of the 3 ancient eras, no longer cared about searching for the origin of the 4 immortal slaying swords. He flew out of the green coffin. In the dilapidated immortal palace, the final green coffin floated up and down. A white-haired figure in plain clothes flew out, rushing out of the immortal palace. In the sky above the immortal realm, the various heavens that were trapped by the black butterflies held black swords and forcefully broke through the formation with their peerless cultivation. The rumbling shook the world, and thousands of black butterflies collapsed one after another. The demonic energy in the mortal realm was endless, and the black butterflies were constantly reborn. The consciousness of the butterflies and the flowers merged with heaven and earth, trapping the various heavens. At this moment, in front of the immortal palace, a white-clothed figure rushed out. His sword intent rose like a vast ocean, shocking the world. The black butterflies in the sky trapped the various heavens' retreat. In an instant, the white-clothed figure rushed in. The black butterflies seemed to have sensed it, and they didn't stop knowing destiny. In the trapping formation formed by the black butterflies, Ningchen rushed in front of the various heavens. His killing intent surged wildly, and without saying a word, he slashed down with his immortal sword. A powerhouse! The various heavens sensed it, and their expressions changed slightly. the black, long sword met it head-on. With a rumble, the sword of the world of darkness and the sword of the world of light finally clashed. Knowing destiny, who came with anger, had a dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed. Immortal execution triggered the 9 heavens' profound thunder, and each sword was threatening to kill. Facing the furious master of the mortal realm, the various heavens didn't dare to be careless. They used all their combat power. It was a terrifying battle. The 2 swordsmen exchanged blows. Their foundations and divine weapons were unparalleled. After 10 moves, blood splattered like rain. With the revenge of the demonic butterflies in front of him, Ning Qin didn't hold back at all. Every move was full of killing intent. In just 10 moves, both of their bodies were stained red. Darkness, light, and blood spilled on the battlefield. The master of the mortal realm, you live up to your name. Under the strong pressure, the various heavens' expressions gradually froze. They waved the swords in their blood-stained hands, dealing with the enemy in front of them with all their strength. While the 2 were fighting, cracks appeared on the huge black cocoon in the world of darkness. A terrifying and abnormal power spread out, surpassing everything and making people despair. In front of the black cocoon, 2 figures stood quietly, respectfully waiting for the master of darkness to come out. Crack! A shocking cracking sound was heard. On the black cocoon, the cracks continued to spread. An increasingly powerful pressure spread out like a flood, extremely heavy. "Welcome, my lord! Welcome, my lord!" The god of plagues and the evil god bowed respectfully. In the next moment, the black cocoon shattered. A young figure in black clothes walked out. He had a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and a terrifying aura that surpassed the monarch realm. He was the only one in the world. The master of darkness appeared. His cultivation was even stronger than before. The dark aura around him was constantly distorted, blurred, and difficult to distinguish. "Let's go and pay a visit to the current master of heaven and earth," the Lord of Darkness said plainly, and walked towards the Z-Way segmentum. In the starry sky, the master of darkness passed through one star zone after another. His speed had already surpassed the speed limit of heaven and earth. Behind him, the god of plagues and the evil god followed. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared at the end of the starry sky. In the Z-Way star zone, in the sky above the celestial realm, in the array formed by the black butterfly, the sword of darkness and light clashed violently. Drops of blood stained the bodies of the 2. Both of them were in the monarch realm, but their combat strength had already reached the peak of the world. In the celestial realm, the heavenly venerables in the mortal realm who were in seclusion felt the intense battle in the sky and were slightly shocked. While the heavenly venerables were shocked, inside and outside the celestial realm, heaven and earth suddenly sank, as if thousands of tons were pressing down on their hearts. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for them to breathe. The indescribable pressure made the heavenly venerables in the mortal realm tremble involuntarily. A fear that came from the depths of their souls rose. In the sky above the celestial realm, the bodies of the 2 who were fighting sank. Before they could recover, the void outside the battle distorted, and a black-robed figure walked out. Black clothes, black hair, and black eyes. The master of the dark world personally came to the celestial realm. It was as if he ruled over a part of heaven and earth. The master of darkness raised his hand, and the black butterflies in the sky instantly dissipated. The master of the mortal realm and the master of darkness looked at each other, both shocked. "It's him." Chapter 1550. In the sky above the celestial realm, knowing destiny rushed back from the 3 ancient eras to fight the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. The battle was intense. The battle between darkness and light had reached a new height. Unexpectedly, at the peak of the battle, the Lord of Darkness came out of seclusion at the end of the dark abyss. His injuries were healed, and his cultivation was even stronger than in the ancient times. His absolute power shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Lord of Darkness walked out of the dark abyss, crossed several star regions, and appeared in the celestial realm. In an instant, the Lord of the human realm and the Lord of Darkness met for the first time. Their gazes met, and there were ripples in their eyes. "So you're still alive," the Lord of Darkness said coldly. He raised his right hand, and a dark aura surged out, suppressing the Lord of the human realm in front of him. Ning Chen also recognized the identity of the man in front of him. He was a peerless genius of the human race who ascended to the North Celestial Realm in the ancient times. He was the conspirator of the chaos of darkness. When the Lord of Darkness attacked, his power surpassed the monarch realm. It was no longer something that could be blocked by the human realm cultivators. Ning Chen stepped back and quickly retreated to avoid the power of darkness. He knew that the difference in power between him and the Lord of Darkness was too great. There was no way he could withstand it. "You're quite fast. It seems that after hundreds of thousands of years, you've mastered a new power." As he spoke, the Lord of Darkness took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Knowing Destiny. His speed surpassed the limits of heaven and earth, and it was shocking. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His divine sense couldn't capture the speed of the Lord of Darkness in front of him. The Lord of Darkness pressed his right hand down again. It seemed slow, but time seemed to stop at this moment. Absolute speed and absolute power. The Lord of Darkness, who had awakened from his deep sleep, was even stronger than in the ancient times. It was despairing. In the ancient times, he was already able to fight with the Eastern deity Lord. Now, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was no longer a match for the cultivators of this era. A strong pressure pressed on him. Phoenix flames rose around Ning Chen. He opened his phoenix wings, and flames soared into the sky. "Phoenix," the Lord of Darkness said lightly, but his expression didn't change. With a boom, the power of darkness dispersed the phoenix flames. Even the phoenix wings behind Ning Chen collapsed. With darkness on him, Ning Chen's body trembled, and he couldn't help but fall toward the celestial realm below. The celestial realm shook. Ning Chen, his blood stained the red dust. The Master of Darkness descended from the sky, followed by the 3 heavenly kings of darkness. Absolute darkness descended, and there was no hope left in the human world. On the land of the celestial realm, blood and phoenix fire filled the air. Knowing Destiny, who had fallen to the ground, was dyed red, his injuries worsening. Even if the Eastern deity master was still alive, he would still have to put up a tough fight against the Master of Darkness, who had surpassed the monarch realm. Moreover, in this era where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had withered, there was no one who could contend against the Master of Darkness. No matter how powerful Ning Chen was, in front of the Lord of Darkness, he could not even take a single blow. The coldness of the darkness turned into pain. Ning Chen staggered to his feet and looked at the Lord of Darkness in front of him. He waved his hand and gripped his sword again. There was no hope in the human world, but Knowing Destiny still refused to give up. He stepped forward and teleported to start another battle. "You are not him." Although their auras were somewhat similar, their powers were worlds apart. The Lord of Darkness's expression was slightly cold as he raised his hand to block the immortal slaying edge. The power of darkness counterattacked. Her white clothes were dyed scarlet again. Her fluttering white hair was dyed red with blood. The Lord of Darkness descended. The darkness completely suppressed the light, pushing it to the limit. Ning Chen, who was in the middle of the battle, shouted. Blood mist sprayed out from his body, as 4 immortal swords appeared in the world at the same time. Since the immortal swords were reforged, it was the first time the 4 immortal swords appeared at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying baleful aura surged and attacked their master. Ning Chen's body was dripping with blood. His skin cracked inch by inch due to the baleful aura. Ning Chen could feel the despair of the darkness. In order to protect the celestial realm, He ignored the endurance of his body and forcefully summoned the 4 immortal swords. The 4 immortal swords appeared at the same time. The sword power was earth-shattering. In the celestial realm, the wind and clouds changed. Dark clouds covered the sun and thunder rumbled. 4 immortal swords. The Lord of Darkness looked at the 4 immortal swords floating around the former with a heavy expression. It was indeed him, but he was too weak. The 4 immortal swords appeared. The sword light crisscrossed and turned into a raging wave, pressing down on the Lord of Darkness in front of him. However, black chi surged around the Lord of Darkness. The sword light in the sky was blocked and quickly collapsed. The unshakable darkness. Even the 4 immortal swords could not break through the obstruction of the darkness. The Lord of Darkness raised his hand again. The sword light in the sky shattered. The 4 immortal swords were hit by the black chi and flew thousands of miles away, stabbing into the ground. Arg! In the battle, Ning Chen grunted. His body flew out and smashed into one immortal mountain after another. After hundreds of thousands of years, you're already so weak that I can't be interested in you. Before he finished speaking, the Lord of Darkness arrived in front of the collapsed immortal mountain. He looked at the blood-stained master of the mortal world in front of him and said indifferently, "Swoosh." At this moment, 2 streams of light, 1 saber and 1 sword, pierced through the void and slashed toward the Lord of Darkness from behind. The Lord of Darkness frowned. He did not move, but the dark aura around him dispersed the light of the saber and sword. Behind him, a beautiful woman rushed over. She held the Taiyuan sword and the flower burial sword, looking brave and fearless. In the collapsed immortal mountain, Ning Chen forced his eyes open. When he saw the newcomer, his body shook. He opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "Aw man, leave quickly." His voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The Lord of Darkness sneered. He turned to look at the newcomer and said, "Coolly, you're like a moth to a flame. You're seeking your own death." As he said this, the dark aura roared out of the immortal domain. The terrifying pressure almost shattered the entire immortal domain. The dark aura attacked. The Taiyuan sword and the flower burial sword broke at the same time. A man's mouth was red as he flew thousands of miles away and smashed into the ground. In the east of the immortal domain, under the attack of the dark power, the restriction formation set up by the Changling female supreme was destroyed. The blood energies of the celestial venerables of the mortal world shook violently. Before facing the Lord of Darkness, they felt deep despair. Ah, man! In the immortal mountain, Ning Chen's body trembled violently. His eyes immediately turned red. Anger, hatred, loathing. Master of the mortal world, the dark aura on your body is growing stronger. The Lord of Darkness looked back at the young man in front of him and said mockingly, "Why don't you submit to my darkness? Maybe I can spare your life. Knowing destiny, go." At this moment, demonic energy surged in the void. Xia Zi, who should have been seriously injured, appeared. His 12 sin wings spread out behind him. Black feathers filled the sky as he released his demonic power. The madness of doomsday appeared. The 6-foot-long blade cut through the darkness and slashed towards the Lord of Darkness. The sudden sword shocked the world. The 12 sin wings released all their demonic power, and all their power was concentrated in this sword. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in the battle. Moonlight shone around her as she used all her power to freeze the world. The demon and the eternal night sect's daughter showed the most glorious moment of their lives. Even the darkness could not hide the light in that moment. With a shocking attack, darkness and light clashed. Half of the immortal domain collapsed. Chapter 1551. In the mystic region, the Lord of Darkness had arrived, and the light was in danger. He had surpassed the monarch realm, and his absolute power was something that even someone as strong as a knowing destiny state cultivator could not resist. At the critical moment, Xiazi, who was seriously injured, made a move. He used all of his cultivation to fight for a chance for his best friend. 1,000 years ago, the Xia dynasty's first prince had become a demon. However, some things had never changed. His best friend, who had entrusted his life to him, did not hesitate at the moment of life and death. The 12 wings of Sin covered the sky, and a shocking aura spread. Then a shocking scene happened. Black flames appeared out of nowhere, and countless black butterflies appeared in the flames and merged into the 12 wings of Sin. The power of the Underworld King was different, but it led to the same destination. The demonic butterflies turned into Tao, and the last remaining power in the human world was affected by the 12 wings of Sin and appeared again. "Thank you." Xiazi felt it and said in a low voice. With a shout, he devoured the remaining power of the Underworld King in the world. It was an earth-shattering scene. Xiazi's cultivation broke through the limit and reached a new level. At this moment, in the last 3 heavens of the 3 realms, in front of a temple with only a few pillars, a holy figure in black clothes felt it, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. There was someone in the human world who could cultivate the demonic arts to such a level. Are you surprised? Humans, you are much stronger than we imagined. Multicolored light filled the sky, and a divine sun appeared. A majestic voice came from the divine sun, and it spoke calmly. In front of the temple, the Underworld King looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Among thousands of ants, there are always outstanding ones. However, in the face of unstoppable power, being strong is meaningless. 7 Jew heavens, why don't you and I have another bet? I believe that humans will survive this catastrophe, just like the previous 3 times. Humans will not be destroyed." The majestic voice came from the divine sun again. "I accept your bet, God. However, I hope that this time, God will abide by the rules and not interfere in the affairs of the human world." The Underworld King said indifferently, "Of course." After saying that, the divine sun gradually disappeared and returned to the 8th heaven. The god left, and the Underworld King stood quietly in front of the temple, looking at the scene in the human world. There was no longer any ripples in his eyes. How would the human world react to this bet? God, he was also looking forward to the final result of the bet. In the immortal realm, the power of the Underworld King returned to Xiazi's body. Xiazi's cultivation base broke through the limits. The frenzy of doomsday ignited with dazzling demonic flames as it slashed towards the Lord of Darkness in front of him. Ants are just ants in the end. The Lord of Darkness raised his hand and received the frenzy of doomsday. The stagnant heaven and earth could not stop the power of darkness at all. In the battle, Luofei suffered a backlash from the darkness. Her lips turned red and she was severely wounded. The girl of the Eternal Night sect, who had once been part of the Eternal Night sect and had once been part of the light, was now so powerless in the face of the power of darkness. In front of him, Xiazi, whose body was covered in devil flames, let out a deep roar once again as the devil flames around his body rose to the extreme. The devil qi devoured his soul. Xiazi's eyes instantly turned black, and his cultivation rose again. How can the demonic Tao be mentioned in the same breath as my darkness? The darkness master snorted coldly and struck out with a palm, forcing the former back. The spreading devil flames burned every inch of the land of the immortal realm, carrying the unyielding will of the demonic Tao. Xiazi stopped 100 steps away, and his cultivation was still rising. Drop by drop, the devil blood fell on the ground, burning the land. The blazing devil blood was like the unyielding will of the demonic Tao, never extinguishing even for a moment. Endless devil blood spilled on the ground. The 9 underworlds devoured the sky, and the forbidden chapter spread out. At the moment of desperation, the will of the demonic butterfly used the body of the demonic Tao to display the last forbidden chapter of the 9 underworlds. No. The darkness master sensed something, and his expression turned serious. Darkness. At this moment, the aura around Xiazi suddenly changed, and his eyes slowly closed. Silence. Endless silence. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, a familiar power slowly rose from Xiazi's body, burning the heavens and destroying the Tao. The terrifying and despair-inducing divine might reappeared in the world after 1,000 years. Both inside and outside the battle, all the experts who had participated in the battle of death trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The underworld king, in the collapsed immortal mountain. Ning Chen staggered to his feet. He looked at the figure in front of him, who was shrouded in devil flames, and his expression was filled with shock. In the immortal realm, the truly terrifying divine and demonic might shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Large cracks appeared in the immortal realm, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. The power was even more terrifying than the end of the world. Across the endless starry sky, all the living beings felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. The divine might, or rather, the demonic might, roared and surged, scattering the darkness in the sky. The eyes of the gods looked down on all living beings. With just a glance, it was as if countless years had passed. Even the world lost its color. In the true God realm, all the rules and powers were overshadowed. In front of him, the darkness master's expression turned serious. He looked at the changing aura in front of him and put away his contempt. The Nether King, the number 1 martial god of the 9 heavens realm, or rather, the number 1 demon god of the 9 heavens realm. Legend had it that there were 9 heavens, and the Nether King was the strongest martial god in the 9 heavens. Even the high and mighty gods could not deny this. After 1,000 years, the Nether King reappeared, shocking the world and shaking the darkness. The Nether King opened his eyes, and the 12 sin wings spread out. His demonic aura was like raging waves, dispersing all the light and darkness in the world. Only demonic aura remained. Mere darkness dares to be mentioned in the same breath as my demonic Tao. The Nether King raised his hand, and the demonic flame burned the sky and boiled the sea. The world could not withstand the extreme demonic might and began to collapse faster. In the starry sky, countless large cracks appeared. The scene of doomsday was earth-shattering. Facing the number 1 demonic god of the heaven world, the darkness master did not dare to be careless. He gathered all his strength and blocked the demonic flame. Darkness and demonic Tao collided. In an instant, a shocking scene occurred. The immortal realm was directly split into 2. Countless celestial mountains collapsed, destroyed by the terrifying power. In the battle, the demonic flame burned away the darkness. The darkness master groaned and took a few steps back. Absolute demonic might. With just one move, the darkness retreated. After one move, the Nether King did not attack again. His body turned illusory, and the 12 sin wings scattered. The sky was filled with black feathers, drifting down like rain. Xia Zi's body also dissipated. Withstanding the power of the Nether King was not something that a human body could accomplish. With just one move, the demonic cultivator had turned into the Tao. Demons should not dissipate like this. At this time, an indifferent and dignified voice sounded out between the heavens and earth. The black feathers in the sky flowed backwards, fusing back into Xia Zi's body. Then, in the void, a space-time vortex appeared. The demonic cultivator rose up, disappearing into the end of space-time. Below, Luofei did not hesitate. Her figure swept past, entering the space-time vortex together. Across the collapsed immortal realm, the darkness master watched this scene. He stood there quietly, his expression becoming increasingly cold. Chapter 1552. In the immortal region, when the light was in danger, the The will of the demon butterfly used Xia Zi's body to cast the 9 hells, heaven swallowing forbidden technique. After 1,000 years, the Nether King appeared and defeated the Lord of Darkness with one palm, the invincible number 1 demon god of the heaven world. Even though it was just his will that descended into the mortal realm, it was still terrifying. After one move, Xia Zi's body collapsed. The demon god returned to the 7 heavens and took the dying demon with him. Luofei followed and disappeared into the space-time vortex. In the collapsed immortal region, the Lord of Darkness stood opposite the world of light with a cold expression. Behind him, the heavens, the god of plagues, the god of evil, and the 3 heavenly kings of darkness stood with serious expressions. The number 1 demon god of the heaven world was so powerful that it was terrifying. On the other side of the darkness, Ning Qin stood up. Phoenix fire rose from his body. For immortal swords circled around him, ready to fight. Master of the mortal realm, I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will end the era of the mortal realm. Cherish the last time I leave you. As he spoke, the aura of darkness gathered on the other side of the immortal region. The figure of the Lord of Darkness dissipated. Behind him, the 3 heavenly kings of darkness also left and disappeared. In the collapsed mountain, Ning Chen watched the Lord of Darkness leave. His phoenix fire gradually extinguished, knowing destiny. Soon, in the east of the immortal region, the experts of the mortal realm rushed over. Looking at the devastated scene, their expressions were pained. Amen, Ning Chen forced his body up and walked forward. Under a collapsed mountain, Ning Chen pushed aside the rubble and carried out the unconscious Amen. Behind him, the Chongling female supreme walked over and said seriously, "You are injured and need to heal quickly. Leave Aman to me." "Thank you." Ning Chen carried the unconscious Aman and handed him to the female supreme. He said softly, "I have troubled the female supreme." The Chongling female supreme took Aman and nodded. "Right now, only you can fight against the experts of darkness in the mortal realm. We can only do these small things." Not far away, Qing Ning looked at the blood-stained Ning Chen and sighed softly. This great calamity put too much pressure on him. If the mortal realm was destroyed, they would have no place to stand. However, the power of darkness was so strong that it made people despair. The tribulation of darkness this time was even more terrifying than the great tribulation of the divine prefecture. After all, the Lord of the Abyss did not descend in his true form. At the same time, the Lord of Darkness returned to the dark world, followed by the 3 dark heavenly kings. Suddenly, the darkness master staggered, and the aura around her shook violently. What a great title! The number 1 demon god of the heaven realm. You really live up to your name. The darkness master circulated the power of darkness to suppress the injuries in his body. His eyes were full of seriousness. "My lord, how are your injuries?" The heavens spoke with solemn expressions. "It's fine." The master of darkness said coldly, "The number 1 demon god of the heaven realm is only SOSO in the human world. This kind of injury can be healed in 3 days." The 3 dark heavenly kings all breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that the Nether King gave off was simply too strong. In front of the Nether King, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Only the Lord could withstand the Nether King's attack. "I need to go into seclusion to recuperate. All of you stay here to protect me," the Lord of Darkness said. "Yes." The 3 dark heavenly kings respectfully accepted the order. The darkness master went into seclusion to heal himself. In the celestial realm, Ning Chen was also in seclusion to suppress his injuries. In the air, immortal light lingered around the small gourd, helping the former heal. After half a day, Ning Chen's injuries were gradually suppressed, and he temporarily recovered to his peak. In the celestial realm, the celestial venerables of the human world all looked anxious, waiting for Ningming to recover from his injuries. Not long after, Ningchen walked out. He looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "Everyone leave first." The leader of the Celestial Venerables, the female supreme of Chongling, stepped forward and said, "You're not leaving?" "I'm not leaving." Ningchen smiled and shook his head gently. "If we're leaving together." Qingning stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Sister Qingning, you leave first." Ningchen said softly. "You still have to bring more people with you. Although this world will eventually be destroyed, the spark of hope must be preserved. This is the key to defeating the darkness. If you stay, you will definitely die. You know that you will die. So why are you so persistent?" Qingning reprimanded in a low voice, "I can't leave." Ningchen looked at the end of the starry sky and said, "If I don't die, the Darkness Master will not rest. He is most wary of the immortal slaying four swords. Only when I die can he relax his vigilance." "Master!" At the side, Yin called out with tears in her eyes, "Be obedient and leave." Ningchen smiled tiredly. "If I stay, I might not really die. However, I can't leave with you. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave." There were many things to say, but there was no time to say more. No one could persuade Ning Chen's persistence. In the end, the Celestial Venerables of the human world still left, one floating island after another, carrying the last hope of the human world, headed to the heaven realm. And in the human world, only Ningchen was quietly guarding. In one day, Ningchen set up the time restriction and Yellow Springs restriction in the celestial realm and completely refined it. The Darkness Master's strength had already surpassed the Monarch realm and was infinitely close to the legendary Genesis realm. In terms of individual strength, the difference between them was too great. If they wanted to stop the Darkness Master, they had to find another way. On the second day, Ningchen sent the immortal slaying four swords into the depths of the starry sky and concealed their aura. On the third day, Ningchen stood quietly in the celestial realm, looking at the human world with eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Behind him, an ancient sword was hidden in a scabbard. It was a man's Taiyuan ancient sword. Ningchen sent away the immortal slaying four swords, but left the Taiyuan ancient sword behind to prepare for the last battle of his life. In the wooden scabbard, the Taiyuan ancient sword hummed softly as if it was lamenting the impending calamity of the human world. 3 days was so short. To cultivators, it was just a snap of the finger. In the celestial realm, in just 3 days, Ningchen's aura changed a lot. His white hair danced in the wind, and his demonic nature was shocking. He fought his whole life, not knowing his own fate. Now the end was near, but Ningchen seemed to understand something. He didn't understand destiny before. Cultivators were originally going against the heavens, so how could they listen to destiny? However, today, Ningchen finally understood that destiny wasn't up to the heavens, but to do one's best and listen to destiny. Knowing destiny didn't know his own fate. For the people he cherished, he didn't hesitate to go against the heavens and change their fate, but he had never lived for himself. Today, knowing destiny finally knew his destiny. For this, he was willing to sacrifice everything. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Why so many reasons? In the celestial realm, sword intent rose, illuminating the human world. Knowing destiny was willing to give up everything in order to obtain the strongest sword in his life. Man entered the Tao, and the sword was clear. The sword intent was refined. In the wooden scabbard, the Taiyuan ancient sword shook violently. The sword's body was transparent and dazzling blue. At this time, at the end of the starry sky, darkness pressed down. The Darkness Master broke out of seclusion, and the destructive pressure shook the heavens and the world. Chapter 1553. The deity realm was devastated. All the strong cultivators in the human world had left, and only knowing destiny stayed behind to guard the human world. His dazzling white hair danced in the wind. The war was coming, but knowing Destiny's state of mind was calm. Ning Qin had fought countless times in his life. He was in awe of death, but he was not afraid. Behind him, an ancient sword was inserted into the ground. The long sword was sealed in a wooden scabbard, and it hummed softly. 3 days were coming. At the end of the Ziwei galaxy, darkness was pressing in. The terrifying aura made the world tremble. In front of the dark aura, the Lord of Darkness stood quietly. Behind him, the 3 heavenly kings of darkness followed. The majestic aura was shocking. Darkness and light, black and white, were so distinct. Are you the only one left? The Lord of Darkness said lightly, I'm enough. Ning Qin said calmly, I admire your self-confidence. The Lord of Darkness stepped forward. The black aura around him continued to spread, and the pressure became more and more shocking. Lord! Behind him, the heavenly king stepped forward and said, A mere human is not worth the Lord's personal attack. Why don't you let your subordinates do it? The Lord of Darkness shook his head and said, The Lord of the human world is different. Now you are no match for him. Hearing this, the heavenly kings frowned slightly and looked at the Lord of the human world in confusion. They couldn't see what had changed about the Lord of the human world. His aura and cultivation technique were the same as 3 days ago. Now you have piqued my interest. As he spoke, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand. Black aura surged like waves and pressed toward the Lord of the human world. The war began. After countless years, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of the human world fought again. Like the cycle of time, this was a battle destined to be unavoidable. If the Lord of the human world lost, the human world would be destroyed. With a deep roar, sword intent shot into the sky, and the entire deity realm trembled. Taiyuan, raise your sword. Ning Qin said. The Taiyuan ancient sword behind him was unsheathed. The blue light turned into an earth-shattering sword pressure that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, all the living beings in the human world and the heavenly realm felt this shocking sword intent. They were shocked, knowing destiny. On the path from the human world to the heavenly realm, the floating islands that carried the last hope of the human world, the heavenly kings of the human world all felt it. Master! On the floating island at the front, Er's eyes were filled with tears as she felt extremely sorrowful. At the side, Qing Ning stood there quietly with a calm expression, and not a trace of emotion could be seen. It's the high priest. What is he doing? In the southern region of the god world, on top of the sunrise divine palace, the moon goddess could feel the majestic sword pressure spreading from the mortal realm. She could not hide the shock on her face. Transforming one's body into a sword and entering the Tao with the sword. In front of the central divine palace, the rising sun demon god's golden eyes flashed with a solemn light. If one were to learn the way in the morning, one would be satisfied even if one were to die in the evening. What level could his sword reach? The mortal realm, the immortal realm. With the support of the entire immortal realm, Ning Qin entered the Tao with his body, becoming one with his sword. His sword intent was shocking. With the suppression of darkness, the sword light tore through the air. Darkness and light collided. An earth-shaking power surged out rapidly. The darkness and sword radiance dissipated at the same time. The aftermath was vast and mighty, engulfing millions of miles. In the Ziwei star zone, meteors were affected by the battle between the two and turned into ashes, disappearing from the world. With a single move, a great battle unfolded. In the immortal realm, Ning Qin stepped forward. His white figure was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the Darkness King. The Taiyuan sword radiance was majestic and shocking. It slashed down from the sky. The sword intent that spanned tens of thousands of miles was dazzling. Before the tip of the sword arrived, the sword intent had already descended. Behind the Darkness King, The three dark, heavenly kings' expressions changed. They were forced back several steps by the sword intent descending from the sky. In front of the three of them, the Darkness King raised his hand. Black chi surged, and Een thunder burst out, blocking the Taiyuan ancient sword. The two forces collided again. Ning Chen let out a deep cry. The sword aura changed direction, and thousands of sword currents surged out majestically. The Darkness King focused. He gathered energy in his palms and blocked the thousands of sword currents. Rumbling sounds could be heard, shaking the stars. At his level of cultivation, every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Every move he made had the power to cause the stars to fall. Sword radiance crisscrossed and darkness surged. In close combat, the power of darkness and light clashed head-on. The battle was so fierce that it was shocking. One after another, deep roars were filled with battle intent. Ning Chen, who had turned his body into a sword and entered the path of swordsmanship, had truly stepped into the legendary god realm. His body shone with silver light, and his combat power increased several times. With 1,000 years of cultivation and 1,000 years of martial arts knowledge, Ning Chen displayed the most shocking combat power. He used all that he had learned in his life. Palm techniques, sword intent, and knife moves merged in every move. After being refined by the heavenly book martial arts, the power was even stronger. With a rumble, the two fists collided. The sky collapsed and the earth fell. Ning Chen's left arm was bleeding. However, the bleeding did not stop, and neither did the sword aura. Shadow of the remnant wind. 100 steps away, Ning Chen stepped forward. The phoenix wings on his back opened, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed forward again. He surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. His extreme speed was so fast that even time and space became still. In the stagnant time and space, Ning Chen's Taiyuan ancient sword slashed through the air, cutting through time and slashing at the darkness. The Darkness King raised his hand to block the Taiyuan ancient sword again. At the same time, the dark aura around him rose again, and he counterattacked with a palm. The vast palm was about to kill him. Ning Chen held his sword in front of him. With a loud rumble, the palm passed through the defense and severely injured him. 100 feet away, Ning Chen stepped forward and stopped the momentum. Phoenix flames rose from his body, suppressing his injuries. Nirvana! The sword aura changed again, and the sky changed color. Thousands of sword lights appeared out of nowhere, magnificent and unparalleled. The Nirvana sword, which was more dazzling than the sun, broke through the limits of time and space. It pressed down on the Darkness King like a raging wave. Compared to 3 days ago, you are indeed different. However, you are still too weak. The Nirvana sword pierced through the air. The Darkness King looked at the thousands of sword lights in front of him and said coldly. Then he raised his palms to the sky, and thousands of black thunderbolts surged out. The dark thunderbolts, which were full of destructive aura, were terrifying. When the thunderbolts appeared, the sky and earth began to collapse. In the next moment, the dark thunderbolts and the Nirvana sword collided head-on. The aftershocks surged and directly shook the battle. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His injuries had worsened. In front of him, the sword lights slashed at the Darkness King. However, they were blocked by the thunderbolts and could not break through the Darkness King's defense. Spiritual 12th style, 100 tides set the sky. The battle did not end, and another powerful move was used. Ning Chen flipped his palm and absorbed the celestial spiritual chi in the celestial realm. He used the power of light to block the darkness again. Hundreds of tides surged. Wave after wave appeared to devour the heavens and the earth, engulfing the body of darkness. Useless move! Amidst the waves, the Darkness King's figure swept out, his murderous intent threatening. Boom! The two figures met. palm and sword exploded with the most shocking power. The unparalleled darkness and the immeasurable sword intent were the strongest masters of the world of darkness and light. It was a battle of life and death. Sword 14. Chapter 1554. In the mystic realm, the lords of light and darkness were fighting to the death. It was a disastrous battle that almost destroyed the human world. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the Taiyuan sword moved and the celestial light surged. It broke through the limit and reached the end of the way of sword. The 14th sword appeared. The limitless sword will. The limitless sword will. The limitless sword will. In the sky above the mystic realm, Ning Chun moved his sword. Countless stars in the human world shook. The flowers and trees were affected by the sword pressure and swayed silently. The limitless sword will, the limitless sword will, the most powerful sword move. Before the sword move arrived, the world had already changed. Separated by endless time and space, the human world and the heaven realm, humans, ghosts, demons, deities, and demons, all living beings felt the extreme pressure of the sword and their minds shook violently. Somewhere, a man in a green robe and carrying a sword on his back felt something and looked at the human world. The sword of entering Tao. The legend of the Xia dynasty who had left the human world for almost 1,000 years, felt the change in the human world. He didn't stay for long. He turned into a green sword light and rushed toward the human world. However, the legend of the sword in the human world was too far away from the human world. In the human world, in the mystic realm, knowing destiny entered Tao. The celestial light around him was dazzling like a divine sun, illuminating the world. In Ning Chen's hand, the Taiyuan ancient sword kept humming. The sword will spread and turn the world into a world of swords. In the battle that would decide the fate of the human world, Ning Chen gave his all, and his combat power rose to the extreme. In the battle, Ning Chen gradually lost his 5 senses: touch, smell, sight, hearing, and taste. He gave up everything and turned it into the sword will. The sword of entering Tao was reaching the peak. The human world was shocked, and a shocking scene appeared. With the Ziwei galaxy as the center, the entire human world turned into a world of swords. Large stars collapsed and turned into swords of stars, floating in the human world. The power that surpassed the monarch realm could move mountains and seas and destroy the world. There was no end in sight. In the heaven realm and the human world, the violent sword will suppress all the deities and demons in the world. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't help but tremble. On the Buddha mountain in the western world of Buddhism, the demon lord and commander Evil Wind watched the battle in the human world with serious expressions. The power of these two people had far surpassed the limit of the monarchs of antiquity. In the human world, in the sky above the mystic realm, the sword of entering Tao, stars condensed into swords, and streaks of sword light pierced through the air, slashing toward the dark world lord. Under the extreme speed, the long river of time appeared, and the human world began to revert to the past. In the starry sky, the sword of stars cut open the darkness and drew a dazzling sword mark in the human world. All the heavens were watching. In the mortal world, starry swords slashed down. The majestic sword force was comparable to the power of the Big Bang. Outside the boundless space on the last 3 heavens, black feathers gathered, and the Nether King appeared. His cold and holy eyes looked at the world. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This extraordinary swordsman reminded him of the sword of desolation from 1,000 years ago. Another swordsman who had entered the Tao had appeared in the human world. At this moment, a demonic energy whirlpool appeared behind the Nether King, and a black-clothed figure floated within, unconscious. To the side, Madame Luofe opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the master of the 7 extinction heavenly realms in front of her, she was shocked. "Luofe, we meet again." The Nether King said indifferently without turning around. "Nether King," Luofe said in a low voice. Aren't you going to kneel when you see your master? The Nether King said indifferently, I am no longer the daughter of the Eternal Night cult, and you are no longer my master. Madame Luafe said coldly, You are the same as your father, stupid enough to make the gods angry. The Nether King raised his hand, and a heavy divine pressure pressed down. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire world became heavy. In the demonic energy whirlpool, Madame Luafe felt her body sink and her knees unconsciously bent. Madame Luafe clenched her teeth and straightened her body again. Despite the divine pressure, she refused to bend her knees. The number one martial god of the heavenly realm is actually a villain who uses force to make others submit. Madame Luafe endured the endless divine pressure, and blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. The weak always have various reasons to justify themselves. Madame Luafe, the gods gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The mortal world will eventually be destroyed. The Nether King said calmly, The mortal world will not be destroyed. Humans will eventually triumph over the heavens. Madame Luafe clenched her fists, struggling to hold on. The Nether King sneered and didn't say anything more. He retracted his divine pressure and looked at the war in the mortal world, waiting for the final result. In the demonic energy whirlpool, the divine pressure dissipated. Madame Luafe staggered, barely managing to support herself. In front of her, the curtain of the heavens rose and fell, reflecting the battle in the mortal world. The masters of the mortal world and the world of darkness had already raised their combat strength to the limit. Around the two of them, one shined with immortal light and the other surged with black energy. They collided again and again and again. The swords of stars slashed down, collapsing one after another under the power of darkness. However, the aura of darkness also violently shook, consuming a great deal of energy. In a flash, the tens of thousands of swords of stars were destroyed. White sword light flashed. With the body as a sword, the sword intent shook the heavens. As the sword intent attacked, the Lord of Darkness focused. Endless black thunder surged, forcefully blocking the swords of the mortal world. With a loud bang, the dark thunder collided with the swords of the mortal world. A terrifying impact force spread out, causing gods to cry and ghosts to howl. Ugh! There was a stuffy cough, and blood splashed out. The Lord of Darkness took half a step back, the corners of his mouth red. Close at hand, Ning Qin stopped. His body shined with dazzling immortal light. The ancient Taiyuan sword in his hand rapidly turned to ash in the dark thunder. The moment the sword was destroyed, Knowing Destiny formed a sword with his fingers and directly pierced through the Lord of Darkness' chest. Since the Great War began, the Lord of Darkness saw red for the first time. An invincible existence that surpassed the sovereign level had finally been wounded by the swords of the mortal world. With just 1,000 years of cultivation, you can achieve such a degree. You really are him. With injuries added to his body, the Lord of Darkness' expression turned cold. He counterattacked with a palm, causing tens of thousands of thunder to surge. With a rumbling palm, the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying sovereign gathered all his strength and forcefully counterattacked. A palm pierced through his body. Blood fell like rain. Ning Qin spat out blood and flew out 1,000 miles, destroying half of the immortal realm. Injury for injury, a life or death struggle. 1,000 miles away, Ning Qin stopped. He raised his palms and brought his swords together. In an instant, everything within 100,000 miles surged like clouds and mist. Swords of laws manifested. Phoenix fire spread out, refining the swords of laws. In the next moment, in the starry skies, a holy sword fell from the heavens. Tens of thousands of laws lingered around it, its light dazzling, borrowing the sword from the heavens to kill the darkness. In front, when the Lord of Darkness saw this, He raised his left and right palms to the heavens. Suddenly, a black gale appeared, surging mightily. The gale was like a violent wave that swept across the 9 heavens, destroying the heavens and destroying the Tao. The unprecedented battle destroyed the starry skies. Everywhere one looked, the mortal world was full of devastation. Countless living beings disappeared in this battle. The holy sword of the heavens and earth appeared. The sword that symbolized the pinnacle of human will shook the heavens. The mortal world, the 6 heavens, and even the last 3rd heavens were affected by the holy sword of the heavens and earth. The power of laws surged, and the wind and clouds were in chaos. Giving up everything, Ning Chun lost all feeling. Half of his body also turned illusory. There was only one sword in his hand. This sword represented the glory of his life. Chapter 1555. In the celestial realm, wind and thunder surged. The clouds roared and the sky was shocked. The unprecedented battle was white-hot. Taiyuan broke. In the dark world, shocking sword intent roared. Phoenix fire rose in the sky. Knowing destiny borrowed the sword from the heavens. The worldly saint, sword, suddenly appeared. The worldly saint, sword appeared. Thousands of rays of light shone. Endless power of laws spread. The heavens were shocked. In the starry sky, Ning Chen's body turned illusory. He lost his 5 senses. His body also started to dissipate. Only sword intent was left. Boundless sword intent. He gave up everything and turned it into sword intent. This sword was earth-shattering. Gods and Buddhas were shocked. In the last 3 heavens, the Nether King and the gods were also moved by this sword. The way they looked at the human world finally changed. In the distance, a green sword light sped past. In the green light, ancient swords hummed as if they were mourning for the sword in the human world. Prince Yen sensed it. His speed became even more shocking. The green sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space and swept towards the human world. Ning Chin, don't die. Huh. In the human world, Ning Chin, who had lost his 5 senses, let out a shocking roar. His body shone brightly, illuminating the stars in the sky. The cycle of time, the reflection of the ancient era. The master of the human world burned everything for the human world to stop the darkness. On the road from the human world to the divine world, a man woke up from her coma. She looked at the human world in a daze. Tears fell from her eyes unconsciously. In the starry sky, on the many life planets, the peach blossoms on the peach blossom trees bloomed. The cold wind blew, and the peach blossoms danced in the sky. The scene in the human world was so beautiful that it made people reluctant to leave. Calamity, stars everywhere. Heaven and earth shook. Life planets were swallowed by the calamity. Billions of lives lost their precious lives. The heavens cried. Heavy rain poured down, drowning the scorched earth of the human world. In the sky above the celestial realm, sword intent surged. The sword intent dispersed the darkness and the haze that pressed down on the human world. Below the dark aura, the Lord of Darkness looked at the master of the human world who had entered the Tao in front of him. His expression was completely serious. He knew that at this moment, the master of the human world in front of him truly had the power to be on equal footing with him. Even the Lord of Darkness looked up at the dark aura in the sky that was dispersed by the sword intent. He didn't dare to wait any longer. He flipped his right palm. A power that could destroy heaven and earth pressed down on the immortal domain, devouring layer after layer of sword intent. It was impossible to resist. Strong to the point of shocking the world and surpassing fiend gods. The energy of darkness was something that even this large world that had existed for countless years was unable to endure. Under the world exterminating vitality, Ning Chen's body quickly dissipated. In just a few breaths of time, it had completely dissipated. However, along the way, His physical body dissipated, and he could no longer stop the will of the knowing destiny state. His divine soul floated in the immortal light. Without the restraint of his physical body, his sword will become even stronger. Not bad. In the 7 extinction celestial realm, the holy figure watching the mortal world said faintly. It was a simple word, but it represented the greatest praise of the gods. The holy and proud gods had once again recognized the human race. In the human world, the sword which could even move the gods, combined with the glory of a lifetime of knowing destiny, slashed at the dominator of the dark world. The worldly saint's sword was filled with boundless light. The will of a person was so firm that even the darkness in the sky could not cover it. The will of a person that could move the heavens and earth. Wherever the sword went, there was nothing it could not destroy. In the sky above the mystic realm, the sword light broke through the darkness. The pure white sword light pierced through the body of the Lord of Darkness. 100 feet away, the sword light dissipated and a white-haired figure appeared. The gradually dissipating sword light took away the glory of a lifetime of knowing destiny state. The sword that had entered Tao gradually returned to the world. Lord of the human world, is this your sword? Behind knowing destiny state, the Lord of Darkness said calmly. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the human world. Before he turned into Tao, his 5 senses gradually recovered. The scene in the human world was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Knowing destiny state had no regrets. Lord of Darkness, the human world will not perish and the light will not disappear. You will eventually fail. As he spoke, Ning Chen's divine soul dissipated faster and faster. Everything that belonged to knowing destiny state returned to the world. In the heart of the Lord of Darkness, a black pearl shattered and was completely destroyed by the sword that had entered Tao. With the source of life destroyed, the Lord of Darkness staggered and his aura shook violently. Lord! Outside the battle, the gods of plagues and evil gods hurried over. Seeing the Lord of Darkness, whose source pearl had been destroyed, they were shocked. I'm fine. The Lord of Darkness forcibly stabilized his aura and glanced at the Lord of the human world, who was about to turn into Tao. He didn't stay any longer and said, "Let's go!" With that, the sky was filled with black aura. The Lord of Darkness and the 3 dark, heavenly kings disappeared and left the battlefield. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the human world and smiled. He had tried his best. He left the rest to them. The dissipating celestial light in the sky returned to the world with the last will of knowing destiny state. His colorful life was not in vain. At this moment, at the end of the starry sky, a green sword light broke through the sky and swept over the mystic region. The legendary swordsman who had disappeared for 1,000 years reappeared. He looked at knowing destiny state in front of him and his body shook. "Senior, farewell." In the dissipating celestial light, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, the real battle has just begun. I have no strength left." At the end of the darkness, in the depths of the endless dark abyss, the Lord of Darkness appeared. The dark aura that had been suppressed for a long time shook violently again and was difficult to suppress. With the source of life destroyed, the Lord of the Dark World also lost his immortal body. It was difficult for him to quickly recover from his injuries. Master of the human world, you live up to your name. In the surging black aura, the Lord of Darkness's body flickered. He endured his injuries and said in a deep voice, however, he still survived. From now on, no one in the human world could stop his footsteps. As long as he swallowed the source of the human world, he would be able to rebuild his source of life again and even go one step further. On the road between the human world and the heaven world, a man suddenly fainted. The signs on his body quickly dissipated. The 2 of them were connected. As knowing destiny state transformed, a man's life aura also dissipated. He could not hold on for long. Ah, man, seeing this, Qing Ning immediately went forward. Her pure divine Buddha energy turned into a man's body. Not far away, the Changling female supreme with the highest cultivation looked back at the human world. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Knowing destiny's state died in battle. The Changling female supreme said with a heavy expression. On the floating island, the human experts all trembled. Endless sorrow rose in their hearts. A great calamity of the world. Darkness descended. The human experts died one after another. Now, even the strongest, knowing destiny's state, died in battle. The human world could not see any hope. At the same time, at the border of the human world and the heaven world, the white-haired woman walking in the void trembled and looked at the human world. Why was her heart throbbing? Mu Qingxue looked at the human world. Tears fell from his eyes. Even though the Grand Supreme was emotionless, it could not change the throbbing in the depths of his soul. The Grand Supreme was emotionless. His white hair was 3,000 feet long. It was so dazzling. Boom! At this moment, affected by the change in the human world, the second pillar at the border of the human world and the heaven world collapsed. The three realms shook. The end of the world had arrived. Chapter 1556. In the east of the God realm, floating islands appeared out of thin air and landed in the eastern region. On the floating islands, the experts of the human realm stood silently with unresolvable sorrow in their eyes. The master of the human realm had died in battle. There was no hope in the masterless human realm. On the floating island at the front, Qing Ning's beautiful eyes lost color. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. As knowing destiny's presence disappeared, the last shackle in her heart was cut off. At the side, Yin-Er's tears fell, but she did not dare to disturb the woman in front of her. Not far away, the experts from the realm all looked at Qing Ning with heavy expressions. In terms of feelings, no one had a deeper relationship with knowing destiny than Miss Qing Ning. They had known each other in their youth and accompanied each other for thousands of years. Their feelings could not be described with words. 10 steps away, the Changling female supreme looked at the human realm with undisguised murderousness. Master of darkness. No one dared to say a word in the silent scene. Knowing destiny's death was a great blow to everyone. After a long time, a ripple appeared in Qing Ning's eyes. She looked back at the female and said, "Female supreme, I will leave this to you." Hearing this, the Changling female supreme's expression turned serious, and she said, "What are you going to do?" "Accompany him," Qing Ning said in a soft voice before walking away. Seeing this, Yin-Er's expression changed, and she wanted to chase. "Let her go." The Changling female supreme reached out and stopped Yin-Er. She sighed softly and said, "You do not understand the feelings between Qing Ning and your master. Now that your master has died in battle, she has lost her reason to live. She cannot be kept." Yin-Er's body shook. She looked forward, and tears fell from her eyes again. In the southern region of the God realm, Qing Ning walked over with a dead heart. In front of Sunrise Divine Palace, the moon goddess looked at the newcomer, and her expression dimmed slightly. "Thank you, moon goddess, for taking care of the human realm in the past 1,000 years." Qing Ning walked in front of the moon goddess and bowed. "Are you really leaving?" The moon goddess said softly. Qing Ning nodded. She looked at the human realm and said with a smile, "I am used to his company. Now that he has left, I will also leave." The moon goddess' eyes dimmed, and she did not try to persuade her further. An hour later, Qing Ning left. She followed the path she had walked for her entire life, bidding farewell to her past. 6 heavenly realms, one layer after another. As Qing Ning walked through them, her aura continued to rise. Clear one's mind, forget oneself, and break through the realm. Time was merciless. Endless lifespan was stripped from Qing Ning's body. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Black and white hair, aging people overnight. Tao obliteration. In the God realm, the celestial venerables from the mortal world were shocked when they sensed the powerful aura from the 6th heaven. How can it be so fast? Mu Qianshan and Luo Xingqian were shocked and puzzled. At this moment, everyone in the sixth heaven looked at the sky, unable to hide the waves in their hearts. Idiot! In the inner realm, in the West Buddha Mountain, the West Jade Lord, who was already at the end of her life, looked at the sixth layer of heaven and sighed. Master! Outside the seven Buddha heavenly pass, several powerful women bowed, respectfully. Master's time is up. I'm going to see your senior sister one last time. As soon as she finished speaking, outside the seven Buddha heavenly pass, a shocking Buddha energy shot up into the sky, breaking through the restrictions of time and space, rushing towards the sixth heaven. In the extreme north, in the heavenly music pavilion, the heavenly music pavilion master waved her hand. The stagnant music track vibrated, and the great Tao energy filled the air, sending off the West Jade Master. In the sixth heaven, the Buddha light shone brightly. The West Jade Master walked out, looking at the woman in front of her, and said softly, "Idiot!" Master. In the sky, the white-haired woman bowed and said, "Do you have an unfulfilled wish?" The West Jade Master asked, to finish what he left unfinished. Qing Ning said calmly with a head full of dazzling, snow-white hair, "What do you want to do?" The West Jade Master frowned and said, "Your strength is far from comparable to that Darkness Master. I need 6 hours when I can really fight with all my strength." Qing Ning replied, "Forget it." The West Jade Master understood what her disciple meant. She sighed softly and said, "Master will help you on your last journey." After saying that, the West Jade Master's soul quickly dissipated. In the sky, the sound of the great Tao rang softly, and the laws filled the air. The Buddha light shone brightly. Endless Buddha energy merged with the laws of heaven and earth into Qing Ning's body. The sound of the Tao resonated, shaking the sky and earth. "Disciple thanks Master." Qing Ning bowed and sent the West Jade Master off. In the mortal world, at the end of the dark abyss, a black aura filled the air. The Darkness Master was in seclusion to heal his injuries. The power of darkness fluctuated, causing the entire mortal world to tremble. 1,000 days later, in the mortal world, the lotus light shone brightly. A woman in a green dress with white hair walked over, her aura shocking the world. At the same time, the Darkness Master came out of seclusion. He walked out of the dark abyss and looked at the mortal world. Without saying a word, he directly struck out with his palm. The palm that could destroy heaven and earth directly destroyed half of the mortal world. Countless star regions were destroyed by the power of darkness, turning into nothingness. The mortal world finally welcomed destruction. The Master of Darkness personally destroyed the mortal world. The starry sky disappeared from the mortal world, replaced by endless darkness. The power of darkness spread rapidly. Just as the power of darkness was about to destroy the celestial region and the inner realm, the dazzling light of the lotus flower blocked the corrosion of the power of darkness. Roar! At this moment, in the pervasive black airflow, the wild beast of darkness roared and opened its huge mouth to devour the celestial region. Back off! In the light of the lotus flower, a beautiful figure with white hair walked out. With a shocking palm, she directly blasted the wild beast of darkness out of the Ziwei star zone. Feeling intense pain, the wild beast of darkness roared and its body trembled violently. There is such a strong cultivator in the mortal world. As he spoke, the Darkness Master walked out. He looked at the woman in front of him and narrowed his eyes. When the mortal world was about to be destroyed, Qing Ning faced off against the Darkness Master. In order to protect the mortal world, she fulfilled Knowing Destiny's unfinished wish. In the inner realm, in the heavenly music pavilion, the master of the heavenly music pavilion waved his hand and a zither appeared. The sound of the great path from the inner realm was so ear-piercing. The Darkness Master frowned and flipped his palm, his might shocking the heavens. A palm that could shake the heavens and earth was unleashed. Although its might was incomparably terrifying, it was many times weaker than the previous one. In the battle with knowing destiny, the origin of the Darkness Master was destroyed. Not only did he lose his immortal body, but his power was also weakened a lot. Knowing destiny had risked his life to leave an opportunity for the mortal world. The Darkness Master was no longer perfect and invincible. In front of the celestial realm, Qi Ning formed a spell with both hands. Below her, a green lotus bloomed and blocked the Darkness Master's palm. The sound of the way, the lotus of the way, the heart of the way. Around Qi Ning, flames of the way burned. The green flames rose like a green lotus that grew in the chaos and slowly bloomed. In the inner realm, the sound of the zither was deafening like thunder. The master of the heavenly music pavilion used all his strength to activate the sound of the way. The soundtrack that had been stagnant for hundreds of years rumbled again. The soundtrack was pushed forward. Suddenly, the sound of the great path between heaven and earth became louder and louder. It kept dispelling the dark aura that permeated the world. In the battle, the burning green flames illuminated the mortal world that was swallowed by darkness. Qi Ning burned everything to fulfill knowing destiny's last wish. Facing the human whose cultivation was constantly rising, the Darkness Master didn't dare to be careless. He saw through her madness of perishing together with him and focused on her. You want to kill me in the last 6 hours? Just like him, you are destined to fail. Chapter 1557. In the mortal world, darkness covered the light. The entire world collapsed, and emptiness filled the eyes. In the destroyed mortal world, countless creatures completely disappeared, vanishing into thin air. In the Z-Way star zone, the last light of the mortal world, darkness descended, wanting to destroy the last hope of the mortal world. When the celestial realm and the inner realm were about to be destroyed, a green lotus descended from the sky and blocked the ruler of darkness. Qi Ning, whose appearance had changed, had a head of white hair fluttering in the wind. She had passed away, and her lifespan had dissipated. She only had 6 hours left. In the 6 hours she borrowed from the heavens, the god of death was hard to find. Qi Ning's body continued to rise, surpassing the path obliteration realm and approaching the monarch realm. She surpassed the limit. The green lotus sacred flame rose to the extreme, illuminating the last pure land of the mortal world. In the face of darkness, the human powerhouses chose to sacrifice themselves one after another. They didn't do it to save the world, but to leave behind the last hope for the people they cherished. Knowing destiny turned into Tao and used the sword of the mortal world to cut off the god of darkness's immortal body. The perfect god of darkness was no longer invincible. In the darkness, the green lotus bloomed. It was so beautiful and dazzling. The god of darkness didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and activated the power of darkness. Raging waves surged out and attacked the woman in front of him. The god of darkness, who had gathered all his power, was still stronger than the monarch realm, even though his origin pearl was destroyed. He was shockingly powerful. In front of the celestial realm, a green divine spear appeared in Qi Ning's hand. It was extremely sharp and broke through the power of darkness. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the divine spear red. Blood sprinkled down like rain, extremely dazzling. The gap in cultivation couldn't be closed. She was injured in one move, and more than half of the green lotus was destroyed. 10 steps away, Qi Ning steadied herself and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was indifferent. Green flames burned, and the green lotus gradually recovered. Qi Ning, who had abandoned everything, borrowed 6 hours from the heavens and became a person that even the god of death couldn't find. Her power rose rapidly and became more and more shocking. A trace of silver appeared in the green flames, visible to the naked eye. Qi Ning's aura also became stronger. The god realm, Seeing this, the god of darkness's expression froze. This human woman had entered the god realm. Selfless, fearless, fearless. She forgot the fear of death and focused on killing the darkness. The silver light around Qing Ning became more and more dazzling. She entered the god realm, surpassing the limits of her physical body. In the blink of an eye, the green lotus dissipated, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the Master of Darkness. The green divine spear pierced through the air, its sharpness boundless. The Lord of Darkness focused and crossed his arms to block the incoming attack. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the Ziwei galaxy. The Azure Divine spear's sharpness was overwhelming. It broke through layer after layer of obstacles and headed straight for the Lord of Darkness. The Master of Darkness took half a step back, and his right arm was dyed red. "How dare you!" Seeing blood for the first time, the darkness was furious. With a deep roar, it counterattacked with a heavy palm. The darkness counterattacked. The green lotus trembled. Blood splashed out, dyeing his hair red. Qing Ning stopped and formed a seal with her hands. The green lotus split. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to 10,000 things. 10,000 lotuses bloomed, covering the entire starry sky. Green lotuses resonated with each other, purifying the world with green flames. Amidst the green flames that filled the sky, the Master of Darkness frowned and waved his hand to disperse the green lotuses. The green flames dissipated. At the end of his vision, the beautiful figure in the green dress disappeared. Before he could react, the green divine spear pierced through the air and arrived. With a rumble, the green lotus sacred flame attacked the dark airflow. The clear saint's power of light confronted the power of darkness head-on. Terrifying vibrations spread rapidly, destroying one star after another. In an intense battle, the shadows of darkness and light kept intertwining. The Master of Darkness, who had lost his origin pearl, was no longer at his peak. This gave the light a chance to counterattack. The green lotus sacred flame burned the sky and boiled the sea. Thousands of lotuses bloomed in the starry sky. The green flame spread and sealed the battle. In the distant inner realm, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master used the sound of a guqin to activate the music track. The sound of the great path reverberated, suppressing the power of darkness. The strong cultivators of the human world joined forces, and the battle became white-hot. Even someone as strong as the Master of Darkness was dyed red. The astonishing human willpower surpassed the limits of the physical body. Even though he was injured, it could not stop his determination to kill the darkness. Cracks appeared on Qing Ning's body. Her body, which had been severely injured by the darkness, was on the verge of collapse. However, for the revenge of knowing destiny, her fighting spirit burned even more fiercely. She was fighting with her life. How could she care less about life and death? Her green dress was dyed red, and her hair was dyed a dazzling red by blood. On the other hand, the Master of Darkness's origin pearl had been destroyed, and his injuries could not be healed quickly. As the battle progressed, the injuries on the Master of Darkness's body became more and more serious. The 6 hours that Qing Ning borrowed from the heavens had almost become the Master of Darkness's death sentence. Within 6 hours, even ghosts and gods could not stop her. "Fool, I can only help you for 6 hours. I hope you can make good use of the time." The West Jade Master's words were still vivid in her mind. At the cost of her path assimilation, the West Jade Master had sealed the law of life for Qing Ning and helped her disciple borrow the last 6 hours from the heavens. Qing Ning was severely injured, but it was as if she did not know. Her green spear was like a dragon breaking through a city, attacking without defending. Sensing the abnormality in Qing Ning's body, the Master of Darkness was even more shocked. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. With such injuries, this woman should have died long ago. Why? Huh. With a long shout, Qing Ning's body broke through another realm. Her blood-dyed hair danced wildly in the wind. Her figure shot out like lightning. Her divine spear broke through the obstruction of the darkness and broke through the Master of Darkness's body. The spear that pierced through the Master of Darkness's chest brought out a dazzling vermilion light. The Master of Darkness groaned and retreated several steps. Light appeared. Qing Ning gathered green flames around her body and struck out with a palm, wanting to kill the Master of Darkness before her. The majestic palm had the power to destroy the heavens. Suddenly, Qing Ning's body staggered. Her vital energy trembled, and her attack weakened. The sudden change caused the Master of Darkness's expression to turn serious. He endured his injuries and counterattacked. A shocking palm strike blasted out. The green lotuses around Qing Ning collapsed, and blood splattered across the starry sky. By the time Qing Ning borrowed from the heavens, 6 hours had already passed. Qing Ning's body was on the verge of collapse. "Your time is up," the Master of Darkness said coldly. However, he did not show any mercy. Both his palms were filled with lightning, wanting to finish off the woman before him in one fell swoop. Crepe Myrtle Lotus. As the killing move closed in, Qing Ning used her life-saving move. The lotus closed and blocked the Master of Darkness's lightning. The Master of Darkness snorted coldly. He arrived in front of the green lotus and struck out again, breaking the closed green lotus. The green lotus collapsed, and violent tremors spread out rapidly. The aftershock broke the green spear in Qing Ning's hand. The spear fell out of her hand and fell into the celestial domain. Injuries on top of injuries. Qing Ning's body was about to collapse. Her body began to show signs of collapse. At this moment, what ability do you have to kill me? The Master of Darkness looked at the former's body that was gradually collapsing and mocked. It's enough. The time was about to come. The final moment had arrived. Qing Ning shouted, and his will merged into the void. He gathered all his power and used his final move. Lotus Heart final move. 12 Bodhi Buddhas guarding one. Green light overflowed, and the 12 Buddhas appeared. Qing Ning sat cross-legged, and the Saint Lotus manifested. The legendary move of Buddhism appeared in the world for the first time. 12 Bodhi Buddhas, Lotus Heart illuminating the mortal world. In the starry sky, the figures of the 12 Buddhas gradually dissipated. Buddha energy gathered and merged into one. Buddha energy returned to the body, and the 12 Buddhas guarded one. Qing Ning's body was surrounded by Buddha light, showing the ability of a world sovereign for the first time. Chapter 1558. In the Ziwei Galaxy, the last place of light in the human world, the green lotus bloomed to the extreme, and the 12 Buddhas appeared, turning into statues of the Venerable of the world, killing the darkness. The Venerable of the world descended, and the green lotus bloomed. The final move was earth-shattering. In the starry sky, the green lotus was dyed red. On the green lotus, the gray-haired woman sat cross-legged, and her Buddhist cultivation reached an unprecedented level. The Supreme Buddha energy was like a huge wave hitting the sky, and the dark aura was affected and rapidly dissipated. At the same time, in the inner realm, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master also activated the last of her vital essence. On the soundtrack, the sound of the Great Path reverberated, calming the chaos. When the sound of the Great Path hit her, the Lord of Darkness felt a sharp pain in her ears, and the dark aura around her trembled violently. An opportunity appeared. On the green lotus, the gray-haired woman was surrounded by Buddhist light. Behind her, the huge Venerable of the world slammed down with a palm, and the terrifying pressure directly collapsed the void, destroying all obstacles. The terrifying palm was extremely shocking. The Lord of Darkness endured her injuries and activated the power of darkness in her palms to counterattack. In an instant, in the starry sky, a huge evil spirit statue appeared. It roared and crashed into the venerable of the world statue. Boom! In the final confrontation between light and darkness, the venerable of the world's palm shattered the barrier of darkness and directly shattered half of the Lord of Darkness's body. On the other side, the evil spirit statue also crashed into the venerable of the world statue. The terrifying aftershock shook and shattered the green lotus. In a move that perished together, both darkness and light were injured, and no one had the upper hand. With a muffled groan, the Lord of Darkness's face contorted. The intense pain made the ruler of darkness feel endless humiliation. The detestable ruler of the human world. If not for the destruction of his origin pearl in the previous battle, he would not be in such a sorry state now. Ugh! The time had passed, and the sky was filled with red. Vital essence overflowed. In front of the collapsed venerable of the world statue, the gray-haired woman's body flickered, and she finally reached the end of her destiny. In the end, the light could not defeat the darkness in the tragic battle. Her last wish did not come true. The darkness won a Pyrrhic victory. The Lord of Darkness looked at the woman's disappearing figure in front of her, and the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. To be able to injure me to this extent, your trip was not in vain. Now, it's time for me to see your incompetent face. The Master of Darkness forced his heavily injured body to step forward. His hatred was at its peak. He had to personally witness the helplessness of the woman before him. 3 steps away, Qing Ning's aura rapidly dispersed. Her divine soul was on the verge of dispersing, and her physical body was rapidly collapsing. Let's enter seamless together. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed across Qing Ning's eyes. Her dying gaze was like the river of forgetfulness. Ugh! The Master of Darkness staggered as he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. The corners of his mouth turned red. The sudden change shocked the Darkness Master. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately retreated and left the battlefield. In the distance, the shocked 3 dark heavenly kings also left and disappeared from the battlefield. In the starry sky, Qing Ning, whose vitality and soul were about to dissipate, looked in the direction the Darkness Lord had left in. A trace of powerlessness and regret flashed through her dim eyes. In the end, he still couldn't avenge him. In the dark abyss, the heavily injured Darkness King hurriedly rushed back. At this moment, in front of the dark abyss, an extremely fast sword light pierced through the air. The cold air on the sword was bone-chilling. The Darkness King was shocked. He turned his palm to block the sword light. With a loud boom, the void devoured the remaining energy. In the blink of an eye, a white light flashed from afar. The blurry figure was unbelievably fast. The sword light of oblivion was fast. The Darkness King blocked 2 swords and was hit once. His injuries worsened. Grand Supreme, it's you! Sensing the aura of the newcomer, the Darkness King's expression turned grave. He raised his dark aura again and blocked the sword. We have always minded our own business. Are you trying to start a war with me? The Darkness King turned his palm to block the sword again. The injuries in his body backfired, and the corners of his mouth turned red again. With a whoosh, the sword light pierced through his black armor. The Darkness King's physical body was injured again. Mu Qingxue, who had transformed into a Grand Supreme, didn't say a word. He was hit by the divine sword at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a black sword light flashed from behind. The heavenly kings had intervened to help the Darkness King. 2 divine swords, one black and one white, clashed. The terrifying aftershock caused the 2 to retreat a few steps. My lord, heal your injuries first. Leave this person to me. The heavenly kings spoke and blocked the ancient sovereign with their swords. You overestimate yourself. Murderous intent flashed in Mu Qingshue's eyes. He stepped out and disappeared instantly. In front of the darkness abyss, the Darkness King, didn't hesitate. He stepped into the abyss and left the battle. Whoosh! The moment the Darkness King stepped into the abyss, the white sword light flashed and brought out another stream of blood. The Darkness King, who was injured again, didn't stop. He flashed out of the darkness abyss and disappeared. Behind him, the Heavenly Kings arrived and stopped the Grand Supreme. Back off! Mu Qingxue shouted coldly. He waved his sword and forced the Darkness King to retreat. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Qingxue stepped into the darkness abyss. Just as the Grand Supreme was chasing after the severely injured Darkness King, Qingning, who was at the end of her life in the Ziwei Star Zone, looked at the mortal world. She turned into starlight and returned to heaven and earth. Even though she felt regretful, she didn't have any strength left at this moment. The experts of the inner world died one after another in the great calamity, but it left the survivors with a glimmer of hope. Is it worth it? At this moment, a soft sigh sounded in the void. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In the next moment, a beautiful woman in a light blue dress strode out from the starry sky. Her slightly pale face carried a trace of sickly frailty. In the starry sky, the aftermath of the battle hadn't dissipated. The airflow shook, and the woman covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Her sickly body seemed abnormally weak. The woman was too young. She looked like she was only 20 years old. Unlike cultivators who could retain their youthful looks, there were almost no signs of age on her body. However, this was the most terrifying part. The woman's aura was too strong. Vaguely, she had the aura of an overlord, a 20-year-old overlord. Not to mention this Dharma-ending age. Even in the primordial age, when gods and demons were everywhere, such a miracle had never happened. Someone as strong as the knowing destiny state had 10 tomes of arcane and cultivated for nearly 2,000 years before he stepped into the sovereign realm. This was already the limit of human cultivation speed. Even in the entire human era, it was definitely an outstanding achievement. However, everything, talent, effort, and opportunities seemed so pale in front of the woman in front of him. A 20-year-old overlord was unbelievably terrifying. Cough! Cough! In the starry sky, the aftermath of the battle shook. The woman covered her mouth and coughed a few more times. Her face turned paler. A smear of blood appeared and seeped out from the gaps between her fingers. The woman couldn't hide the exhaustion in her eyes. She looked at the starry sky and raised her hand. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened. In the starry sky, time flowed backward, and heaven and earth went against the flow. Chapter 1559. In the east of the God realm, the situation changed rapidly. Floating islands floated in the void. The celestial venerables in the human world focused on cultivating, not daring to waste a single second. After the calamity in the human world, everyone knew that they didn't have much time left. The human world had been destroyed. Next, the God realm and the other 5 levels of heaven would be affected. If they couldn't stop it, there would be no place for them in the entire 3 realms. Hua, Zhongdia, Jiming, and Qingning died in battle one after another. It was a painful blow to the celestial venerables in the human world, especially those from the inner realm. While they were sad, they had to suppress their emotions and focus on cultivating. The celestial venerables in the 5 divine lands also felt the drastic change in the human world. They were terrified. No one knew that the power of darkness would spread to the God realm. The fluctuations from the successive battles in the human world made the gods and demons realize how powerful the power of darkness was. The darkness was at its peak, and the light was completely suppressed. In the age of chaos, the light had no way to compete with the darkness. In the west of the God realm, on Buddha Mountain, the demon lord protected the west day after day, not allowing the calamity to affect the western Buddhist realm. The demon lord loved this land deeply and cherished the hard-won peace more than anyone else. He would protect the peace of the West, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Similarly, In the south of the god realm, the rising sun dragon god also protected the land of the south with all his strength. Compared to the western Buddhist realm and the south, the heaven realm and the great northern emperor no longer had a ruler to protect them. The impact of the calamity had spread across the world. The earth was cracked, and the floods and tsunamis were getting more and more serious. The people of the two realms were in deep trouble. Even if the celestial venerables wanted to help, they couldn't do anything at this moment. In the human world, the collapsed heaven and earth had no trace of life. All the planets with life had been completely destroyed by the darkness. In the boundless void, there were only dried-up, dead planets floating. In the eternal silence, the world seemed to have returned to the time before the creation of the world, but it was not the same. In the boundless void, the Ziwei galaxy was isolated. Zhi Ming and Qing Ning risked their lives to protect it, becoming the last light in the human world. In the center of the galaxy, the celestial realm rose and fell. After a series of battles, the celestial realm was almost destroyed. Meanwhile, at the end of the star domain, a great life star floated up and down, independent from the world. Among the many great life stars, it was so different. The pure land created by the Nether King had been separated from the human world for too long. The laws of the world inside were different from the outside world. Even though the Nether King's barrier had been destroyed for thousands of years, the laws of the inner and outer realms hadn't completely assimilated. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The great calamity of sky beyond heaven did not affect the inner realm much. Aside from a few extremely powerful rulers, no one realized that the world outside had changed. In the extreme north of the inner realm, the Heavenly Music Pavilion's master had gone through a great battle. The front of the Heavenly Music Pavilion's clothes were stained with blood, and 4 strings of the 7-stringed zither were broken. The Heavenly Music Pavilion master was severely injured from the backlash of the Dark Force. If not for the protection of the sound of the Great Path, she would have died in the previous battle. The darkness was too strong, so strong that it was beyond the reach of human experts. In a world of ice and snow, a beautiful but slightly pale woman in a light blue dress walked alone. She walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, through wind and rain. In front of a peach tree that was about to be crushed by the snow, the woman stopped and gently brushed away the snow on the peach tree. Her expression was calm, without a trace of killing intent. The snow fell to the ground, and the peach tree swayed gently as if it was thanking the woman. The woman covered her mouth and coughed a few times. The exhaustion in her eyes became stronger. Time passed, and flowers bloomed and withered. The woman continued to walk in the human world. Even though her cultivation continued to improve, the woman's body deteriorated day by day. The gap of 30 years old seemed impossible to cross. After reincarnation, the result still couldn't be changed. At 29 years old, the woman's cultivation had reached the peak of the monarch realm. She was invincible in the human world. Even the powerhouses of the god realm couldn't sense her aura. At the end of this year, the woman left the extreme north and came to the god realm. Somehow, as if fate was pulling her, the woman walked across the land of the Great Xia. Looking at the beautiful scenery that stretched for thousands of miles, her spirit seemed to have improved. As time passed, the rulers of the Great Xia changed generation after generation. However, the spirit of the Marquis continued. He was like a guardian, protecting the glory of the Great Xia. Fallen Moon City, an ancient city that had become a legend. The woman walked over. When she arrived, her body was already very weak. She had to rest after taking a few steps. Cough! Cough! Violent coughing sounded. Blood dripped from the corner of the woman's mouth and dyed the ancient city red. "Miss, are you okay?" At this moment, a young man in red appeared beside the woman. He looked calm and asked, "I'm fine." The woman shook her head and replied. The young man in red looked at the woman's struggling figure and pondered. Why did he feel that the woman was familiar? Miss, have we met before? The young man in red took 2 steps forward and asked, Why do you ask? The woman stopped walking and smiled tiredly. I feel that you look very familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. The young man in red said truthfully. The woman raised her head and looked at the young man beside her. After a moment, she shook her head and said no. After saying that, the woman did not stay any longer and walked forward step by step. The young man in red looked at the woman's back and became more and more confused. He really felt that he had seen this woman before, in a dilapidated ancient temple in Fallen Moon City. The woman stopped and looked at the fireworks in the sky. Her tired eyes flashed with nostalgia. What beautiful fireworks! Today, she seemed to have seen that young man before. However, she could not remember. Cough, cough! The woman leaned against the pillar of the ancient temple. She covered her mouth and coughed violently. Blood flowed from the gaps between her fingers and dyed her clothes red. It also dyed the stone slabs of the ancient temple red. At the end of one's lifespan, fate had arrived. Even a monarch could not change the cruelty of fate. In Fallen Moon City, the woman gradually closed her eyes. At the end of the night, before the dawn arrived, the young man in red walked in front of the ancient temple. Seeing the woman lying powerlessly in the temple, he was shocked. Mississippi, the young man in red, stepped forward and reached out to check the woman's pulse. However, he could not feel any tremors. Boom! Right at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The sky that had been clear a moment ago was immediately covered by dark clouds. The woman who was not accepted by heaven and earth had reached the end of her lifespan. Furious thunder descended from the sky and lit the entire temple on fire. The blazing thunder and fire lit up the night as bright as day. The thunder and fire burned away all traces in the temple, including the bodies of the man and woman. It was said that this night someone seemed to have heard the cry of a phoenix from the direction of the temple. It was so loud. Chapter 1560. In Divine Land, the phoenix's brief appearance shocked the world. When the masters of the inner realm arrived at the ruined temple in Moonfall City, the entire temple had been burned to ashes by the thunder fire. Everything inside had disappeared. The miracle of the phoenix had become untraceable. Those who saw it insisted that they had seen it, but more people thought that it was just a lie made up by these people. At the end of the dark abyss, Grand Supreme, who had entered the dark abyss alone, chased after the Lord of Darkness for several years. He had fought several times, but every time he was about to kill the Lord of Darkness, he was stopped by the 3 dark heavenly kings. The injuries on the Lord of Darkness's body were getting worse and worse. Since the Origin Pearl was destroyed, his immortal body was broken, and his injuries were difficult to recover quickly. With one battle after another, his body was rapidly consumed, and he was no longer at his peak. Grand Supreme's pursuit was endless. The Lord of Darkness had no time to heal his injuries, let alone devour the origin of the human world. In order to fight against the darkness, the masters of the human world kept sacrificing themselves, but they also dealt a heavy blow to the darkness. 10 years, Grand Supreme had chased after the Lord of Darkness for 10 years and fought countless battles. In the last battle, Grand Supreme's sword even pierced the Lord of Darkness's chest. It was just a hair's breadth away from killing the master of the Dark World. However, this fatal sword was blocked by Evil God, one of the 3 dark heavenly kings. Grand Supreme's sword missed by an inch and failed to deliver a fatal blow to the Lord of Darkness. Evil God burned his life and turned the dark abyss into a cage, trapping Grand Supreme's steps. The Lord of Darkness finally got a chance to breathe and escaped from the dark abyss. In the human world, the Lord of Darkness appeared again with the ability to devour the heavens. In an instant, the dark aura kept spreading and devouring the origin of heaven and earth in the human world. In the dark abyss, Grand Supreme, who was restrained by the dark abyss, gathered all his power and kept attacking the cage of heaven and earth. The rumbling shook the world. The cage of heaven and earth was attacked and became more and more unstable. In the battle of time, the winner lived and the loser died. In the human world, the Z-Way galaxy was affected by the dark power in the distance. The entire Z-Way galaxy began to change. Many planets with life began to wither, and the people were in a terrible situation. The last light in the human world was about to disappear. At this moment, a huge fire phoenix appeared between heaven and earth and collided with the dark aura. At the end of reincarnation, the figure of the fire phoenix was faintly discernible, trying its best to stop the dark aura's corrosion. After an unknown period of time, in the sky above the Z-Way star zone, a huge reincarnation vortex appeared again and swallowed up the fire phoenix. Without the hindrance of the fire phoenix, the dark power quickly spread to every corner of the Z-Way star zone, devouring the last bit of light in the human world. Above the inner realm, a dark aura pressed down. The inner realm was about to be destroyed, and billions of creatures were terrified. Xi Ming died in battle, the demonic butterfly turned into the Tao, and AI Ran passed away. There were no more protectors in the inner realm. At this time, in the distance, a blood-soaked woman with gray hair appeared, using her body to block the darkness. Qingning, who was saved by the law of time reversal, once again stood in front of the darkness, her green dress stained with blood. "You didn't die." In the void extremely far away, the Lord of Darkness sensed something. He opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Above the inner realm, Qingning's white hair danced in the wind. She didn't say a word and released her full cultivation. The blooming green lotuses formed a 10,000 lotus barrier in front of them, not allowing the darkness to take even half a step into the barrier. Knowing how crazy the humans were when they fought with their lives on the line, the Lord of Darkness, who hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, didn't want to take the risk. He didn't rush to attack and instead chose to continue devouring the world's source energy to repair his serious injuries. Just as the darkness and light clashed again in the God realm, a baby girl was abandoned in a world of ice and snow. She cried endlessly under the heavy snow. Not far away, in the only village in a remote place, an old woman heard the baby girl's cry and quickly went to pick her up. The baby girl was very delicate. She seemed to have caught a cold in the snow, and her little face was a bit pale. The old woman took the baby girl home and took good care of her. Almost at the same time, in Feng City, 100,000 miles away from the village, the wife of the city lord gave birth to a baby boy. The city lord of Feng City was one of the few powerful cultivators within 100,000 miles. His cultivation had reached the heavenly Tao realm. Within 100,000 miles, many sects rose and fell. The appearance of the baby boy could be said to be doted on by everyone. The city lord of Feng City prepared all the best medicine, waiting for the baby boy to step on the path of martial arts to cleanse his marrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. The baby boy displayed astonishing talent in martial arts. At the age of 5, he automatically received the heavenly awakening. On the day of the heavenly awakening, a huge fire phoenix phantom appeared in the world, shocking everyone. And 100,000 miles away, the baby girl began to slowly grow up. The baby girl's body was very weak and she often fell sick. Sometimes she would be bedridden for several months. The old woman was very old and her body was also very weak. She didn't have much time left. However, the old woman was worried about the little girl she picked up, so she endured through the winter. This year, winter passed and spring arrived. The old woman finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed away. The little girl cried very sadly. At such a young age, she had already experienced the pain of being separated by life and death. The little girl, who wasn't even 6 years old, cried until she fainted. When she fainted, there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. When the little girl fainted, the surrounding world's spiritual energy automatically flowed into the little girl's body. Something unheard of actually happened. In Fengcheng, the little boy who wasn't even 6 years old experienced the heavenly awakening. Coupled with the rich resources of Fengcheng, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to the majority of people, the little boy had the best starting point in martial arts. Whether it was talent, resources, or comprehension, he was the best choice. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years had passed. The 13-year-old young Master Fengcheng was tall and handsome. In 7 years, he reached the treading immortal realm. The youth, who could be called a miracle, shook the entire northern realm of the gods. Even in the history of the divine realm, no one had ever seen or heard of such a shocking display of cultivation. The Scion of Light. Everyone in Fengcheng thought that young Master Fengcheng was the Scion of Light who was favored by the heavens. And 100,000 miles away, in a village that no one knew about, the little girl had also grown up. At the age of 13, she was slim and elegant. The little girl didn't understand martial arts, nor did she cultivate any techniques. She was just like a girl from an ordinary family. However, in the girl's Dantian Chi Sea, after 7 years, it had already formed a huge ocean. It was so wide that one couldn't see the end of it. Even a treading immortal realm warrior would pale in comparison. Around the girl, heaven and earth, spiritual energy constantly flowed into her body. As the girl's Dantian Chi Sea opened up, the spiritual energy flowed faster and faster. Young Master Fengcheng will definitely become the youngest heavenly Tao realm warrior in the history of the gods. In Fengcheng, the consecrators of Fengcheng witnessed the miraculous cultivation progress of young Master Fengcheng. All of them sighed. Boom! At this moment, in the distant north, the sky changed color as the wind and clouds surged. Heavenly Tao tribulation. In Fengcheng, a consecrator sensed the changes in the north and exclaimed, "Which senior has stepped into the heavenly Tao realm?" In the north, in a village with only a few families, a girl stopped what she was doing and looked at the horizon with a frown. The next moment, lightning bolts descended from the sky. Chapter 1561. In the northern region of the divine world, in a village 100,000 miles north of Phoenix City, lightning was surging as the sky changed color. The heavenly Tao's calamity was earth-shattering. Under the lightning, a young girl looked at the sky with puzzlement. The lightning descended, but before it could land on the girl, it quickly dissipated, unable to harm her at all. It was a shocking scene. On the girl's body, a bluish-white brilliance faintly appeared, impervious to all attacks. Why? The girl was puzzled, unable to understand why the lightning struck her. In the village, the villagers looked at the girl as though she was a monster. Their faces were filled with horror. Under the lightning, the girl looked back and saw the villagers' horrified gazes. Her expression dimmed slightly. Although she did not know why the lightning in the sky struck her, she knew that she was an anomaly in the eyes of the villagers. A day later, when the lightning dissipated, the girl left the village. In Phoenix City, the youth practiced martial arts, and his cultivation rose day by day. He was the focus of the entire northern region's attention. A 13-year-old treading immortal was unprecedented. The Lord of Phoenix City gathered the best swordsmiths in the northern region. Then he searched the entire northern region for rare divine materials to forge an unparalleled sharp divine sword. When the youth was 15, he reached the peak of the treading immortal realm, just a step away from the heavenly Tao realm. And at that moment, the divine sword was finally forged. On the day the divine sword was forged, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed as lightning descended. The youth used his blood as the tip of the divine sword. In an instant, the sword beam soared into the sky, splitting apart the tribulation clouds. The youth obtained the divine sword and broke through the heavenly Tao realm's barrier, officially stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. A 15-year-old heavenly Tao realm expert was terrifying. No one had ever heard of such a feat. The Lord of Phoenix City was overjoyed and invited all the heroes in the world to celebrate. Ever since Empress Shui Yun's disappearance, the northern region no longer had a ruler. The heavenly Tao realm experts had their own camps, and no one was willing to bow their heads to others. However, the appearance of a peerless genius in Phoenix City allowed the city to suppress many factions. Perhaps it would not be long before Phoenix City truly stood above all the other factions. Not far from Phoenix City, in the Full Moon Dynasty, a young girl entered the dynasty's borders. In 2 years, she read all the books in the world. Although she was a girl, her talent was unparalleled. When the emperor of the Full Moon Dynasty heard of such a remarkable girl among the people, he specially issued a decree to summon her. The young girl entered the hall. In the hall, the 4 great scholars were ordered to wait. During the debate in the imperial court, the young girl used her astonishing talent to defeat 4 world-renowned scholars, shocking the world. That year, the young girl was conferred the title of Kingdom Knight and became the youngest Kingdom Knight in the history of Yueluan Kingdom. The beauty of the young girl, coupled with the sharpness of young Master Feng Cheng, made the 2 of them the Northern Territory's civil and martial prowess. Their radiance was incomparable. The young girl and the young man both knew of each other's existence, but neither of them had seen each other before. Finally, when the youth was 17 years old, he achieved great success in the Tao of the Sword. He hacked apart the heavens with a single strike, shocking the world once again. He had entered the clear Tao at a young age, but his combat strength was already close to the Tao extermination realm. It was terrifying. This year, the young man defeated the Lord of Phoenix City and became the #1 expert in Phoenix City. Phoenix City Sword God. He was a name that shook the world, a 17-year-old expert of the path of reasoning. He was only half a step away from becoming the ruler of a region. The youth left the city and began to challenge the world. In a year, the youth challenged the 33 large sects of the Northern Territory. He won 33 consecutive battles without a single defeat. At 18 years old, the youth was half a step into the path of destruction. After defeating the immortal lords of the 33 large sects, his status in the Northern Territory was no different from Empress Shui Yun's. In the Western Buddhist world and the Southern Divine world, the demon supremacy and the rising sun flood god witnessed the youth's astonishing growth with their own eyes. No one interfered. The Northern Territory needed a ruler, and this youth was the best candidate. After the youth defeated the immortal lords of the 33 large sects, he headed for Yueluan Kingdom. The imperial tutor of Yueluan Kingdom was a peak path, reasoning, grand cultivator. He had extraordinary strength and could be said to be the strongest person in Yueluan Kingdom. For many years, the Yueluan Kingdom had prospered because of the imperial tutor's existence. From the east, the youth wielded his sword and fought his way to Yueluan Kingdom's capital. The stunning Phoenix City sword god was unstoppable. Experts of the heavenly Tao realm could not even withstand a single strike from the youth. The youth's overbearing edge forced the Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor to take action. This battle could be said to be the most intense battle since the youth challenged the world. The Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor was abnormally powerful. He was not much weaker than the empress of the past. The youth fought very hard and was stained red several times during the battle. However, the youth still won. The youth's divine sword sliced through the Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor staff, severely injuring the guardian of Yueluan Kingdom. Boom! Just as the two's battle came to an end, in the southwest corner of Yueluan Kingdom's capital, an astonishing aura exploded in an inconspicuous residence. It caused the world to change color as lightning struck. There's another expert. The youth sensed an extremely powerful spiritual energy, fluctuation in the distance, as his expression turned solemn. Without any hesitation, the youth took a step forward and rushed towards the southwest corner of the capital. All around the capital, the nobles of Yueluan Kingdom looked towards the location where the lightning tribulation was descending. All of them were shocked. That direction was the residence of the female Kingdom Knight. In the Kingdom Knight's residence, the girl's body was surrounded by a white luster that formed a barrier that blocked the sea of lightning. Compared to 3 years ago, the girl had grown a lot. Not only was she astonishingly talented, but she had also officially stepped onto the path of martial arts. Lightning struck from the sky and blocked the white luster, making it difficult for it to pass through. The heavenly tribulation was endless, but the girl looked fearless. Her slender hand was surrounded by the white luster, and an ordinary sword flew over. It directly cut through tens of thousands of thunderbolts. At the same time, in the east, the youth rushed over. Seeing the girl's astonishing sword, a strong desire to fight burst out from his eyes. The youth came out to challenge the girl, wanting to compete with her. After seeing the youth, the girl guessed his identity. After all, in the northern region, the only person who had such a powerful sword was the Phoenix City sword god. In the capital, experts were constantly rushing over from all directions because the fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation just now were too shocking. The girl stood quietly in the residence, looking at the youth in front of her who was challenging her with a sword. She frowned again. "Please enlighten me," the youth said with a calm expression. Outside the Kingdom Knight's residence, even the consecrators of Ueluan Kingdom had rushed over. The Phoenix City sword god was too powerful, so they had to be careful of his whereabouts. The situation outside the residence was changing, but the atmosphere in the Kingdom Knight's residence was relatively quiet. The girl looked at the youth in front of her without saying a word. For a few seconds, the youth waited for the girl to make a move. However, the girl didn't move at all. Her eyes were calm, without any ripples. After 10 seconds, the youth drew his sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, the wind and clouds were in chaos. In an instant, the two geniuses of the northern region officially confronted each other. The divine sword was extremely sharp. It cut through the void and rushed in front of the girl. Then a shocking scene happened. The moment the divine sword in the youth's hand was about to touch the girl, the brilliance on the divine sword dissipated. The white luster of the moon appeared around the girl and dissipated the sharpness of the divine sword. At the same time, the ordinary sword was drawn out of the sheath and defeated the enemy with one strike. Chapter 1562. In the north, the Ueluan Kingdom, the twin walls of civil and martial arts had officially clashed. In just one move, the young sword god of Phoenix City had suffered a crushing defeat. The result shocked the world. The sword god of Phoenix City, who had defeated the 33 lords of the Immortal Mountains in the north, had suffered a crushing defeat in one move. It was beyond everyone's expectations. In an instant, the female Kingdom Knight of the Ueluan Kingdom had attracted the attention of the world. The realm of the gods valued martial prowess. Even though the girl and the young sword god of Phoenix City were known as the twin walls of civil and martial arts of the north, the young sword god of Phoenix City had received far more attention than the girl. Now, the Kingdom Knight of the Ueluan Kingdom had shocked the entire realm of the gods. To defeat the sword god of Phoenix City in one move, even a Tao annihilation expert would find it difficult to do so. Could it be that the Kingdom Knight of the Ueluan Kingdom has surpassed the Tao annihilation realm? In the realm of the gods, the heavenly Tao realm experts looked at the north in shock. Two peerless geniuses have appeared in the same era. I wonder if it's lucky or unlucky. The young sword god of Phoenix City had a high chance of becoming the strongest person in the realm of the gods. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Kingdom Knight, it will be difficult for him to improve in the future. What a pity! Who would have thought that the Ueluan Kingdom would have such a powerful Kingdom Knight? The sword god of Phoenix City is already a peerless expert comparable to the Tao annihilation realm. In any other era, it would be impossible for someone of the same generation to suppress her. It can only be said that the sword god of Phoenix City was born in the wrong era. In the realm of the gods, the celestial venerables who had witnessed the battle sighed. Perhaps it was their honor to witness the birth of two peerless geniuses in this era. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the two of them grew into peerless experts who could shock the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heroes emerge in troubled times. A new era has come. In the southern region of the realm of the gods, the rising sun flood god and the demon's supremacy looked at the north with solemn expressions. The talent of these two is truly astonishing. In front of the rising sun temple, the moon goddess said, "Brother, do you remember when such monstrous geniuses appeared?" No, the rising sun flood god shook his head. Even the lord of the east immortal world, whose name once shook the 9 majors and 10 lands, had to cultivate for 1,000 years to reach his current level. An 18-year-old Tao Extinguisher Realm expert is almost unimaginable. The path of martial arts was divided into the Hotian, Xiantian, Immortal Treading, and Heavenly Tao realms. It seemed like there were only 4 major realms, but the difference between each major realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even a peerless genius of an era would need 100 years or even 1,000 years to cross a major realm. But in front of these two people, the chasm between realms didn't seem to exist. In the north, the young god of swords of Phoenix City was defeated and returned to Phoenix City. Returning to Phoenix City after a year, everything had changed. The glory he had before his departure was no longer there. His undefeated legend had been shattered. In front of the city, the Lord of Feng City was silently waiting. When he saw his son return, his expression dimmed. "Father," the youth bowed and said, "Don't be discouraged." Like all fathers in the world, the first thing Feng Qing did was to comfort his child. The young man smiled and said, "Father, don't worry, I'm fine." On the streets of the city, father and son had a heart-to-heart talk before returning to the city lord's residence. In the next 3 years, the youth did not leave Phoenix City. He focused on his swordsmanship. Starting from the most basic slash and stab, the god of swords of Phoenix City relearned his swordsmanship in order to reach a higher level of sword Tao. When the sword reached the extreme, it returned to its original state. At the beginning of the sword, there was only a slash and a stab. The Lord of Feng City witnessed the changes in the youth with his own eyes. From the initial sharpness to the current state of returning to its original state, he did not know whether to feel gratified or emotional. He knew that his child had grown up. Failure might not be a bad thing at times. At the same time in the Ueluan Kingdom, the young girl's residence was bustling with visitors for the past year. High officials and powerful cultivators came to visit, but they were all politely rejected by the young girl. Even though she had defeated the young god of swords of Phoenix City and become famous, the young girl's daily routine did not change. Apart from reading and writing, she would trim the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The young girl rarely cultivated. However, reading and writing, trimming the flowers and plants was the best cultivation for the young girl. Day after day, the young girl's cultivation continued to rise rapidly. Her every movement contained the principles of heaven and earth, a realm that ordinary people could not understand. To some extent, the young girl was already the #1 person in the realm of the gods. In terms of realm, even the demon lord of Buddha Mountain and the sea god of the southern region were slightly inferior to her. In the east of the realm of the gods, the experts from the human world had almost disappeared since they came to the realm of the gods. They rarely appeared in front of people. The great calamity of the human world made the experts of the human world realize the urgency of time. They cultivated day by day in order to one day have the power to fight back against the darkness. The incident in the north of the realm of the gods spread to the east. However, the experts of the east did not appear because they knew that no matter how strong a genius was, if they could not surpass the constraints of heaven and earth, they would not be able to survive this great calamity. If heaven and earth were destroyed, the human world would only be left with darkness. In the north of the realm of the gods, the most peaceful 3 years passed. The young god of swords of Phoenix City finally left Phoenix City. 3 years later, the young boy had grown into a handsome young man. He preferred plain white clothes, and his aura was restrained. He looked no different from an ordinary person. When the young boy left Phoenix City, the wind and clouds moved in the sky. It was a shocking scene. All the people of the realm of the gods looked at the north with serious expressions. The young god of Swords of Phoenix City was stronger than he was 3 years ago. Moreover, his aura was completely different. If the god of Swords of Phoenix City 3 years ago was a sharp divine sword, now the sword had returned to its scabbard, and its sharpness could be retracted freely. In the capital of Ueluan Kingdom, in a quiet courtyard in the southwest of the city, a young girl felt the strong sword pressure from the east. She ignored it and continued trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The world watched as the god of Swords of Phoenix City walked from the east and arrived at the capital of Ueluan Kingdom. In front of the courtyard, the young boy stopped and looked at the young girl who was busy in the courtyard. He did not disturb her. After an unknown period of time, the young girl finished trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. She looked out of the courtyard and said softly, "Come in." "Thank you." The young boy thanked her and stepped into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the two of them looked at each other. The young boy looked at the young girl in front of him and said, "Please advise me." "You have become stronger," the young girl said calmly. The young boy pulled out his divine sword and said, "3 years ago, I am indebted to you for showing me mercy. Today, I would like to ask for your advice again." The young girl nodded and said, "Come." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the courtyard changed. The shocking aura instantly materialized and caused the surrounding space to distort violently. The young boy moved like lightning and swept in front of the young girl. It was a simple yet sharp sword. It was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to cut through the sky. Around the young girl a white light rose. In an instant, an extremely heavy aura spread out and dispersed the sword that filled the sky. Sovereign. In the southern region of the realm of the gods and the western world of Buddhism, the rising sun dragon god and the demon lord felt the powerful aura from the north, and their expressions changed. Boom! In the north, the sovereign had started the battle. The heavens were shocked. Chapter 1563. In the dark abyss, the Grand Supreme waved his sword and broke the bindings. He stepped out of the dark abyss. Outside the dark abyss, the once prosperous human world had turned into a boundless void. All the stars had disappeared and collapsed. In the void, the dark abyss filled the air. In the dark abyss, thousands of threads intertwined. The Lord of Darkness stood among them, his aura rising day by day. After devouring the origin of heaven and earth, the Lord of Darkness gradually recovered. He was not inferior to his peak. In the chest of the Lord of Darkness, a strong dark abyss gathered and formed a black pearl. The origin pearl of life reappeared. Its power was majestic and shocking. The cold aura made people shudder. In the last place of light in the human world, in front of the Ziwei galaxy, a white-haired woman sat cross-legged on a green lotus. Her body was filled with Buddha's light, resisting the increasing dark abyss. Qingning, who had once turned into Tao, had a better understanding of Tao than anyone else in the world. Although the darkness was strong, it could not surpass the Buddha's power of light. The confrontation between light and darkness had lasted for decades. The Lord of Darkness was afraid of the madness of humans when they fought for their lives. Before he gathered all his power, he was unwilling to fight with the last guardian of the human world. However, as time passed, the Lord of Darkness, who had devoured the origin of the human world, gradually recovered to his peak. There were even signs of a breakthrough. The last light in the human world was about to be extinguished. There was not much time left for the human world. In the north of the heavenly world, in the capital of the Ueluan Kingdom, after 3 years, the Feng City Sword God and the girl fought again. The girl entered the monarch realm. Her cultivation was extremely strong. Her body was surrounded by a white light and was invulnerable. Compared to the girl, the young sword god of Feng City's cultivation did not change much compared to 3 years ago. However, his swordsmanship was very different. The divine sword was unsheathed. An earth-shattering sword power swept through the entire capital of the Yueluan kingdom. All the gods and demons in the heavenly world felt the strong sword pressure in the north and were shocked. The sword of the young sword god of Feng City was so strong. In the capital of the Yueluan kingdom, the sword qi intertwined. The sword qi passed through the bodies of the commoners, but did not hurt them. However, it was this gentle sword that made all the gods and devils feel an indescribable pressure. In a small courtyard in the southwest of the capital, the sword qi spread out with the courtyard as the center. The sword will of the sword was shocking. In the center of the sword qi, the Phoenix City sword god walked forward step by step. His pace was not fast, but each step was as heavy as a mountain. Within the storm of sword energy, the young girl stood still. She looked at the youth walking towards her and softly said, "Your sword has changed." "Miss, you have to be careful. I still can't completely control my sword." "Miss, you're too strong. I can't hold back," the young man kindly reminded her. "There's no need to worry. Just go all out." The young girl nodded. The young man did not say anything else. His sword will continue to rise as the space around him started to distort. At this moment, his body started to turn illusory. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young girl. The divine sword slashed out, its power majestic and shocking. After 3 years of recultivation, the sword had been reborn. The young girl focused and raised her right hand, using her fingers to block the sharp edge of the divine sword. The invulnerable moon-white brilliance scattered the sharpness of the sword. However, the power of the divine sword did not decrease and continued to press down. Beneath the two of them, the ground caved in. Everything that was 10 feet wide was destroyed. In this battle of 10 feet, the two of them controlled their power within 10 feet so that it did not affect anyone else. Compared to the earth-shattering battle between gods and demons, the battle between the two of them did not seem too intense. However, only a true powerhouse could feel the danger of the battle between the two of them. The extremely condensed power became abnormally terrifying. Its destructive power was comparable to an explosion. Even a monarch's body could not withstand it. This battle lasted for half a day. When the sun set in the west, the battle came to an end. The young sword god of Phoenix City was defeated. He lost by half a move. The young girl's cultivation far surpassed the young man's. The difference in talent was not something that could be easily made up for. It was an expected result. The only difference was that 3 years ago, the young man could not even take a single move from the young girl. In just 3 years, the young sword god of Phoenix City was able to fight with the young girl for half a day. "I lost." The young man admitted defeat. With a serious expression, he said, "Thank you for your guidance. I will return now. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to ask you for guidance again." The young girl looked at the setting sun in the west and softly said, "I am 21 years old this year." The young man was startled. He said, "What a coincidence. I am the same age as you." The young girl retracted her gaze and gently shook her head. She said, "You are different. You still have a long way to go. Go back. I hope that I can wait until the day you come again." The young man left with doubts and returned to Phoenix City. In the small courtyard, the young girl looked at the setting sun in the west and sighed softly. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. The young girl walked to the flower bed in the courtyard and continued to tidy the plants. After returning to Phoenix City, the young man went into seclusion again. There was always someone better than him. There was always a sword above a sword. The young man went into seclusion for 8 years. 8 years was just a blink of an eye for the gods and demons. The lifespan of a cultivator was too long. The strongest of them could even live as long as the heavens and earth. In the southwest of the Yueluan kingdom's capital, a young girl looked to the east. Her tired eyes flashed with regret. In the end, she still could not wait for him. She was 29 years old this year. What a pity! 8 years had passed. His sword should have become stronger. However, she could not see it. 7 days later, in Phoenix City, thunder rumbled. The Phoenix City sword god came out of seclusion. An earth-shattering sword pressure surged wildly and spread from Phoenix City to the entire realm of the gods. It was a powerful sword that could destroy the heavens and destroy the Tao. The Phoenix City sword god came out of seclusion. His body surged with dazzling sword currents. He was like the king of swords. Tens of thousands of swords formed a path in the sky. The young man walked toward the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, ready to challenge the young girl for the third time. In the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, everyone looked at the sky in shock. What a powerful sword! In the void, the young man walked through the void. Every step he took, a sword mark appeared in the void. Within 100 feet of the young man, all the laws of heaven and earth disappeared. Only the Tao of swords remained. At the same time, in the southwest of the capital, there was no sound in the quiet courtyard. It was as if no one knew of the young man's arrival. In a few seconds, the young man walked from Phoenix City to the Ueluan Kingdom. Even the laws of time and space could not stop his strong sword will. In front of the courtyard, the young man descended from the sky and walked forward step by step. The courtyard door opened. The young man walked in and looked inside. In the courtyard, the flowers and grass were neatly trimmed. However, there was no trace of the young girl. The young man stood in front of the courtyard and looked at the quiet courtyard. At first, he was stunned. Gradually, his expression darkened. So that was what she meant. He was late. Chapter 1564. In the capital of the Ueluan Kingdom, the Phoenix City sword god arrived on 10,000 swords. The shocking formation showed the might of the sword god again. However, in the small courtyard in the southwest of the capital city, everything had changed. The young girl had disappeared, and in the end, she did not manage to wait for the young man to arrive. Rivals of a lifetime, confidants of a lifetime, in the same generation, the only two people who could match up to him. The Phoenix City sword god stared at the empty courtyard in a daze. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. 8 years later, the divine sword that had yet to be unsheathed would never have the chance to be unsheathed again. The Phoenix City sword god stepped into the small courtyard, and the sword and tent around him dissipated. The aura of darkness surged in the mortal world. Its earth-shattering power had already reached its peak. The Master of Darkness stood in the air in the dark chi. Black chi kept surging around his body. His power had already surpassed the monarch realm. Before reaching the Genesis tier, the strongest god of darkness was only half a step away from reaching the legendary god domain. In the Ziwei galaxy, surrounded by the light of Buddha, a gray-haired woman sat cross-legged, guarding the last light in the human world. It was the final battle between darkness and light. Even though the hope was slim, the last guardian of the human world refused to back down. The huge darkness surrounded the weak light. The darkness had completely recovered, and the light was in imminent danger. Above the mortal realm, the 6 heavens were also affected and began to show signs of abnormalities. Amidst the surging black air, the Master of Darkness, who had already reached the crucial point of breaking through to the Genesis tier, looked toward the 6th heaven, the black air around him becoming more and more astonishing. It was still not enough. He needed more heaven and earth source energies. The source power of heaven and earth in the mortal realm was already unable to satisfy the needs of the Master of Darkness. In order to break through to the Genesis tier, the Master of Darkness turned his gaze toward the 6th heaven. The aura of darkness around his body burst forth and spread toward the 6th heaven. The first to bear the brunt was the God realm. Affected by the darkness aura, the entire God realm began to shake violently. The darkness spread to the entire divine world. Everyone in the divine world was stunned. Not good. In the southern region and the western region of the god world, the rising sun dragon god and the demon lord's expressions hardened at the same time. The two god world sovereigns undid the seals in their bodies, and their explosive power soared to the level of Tao obliteration. As one of the strongest experts in the firmament who was second only to the ancient sovereigns, his strength had reached a new level. In order to protect the firmament, he no longer sealed his cultivation. However, as the two of them unleashed their full cultivation, the space-time of the two domains began to collapse. Clearly, it was difficult for the two domains to withstand such enormous power. In the southwest of the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, in a quiet courtyard, the flourishing flowers and plants were affected by the power of darkness. They quickly withered and dissipated. In the courtyard, when the young sword god of Phoenix City saw this, his face immediately turned cold. In the mortal realm, the aura of the god of darkness, who had spread his power of darkness to the six heavens, started to rise again. He continued to charge toward the legendary Genesis tier. In front of the Z-Way star zone, Qingning, the guardian of the last light in the world, was like duckweed in the rain. She had held on for many years and was about to reach her limit. Human, I've already been merciful by sparing your life until now. Now it's time to take back what belongs to me. In the endless void, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand, and the dark aura gushed out like raging waves, pressing down on the last guardian of the human world. 100 years ago, I wasn't able to help you in time. 100 years later, I will definitely help you protect this final world. In front of the Z-Way galaxy, Qingning let out a long cry. The Buddha's light around her was pushed to the limit. The blood-stained light continued to spread. It merged with the hope of all living beings in a region and fought against the Lord of Darkness. Darkness and light collided. The two powers that were closest to the power of creation collided. The human world was instantly split in half. Darkness and light melted into each other, turning into chaos and dissipating. Is this all you can do? In front of the Z-Way galaxy, the Lord of Darkness snorted coldly. He flipped his right hand, and the power of darkness rose again. This palm will end the human era. A palm that could destroy heaven and earth shot out. Wherever the power of darkness passed, all things dissipated, and the stars were extinguished. Darkness, what a detestable power! At this moment, a cold voice was heard from the end of the void. Before Yi Fuqian could react, a young man in white appeared in front of the Z-Way segmentum. He waved the divine sword in his hand and blocked the spreading dark power. The divine sword was in its scabbard, but the sword intent was independent. Even though the power of darkness was extremely strong, it couldn't pass through the barrier. Behind, Qingning saw the familiar figure in front of her, and her eyes narrowed fiercely. It was him. Although his appearance and aura had changed, she knew that it was him. It's you. In the void, the Lord of Darkness was also shocked when he saw the newcomer. Impossible, hadn't he already turned into Tao, and his divine sense had been destroyed? In the seventh heaven realm, in front of a majestic open-air temple, the holy number 1 martial god of the heaven realm stood quietly. He looked at the human world, and a rare look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Not bad. By the looks of it, it won't be long before another Genesis tier appears in this world. At this moment, a divine sun appeared in the void. A dignified voice sounded from the divine sun, and it praised, using reincarnation to collect memory fragments and use a new body to give life is indeed an unexpected method. That Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm is indeed a wise man. This is the first time in history that he has used such a method to create life. Whether this method will succeed in the end is unknown. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to enter reincarnation himself. The Lord of the Underworld said coldly, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, to be able to think of this method, that Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm is already close to our level. Perhaps, when he returns, he will truly surpass you and me, the God in the Divine Sun said with emotion. I look forward to that day. The Lord of the Underworld looked at the human world with an indifferent expression. In the human world, the Master of Darkness and the Phoenix City Sword God faced each other. The battle of reincarnation began again after 100 years. The Master of Darkness, who had recovered to his peak and was trying to break through to the Genesis tier, saw the person in front of him, and his expression became completely cold. He activated all the dark power in his body, wanting to avenge the humiliation from 100 years ago. Around the Phoenix City Sword God, air currents crisscrossed, blocking layer after layer of dark power. The dark power was different from the light power. It was filled with negative emotions, disturbing the mind of a swordsman. However, the heart of a swordsman was unwavering, and it didn't waver for a moment. You only have power, but it is so empty and empty. You are inferior to her, the young man said coldly. He took a step forward, and his divine sword was unsheathed. Fast, unbelievably fast. The divine sword slashed open the boundary of time and space. The young man of Phoenix City shocked the gods with a single strike. The Master of Darkness's expression became serious. He was about to block when he realized that the opponent in front of him had already disappeared. The young man reached out and grabbed the Master of Darkness's shoulder. His figure was like lightning, and he flew toward a withered, large star. The young man waved his hand, and directly threw the Master of Darkness to the large star below. Boom! A terrifying impact force spread out, and the large star that was dead silent immediately shattered into pieces, collapsing into nothingness. The Master of Darkness's figure flew out. It was only one move, and the corners of his mouth were red. Master of Darkness, you are just SOSO. As he spoke, the Phoenix City Sword God rushed in front of the Master of Darkness. He waved his sword, and a waterfall of dazzling blood splattered. Chapter 1565. At this critical moment, the Phoenix City Sword God descended from the Z-Way galaxy. His shocking cultivation in the sword shocked all the gods and demons in the universe. After a few exchanges, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The body of the Master of Darkness destroyed one life star after another, and he was actually at a disadvantage. It was an unexpected battle. The Phoenix City Sword God's body was surrounded by sword radiance, and he was not afraid of the power of darkness. His sword heart was firm and could not be shaken. In the face of darkness, any trace of fear would become a fatal weakness. The Phoenix City Sword God had practiced swordsmanship for more than 20 years and had experienced a crushing defeat. His sword heart had been honed, and he was no longer the weak young man of the past. In the starry sky, the dark aura that filled the entire world became stronger and stronger. However, the sharp sword radiance was not affected at all. It formed a path of its own and cut open a bright path in the darkness. I didn't expect you to come back after just 100 years. After a series of exchanges, the body of the Master of Darkness turned red several times. He relied on his reconstructed immortal body to withstand the sword radiance and reached out to grab the man in front of him. The Phoenix City Sword God sneered. He turned his sword around and punched out, hitting the Master of Darkness head-on. The fist and the palm collided and the airwaves shook. In the battle of cultivation, the Phoenix City Sword God was slightly weaker. He took a step back, and the sword radiance came out again. The divine sword slashed through the darkness directly and cut off one of the Master of Darkness's arms. Dazzling red blood splattered all over the sky. The Master of Darkness groaned and took a few steps back. However, the black airflow gathered in the sky, and the splattered blood flowed backward. The broken arm of the Master of Darkness was quickly regenerated, and in the blink of an eye it was as good as new. Immortal body. The Phoenix City Sword God squinted his eyes. After a moment of surprise, He calmed himself down and took a step forward. He did not believe that there was an immortal body in this world. Even if there was, he would use the sword in his hand to break the indestructible darkness. His battle intent rose, and in a flash the Phoenix City sword god was in front of the Master of Darkness. His sword aura was shocking, and it slashed down from the sky. Seeing this, the Master of Darkness's face darkened. Dark airflow gathered from all directions, and he punched out again to shake the divine sword. An intense shockwave rocked the area. The myriad of techniques in the starry skies were all destroyed. The sword light penetrated through the darkness sovereign's body, forcing him to retreat again. The Phoenix City sword god's sword intent was so sharp that it was shocking. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Darkness Lord, who had reconstructed his immortal body, was at a disadvantage, he was still undefeated thanks to his terrifying regenerative abilities. In comparison, although the Phoenix City sword god had shocking sword will, his body was still weak. Every time he waved his sword, it would consume a lot of energy. Outside of the battle, Qing Ning watched the battle between the two, unable to hide the shock in her heart. He had said that he did not believe in the afterlife, nor did he believe in reincarnation. However, how was he going to explain the person in front of her now? Although his aura and appearance were different, she knew that he had returned. In the battle, thousands of sword lights flashed. The Phoenix City sword god unleashed a shocking battle prowess, completely suppressing the Lord of Darkness. The reincarnation sword god had given up everything, leaving only the sword might that could destroy the world. At this moment, at the end of the void, a beautiful figure in white clothes and white hair rushed over. Suddenly, her body shook, and her consciousness went into a trance. Fragments of memories appeared, and the familiar scenes flashed past like smoke. Tears fell from Mu Qingshue's eyes silently, not knowing why. Fate was merciless. The two of them, who knew each other and cherished each other, were not fated to be together. The fate of a lifetime passed in the blink of an eye. Tears wet his clothes. In front of the Z-Way galaxy, Mu Qingxue stood still, looking at the strange man in front of him. He did not know why, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the battle, the Lord of Darkness knew that his opponent's cultivation had improved greatly. He displayed his destructive power, delaying the battle, hoping to get through the last obstacle. Sensing the Lord of Darkness's intention, the Phoenix City sword god unleashed all his power, activating the endless sword intent to lock down the battle. Layers of sword lights crisscrossed, using extreme attacks to injure the Lord of Darkness again and again. Destruction and rebirth, light and darkness, victory and defeat. Boom! Darkness and light clashed, and the Phoenix City sword god waved his sword to cut off the aftershock. His figure flashed in front of the Lord of Darkness, grabbing the latter's throat, and turned into a ray of light, crashing into the meteor in the distance. The sky shook violently and the meteor collapsed. The two figures rushed out, and the Phoenix City sword god rushed toward the Lord of Darkness crazily. In front of the Lord of Darkness, a black screen appeared, blocking the thousands of sword lights. Arg! After seeing the thousands of sword lights, the Phoenix City sword god broke through the black screen, and his sword pierced through the Lord of Darkness's body. Blood spurted out, and mist filled the sky. The Lord of Darkness grabbed the divine sword, and despite the blood spurting out, he turned his left palm and attacked back. The palm was earth-shattering, and the Phoenix City sword god could not stop in time. So he took the palm of the Lord of Darkness head-on. His heart was injured, and the sword lights in the sky shook violently. The Phoenix City sword god spat out blood, and his figure flew 100 feet away. Not good. Outside the battle, Qing Ning saw that the situation was unfavorable and immediately wanted to help. "Miss, please step back," the Phoenix City sword god said, and his sword intent spread out, pushing the former back. Qing Ning's expression froze, and she was confused. I will use the death of darkness to prove my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, in the starry sky, the Feng Cheng divine swordsman unleashed all of his sword will. The majestic sword might sublimated to the extreme. A sword that surpassed the plane could not be withstood by the physical body. The body of the Feng Cheng divine swordsman began to collapse. The dazzling divine soul, the sword light blazing like the divine sun, the sword that was no longer limited by the body and realm, had reached the pinnacle of the world. Life after life, the familiar scene, the fearless swordsman stopped the war with his sword. In the realm of gods, the sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space, like a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, and could be seen clearly even from an endless distance. It's him. The imprint of the divine soul could not be changed. In the southern and western regions of the realm of gods, the rising sun dragon god and the demon lord sensed it, and their expressions changed. The Phoenix City sword god was his reincarnation. At the same time, in the eastern region of the realm of gods, the heavenly lords from the human world opened their eyes and looked at the human world with shock. It was knowing destiny. After 100 years, the familiar aura reappeared. The heavenly lords of the human world came out of seclusion, and their figures appeared in the void, looking at the human world. Knowing destiny is still alive, Mu Qianshang said, and his eyes were filled with excitement. That brat really didn't die, and made me sad for so long for nothing. In the distance, in a celestial mountain, Luo Xing soared into the sky and looked at the human world, and could not help but curse. In the battle of the human world, the Phoenix City sword god's sword intent broke through the limits of his body, and his sword power reached the heavens, surpassing the monarch realm, and infinitely close to the legendary realm of the gods. Just at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Lightning and fire descended, appearing out of nowhere. The thunder and fire that swallowed tens of thousands of swords could not shake the body of the swordsman. The strongest sword was not something that the heavenly tribulation could shake. In the next moment, the sword light cut through the heavenly tribulation. The terrifying sword cut through the dark world, and directly divided the starry sky into two. Chapter 1566. In the Z-Way galaxy, a shocking sword split the darkness apart, shaking the universe. Facing the extreme sword, the Master of Darkness's expression changed slightly. He activated his power of darkness to the extreme, and a huge shadow of a ferocious beast appeared behind him, roaring loudly. The two forces clashed, and the whole world changed color. A huge crack appeared on the chest of the Master of Darkness. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and white bones could be seen. The black origin pearl appeared, and fine lines appeared. It was obviously affected by the sword intent, showing signs of instability. In the void, the divine sword was attacked by the power of darkness and shattered. In an instant, a white figure flashed past, forming a sword with her fingers, and broke toward the Master of Darkness. The sword pierced through the pearl, and the air around the Master of Darkness shook. The origin pearl shattered, and a violent aura of darkness surged out, shaking the sky. The Master of Darkness's path to the Genesis tier was ruined. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Master! At this moment, outside the battlefield, a black sword light broke through the sky, carrying the Feng City sword god, who was about to exhaust his power and the heavily injured Master of Darkness away. In front of the Z-Way galaxy, the Feng City sword god looked at the black sword light in the distance and didn't chase after it. After a great battle, the sky was devastated. Almost half of the galaxy was destroyed, and the sky was lost. After a lifetime of sword cultivation, the Feng City sword god reached the extreme. After his physical body dissipated, the vitality of the Feng City sword god also dissipated, and he reached the end of his life. Outside the battlefield, Qing Ning looked at the familiar yet strange figure in front of her. She finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell. The foam city sword god felt it, and he looked at the woman in the distance. The memories of his previous life had disappeared, but the foam city sword god still felt that the woman in front of him was very familiar. Goodbye. The life of this world has come to an end. The Phoenix City sword deity smiled as he bid farewell. Come back quickly. Qingning nodded and smiled with tears in her eyes. Just as she finished speaking, the foam city sword god's figure in the sky disappeared, returning to heaven and earth. Come back quickly. Qingning's tears fell again, and she murmured softly. In the dark abyss, a black sword light flashed past, and the heavens returned with the heavily injured Master of Darkness, looking very anxious. Around the Master of Darkness, the reconstructed origin pearl shattered, and the aura of darkness became extremely violent. Heavens! The Master of Darkness said in a deep voice, I'm going into seclusion to recuperate. Stand guard for me. Yes, the heavens replied. The Lord of Darkness went deep into the depths of the abyss of darkness to recuperate. The heavens stood quietly in the abyss, protecting the Lord of Darkness. Heavens, how are the Lord's injuries? At this moment, the god of plagues appeared and asked, Master's injuries are extremely serious. He has already gone into seclusion. The heavens solemnly replied. A strange look flashed across the god of plague's eyes. It seemed that his lord's injuries were more serious than the last time. Heavens, I can see that you are also injured. Leave this to me. You should go and heal your wounds first, the god of plague said. The heavens looked back at the end of the dark abyss and nodded. Be careful. God of plagues nodded and said, Don't worry. After the heavens left, the god of plagues was the only one standing in the turbulent, dark airflow. His gaze was as deep as the abyss. After waiting for a long time, the god of plagues turned around and walked towards the end of the darkness. At the end of the dark abyss, the Lord of Darkness sat cross-legged and focused on recuperating. Soon, the god of plagues walked over. He looked at the Lord of Darkness in the heavy restrictions, a strange look flashing across his eyes. At the same time in the mortal realm, after the Lord of Darkness was seriously injured, the dark aura that filled the world quickly dissipated. Half of the starry sky regained its peace. However, after the darkness, the mortal realm was devastated and extremely bleak. There was no longer any trace of life on the withered planets. The collapsed starry sky was filled with cracks. Huge gaps could be seen everywhere, like the mouth of a ferocious beast, as though it would swallow someone at any time. Sister Qingning, will the immortal elder return? In the Ziwei galaxy, on a withered planet, the little gourd sat on Qingning's shoulder and asked with tears in its eyes. He will. Qingning said softly, He definitely will. In the god realm, the celestial venerables who had left the mortal realm for 100 years looked at the mortal realm with longing in their eyes. No matter how prosperous the god realm was, the mortal realm was their home. Female Supreme, I want to go back. Ener spoke softly. The Chongling female Supreme looked at the mortal realm. After a long time, she nodded and said, Let's go back. In the distance, Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and the others looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They should go back. All these years, Zhi Ming alone had endured too much. Now that Zhi Ming had entered the cycle of reincarnation, the mortal realm should be guarded by them. Half a month later, in the god realm, floating islands rose and flew towards the mortal realm. In the southern border of the god realm, in front of the rising sun temple, the rising sun flood god looked to the east. Light flashed across his eyes as he said, They still went back in the end. The mortal realm is their home. At the side, the moon goddess looked to the east and said calmly. At the end of the dark abyss, the god of plagues stood quietly outside the layers of restrictions. After observing for a long time, he stepped inside. In an instant, layers of restrictions were activated. The light was blinding. The god of plagues waved his hand, and a strange, dark power surged and quickly swallowed the power of the restrictions. In the center of the restrictions, the Lord of Darkness, who was in seclusion to heal, felt it and opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other. One was shocked, the other cold. The god of plagues reached out and pierced the Lord of Darkness' chest. My lord, do you know why you lost?" The god of plagues looked at the Lord of Darkness and sneered. "Because you absorbed too much of the darkness of human nature. Your greed has blinded your eyes." God of plagues! Blood flowed from the corner of the Lord of Darkness' mouth. He looked at the subordinate who used to be so respectful to him. He never thought that this day would come. Why, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand and wanted to counterattack. However, his strength was restrained and he could not move even half a step. Greed, impatience, ignorance, betrayal. The darkness of human nature had blinded his dark heart. The Lord of Darkness had forgotten that he was formed by the darkness of human nature. How could he choose to trust? At the end of the dark abyss, betrayal was so ugly. The dark aura around the god of plagues surged and quickly swallowed the original power of the Lord of Darkness. In the sky above the dark abyss, dark clouds rolled. The heavens sensed it and thunder rumbled. God of plagues! At this moment, a furious voice was heard from afar. The heavens who had left and returned rushed over. The dark divine sword was unsheathed and slashed at the god of plagues. The god of plagues raised his hand and blocked the dark divine sword. He looked at the first heavenly king of darkness in front of him and said calmly, "Where is loyalty in the darkness? Heavens, your stupidity has impressed me." With a loud bang, the dark power counterattacked and the dark divine sword was broken. The god of plagues who had swallowed the darkness origin had his cultivation level increased rapidly. He was powerful to an unprecedented level. Chapter 1567. In the dark abyss, an ugly betrayal occurred. The god of plagues devoured his master and rebelled against the master of darkness. With its origin stolen, the master of darkness silhouette quickly dissipated. At the critical moment, the heavens rushed over to kill the traitor. The two strongest in the dark world fought, but the outcome was worlds apart. After stealing the master of darkness's origin, the god of plague's power was as violent as a raging wave. He shattered the dark divine sword with one palm. The power of darkness counterattacked. The heavens took a few steps back, their mouths red. The palm was so powerful that even the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, the heavens, could not withstand it and was severely injured. Surrender or die. The god of plagues looked at the severely injured heavens. The power of darkness in his palm surged as he said, coldly. The heavens wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and formed a sword with his fingers. His whole body shone again. Even though he was in the dark world, the first swordsman of the dark world chose to be loyal. He pushed his sword will to the limit. Stubborn. The god of plagues snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavens. He slapped the ladder again. The power to destroy the heavens instantly destroyed half of the martial bones of the dark swordsman. Blood splattered and dyed the dark world red. Go. At this moment, the dissipated master of darkness suddenly reappeared and slapped the back of the god of plagues. The sudden palm strike came without warning. The god of plagues let out a muffled groan and staggered. "So you're not dead yet." The god of plagues turned around and looked at the master of darkness who had reappeared. His dark aura surged, and his terrifying aura continued to rise. Dark world dawn. The god of plagues raised his hand. The power of darkness surged and spread out rapidly. "My lord, go." The heavens rushed forward and stood in front of the master of darkness. He gathered the last of his sword will and slashed at the god of plagues. The two forces collided. The heavens' martial bones were shattered. Blood splattered and mist filled the sky. The first swordsman of the dark world looked at the master of darkness behind him. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, he only said one word: "Go." The Master of Darkness looked at the heavens who had died in battle. There was not much emotion in his eyes. "God of Plagues, when I return, you'll know what true darkness is." As he spoke, the Master of Darkness figure gradually disappeared. The God of Plagues frowned as he watched the Lord of Darkness disappear. In the world of nothingness, on the rugged floating islands, on the road from the realm of gods to the realm of mortals, the powerhouses of the mortal world returned, unable to hide the waves in their hearts. On the floating island at the very front, Mu Qianshang, Luo Xingqian, and the others stood quietly. Their gazes were fixed in the direction of the human realm, their expressions filled with anticipation. "We're home," Mu Qianshang softly said. "Yes, we're home." Luo Xingqian's eyes flashed with emotion as he replied. In the human realm, in the Ziwei star zone, above the immortal realm, Qing Ning looked at the horizon and sighed. "They're finally back." At the end of the starry sky, floating islands appeared one after another. On the floating islands, numerous celestial venerables stood quietly. Powerful auras surged, covering the sky and covering the sun. In the sky above the Z-Way galaxy, thousands of floating islands stopped. The celestial venerables of the mortal realm looked at the changing starry sky with complicated expressions. "Welcome back," Qing Ning said as she looked at the celestial venerables in the human realm. "Sister Qing Ning." Yin flew down from the first floating island and said excitedly, "I'm back." Qing Ning smiled as she reached out to support the little girl's head. "Where's Master? I felt his aura when I was in the God realm." Ina looked around. "Wait a little longer. Your Master will be back soon." Qing Ning looked into the distance and said softly, "I'm going to find Master." Ina said sweetly. Qing Ning was startled. After a moment, she smiled and said, "All right, let's go together." After the celestial venerables of the mortal realm returned, Qing Ning greeted them one by one and left with Yin. In the distance, the white-robed, white-haired woman quietly looked at the celestial venerables of the mortal realm. Her eyes revealed a thoughtful look. 10 years in the last remaining domain of the mortal realm, the celestial venerables did their best to repair the immortal realm, preparing to deal with the upcoming calamity. And on a large planet of life in the Z-Way galaxy, Qing Ning brought Yin to one large city after another, looking for traces of Ningqian. In the last pure land of the mortal realm, the people lived and worked in peace. Even in the apocalyptic world, humans still had to survive. "Sister Qing Ning, where do you think Master could be?" Yin asked. "Your Master doesn't believe in reincarnation. Now, I don't know how he is living in this world, but I believe that we will find him one day." Qing Ning answered softly. After hearing that, Yin nodded as if she understood. She did not ask any more questions and continued to search. There were more than thousands of planets of life in the Z-Way galaxy. Even though many of them were destroyed in the calamity, there were still countless planets of life left. For 10 years, 20 years, Qing Ning and Yin walked on the numerous planets of life in the mortal realm, hoping to see that familiar figure. However, after more than 20 years, the two of them still could not find any trace of knowing destiny. In the Huai City in the northwestern territory of the Yen country on the Z-Way galaxy, a young man in plain clothes was holding an ancient book in his hand. He was swaying his head as if he was addicted to books. The young man in plain clothes had a delicate appearance. However, he gave off a scholarly aura which made him look a little pedantic. "Ning Fan, you said that you have been studying for your whole life. You didn't take the imperial examinations or become an official. What have you learned?" At this moment, a woman walked towards him from not far away and sneered. "There's beauty in books. There's also a house of gold in books." Ning Fan raised his head and said with a smile, "What beauty? A house of gold? Look at that shabby wooden house of yours. How can it be called a house of gold?" The woman sneered. Ning Fan was not angry. Ning Fan did not get angry. He just smiled and continued reading. In the northern part of the Yan country, the Wu dynasty and the Yan country had been fighting for a long time. The common people had no way to make a living. In the Huai city, the imperial court recruited soldiers. Ning Fan, who was studying, was forcibly taken away by the imperial court and sent to the military camp for training. Ning Fan, who had never used a weapon since he was young, was not used to the life in the military camp. Every day after training, he would fall asleep immediately. He did not have the time to read the ancient book on his pillow for a few days. He did not even have the time to open it. There were only 10 pages in the ancient book. Each page was engraved with dense and strange words. Ning Fan had been reading it for 20 years, but he still could not understand it completely. At the border of the two countries, in front of the military camp of the Wu dynasty, a beautiful woman dressed in light blue clothes stood quietly. She was looking at the Yan country in front of her. Her eyes flashed with seriousness. The similar scene was like the cycle of reincarnation. People whose fates were intertwined would eventually meet each other. The only difference was that the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty was 30 years old this year. After 100 lives of reincarnation, she finally reached perfection. Eldest princess, it will be winter in a month. Should we retreat temporarily? A young general behind the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty stepped forward and answered respectfully, "Retreat." The woman nodded and said, "Under the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty's order." The army completely withdrew from the border and temporarily stopped fighting. The retreat of the Wu dynasty also gave the Yan country a chance to breathe. In the military camp of the Yan country, all the soldiers cheered when they heard that the Wu dynasty had retreated. In front of the tent, Ning Fan also heaved a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1568. In the northern border of Yan country, cold winds were blowing. Winter was approaching. In the barracks of the new recruits, 50,000 new recruits were still training day and night. As one of the ordinary recruits, Ning Fan had to train together with 50,000 new recruits every day. Every day he would be exhausted. Ning Fan, who only knew how to read books since he was young, his body was even weaker than an ordinary person's. In the beginning, he was so tired that he could not even lift his fingers after training every day. However, after half a month of training, Ning Fan's body gradually became a lot stronger, and he also became a lot more tanned. At night, the cold wind blew. In the barracks, Ning Fan took out an ancient book from under his pillow and began to read it attentively. The ancient book only had 10 pages, but the words on it were densely carved. Ning Fan carefully studied the words on the ancient book. His eyes were filled with thoughts. "Ning Fan, you have been reading this stupid book every day. Have you seen anything?" Beside him, a young man who was about the same age as Ning Fan asked, "I don't really understand it." Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Ever since I can remember, this book has been by my side. However, I can't understand what is written on it. Can you let me have a look?" Zhu Yi asked. Ning Fan thought for a while and nodded. "All right." Zhu Yi took the ancient book and flipped through it. When he saw the dense and strange ancient words on it, his brows slightly furrowed. "Can you understand it?" Ning Fan asked. "No." Zhu Yi shook his head and returned the ancient book. "Go to bed early. You still have training tomorrow," Ning Fan said with a smile. Zhu Yi nodded and lay down beside him, falling asleep first. Ning Fan read the book for a while with the help of the weak light. Then he blew out the oil lamp and lay down to rest. It was a quiet and ordinary day. It was just like every day for the past half a month. There was no difference at all. The ordinary people were content with being ordinary. There were not too many storms and waves. There was only tranquility day after day. On the second day of training, tens of thousands of soldiers were training with weapons in their hands on the sparring field. Among them, Ning Fan was holding a long spear. Every time he thrusted his spear, he would let out a loud shout. The days of training were boring, but also very fulfilling. The soldiers would bleed and sweat, but not cry in order to protect their country. In times of war, scholars were useless. Only by picking up the weapons in their hands could they protect the country and home behind them. At the same time, in the northern part of the Yen Kingdom, in the Wu Dynasty, Princess Yueling mobilized all the troops and resources of the entire Wu Dynasty, preparing to go south after spring. The Wu Dynasty was not as powerful as the Yen Kingdom. However, the soldiers of the Wu Dynasty were brave and good at fighting. They were much stronger than the Yen Kingdom. The war between the two countries had always been inextricably tied, with both sides winning and losing. However, everything changed after Princess Yueling of the Wu Dynasty came to power. Even the old marshal of the Wu Dynasty praised Princess Yueling's attainments in the art of war. After several wars, the Wu Dynasty had won all of them, changing the situation of the war between the two dynasties. Winter was long. In the northern border of the Yen Kingdom, heavy snow blocked the view. The barracks were filled with snow. The soldiers woke up early to clear the snow. In the bright morning, the soldiers were working in full swing. They did not know that the seemingly tough winter was actually the last tranquility of the Yen Kingdom. After clearing the snow, the soldiers began their training again. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi came to the barracks together. They got to know each other the earliest and had the best relationship. Ning Fan's body was not good, but Zhu Ye's was very strong. In the beginning, Ning Fan was so tired that he could not get up after training. It was always Zhu Yi who carried him back to the barracks. As time went by, the two of them became friends who could talk about anything. What was surprising was that after the two of them got to know each other, they realized that they were born on the same day and year. Their life experiences were also very similar. Sometimes, fate was always unpredictable. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi took care of each other. They were content with the present. Neither of them had extravagant hopes for the future, but they were also full of expectations for it. Ning Fan, how glorious would it be when we defeat the Wu Dynasty and make great contributions to the war and return home in glory? When they were resting, the two of them sat on the ground. Zhu Yi said while chewing on some dry rations, "I hope we don't have to go to war." Ning Fan said softly, "People will die in war. Too many people have died in these years." When he was in Huai City, he had seen many people's sons who were sent to the barracks, but never came back. A general would die in 100 battles, while a warrior would return after 10 years. War would eventually lead to deaths. If we don't go to war, we won't be able to make great contributions to the war. Then, we will have suffered so much for nothing. Zhu Yi said while eating the dry rations. Ning Fan smiled and said, "If we really go to war, it's already good enough that we can keep our lives. The reason why we are suffering so much now is just so that we can keep our lives in case there is a war in the future. You really have no ambition." Zhu Yi teased. "My biggest wish in this life is to read all the famous scrolls in the world. However, it seems like it's impossible now," Ning Fan said with a smile. In the open space of the barracks, the two of them chatted intermittently. Lunchtime had passed, and the afternoon training began. The two of them also returned to the troop. The soldiers of Yen country had trained very hard. However, their physiques were naturally not as good as the Wu dynasties. Therefore, their combat power was slightly weaker. However, this did not mean that Yen country was really afraid of the Wu dynasty. The soldiers of Yen country were brave and good at fighting. They were never afraid of war. This was also the biggest support for the people of Yen country to live and work in peace for the past 100 years. The trivial matters of the mortal world were so insignificant that they were not even worth mentioning. However, in the sky above, the wars that determined the rise and fall of the mortal world were constantly happening. After the celestial venerables of the mortal world returned to the mortal world and rebuilt the immortal domain, the greatest wealth that Ning Chen left for the mortal world was the immortal domain which was gradually becoming more complete with the laws of heaven and earth. In the world of the immortal domain, the four symbols floated up and down. Auspicious clouds lingered around it. Its aura was extraordinary. Even though the power of the newly born great world was still weak, the laws of the immortal domain had become more complete. The power of light was boundless and did not carry the filth of the mortal world at all. It turns out that the reason why Knowing Destiny reopened the immortal domain was for this day. In the immortal domain, Mu Qianshang looked at the laws of the immortal domain, which were becoming brighter and brighter, and said, "Only light can fight against darkness." The female venerable of Chongling took a step forward and said, "The mortal world after the apocalypse is already extremely filthy. The light is suppressed while the darkness is getting stronger day by day. This is why the experts of the mortal world are so weak. However, now that the immortal domain is gradually becoming complete, we have the capital to fight against the darkness with the help of the power of light in the immortal domain." The wisdom of knowing destiny is really incomparable to that of ordinary people. Mu Qianshang said with a sigh. The female venerable of Chongling sighed softly. She looked into the distance, her eyes filled with helplessness. Even someone as intelligent as Knowing Destiny could only sacrifice himself to leave a glimmer of hope for the mortal world. His gaze would always look further than theirs. However, to fight against the darkness and reverse the great calamity of the world, their power alone was not enough. She hoped that Qing Ning and Yin could find him one day sooner. On the North Star, under the heavy snow, two beautiful women came from afar to the Yan country. Chapter 1569. In the northern border of the Yan kingdom, winter had arrived and everything was covered in snow. In the barracks, the training of the new recruits became more and more arduous. The atmosphere also became heavier as spring approached. The spies in the north had received news from the Wu dynasty that the Wu dynasty was gathering troops and preparing to march down south on a large scale when the spring festival came. This news wasn't good news for the 50,000 new recruits. Although the 50,000 new recruits had improved a lot after 3 months of training, they were still far from the battlefield. After all, war was different from training. The beginning of war meant death. No matter how tough the training was, it could not compare. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi were also very nervous. The two of them had never experienced a war before. Their hearts were filled with fear for the upcoming war between the two dynasties. However, compared to Ning Fan, Zhu Yi, who yearned to make contributions in the war, was a little better. Apart from fear, he also had a trace of anticipation for the war. Just as everyone was either fearful or expectant, spring gradually arrived in the north. The cold winter passed, and everything welcomed the season of recovery. In this early spring, when life was recovering, the Wu dynasty in the north finally began to move. The Wu dynasty had been preparing for winter, and all of its rations and resources were continuously sent to the front lines. After the rations and resources arrived, the Wu dynasty's grand princess, Yueling, led an army of 200,000 soldiers southwards. Their shocking formation shook the world. In the imperial court of the Yan kingdom, the Yan emperor received the news that the Wu dynasty in the north was sending troops south. He was furious and immediately sent the general of the Yan kingdom to lead troops north. At the northern border of the Yan kingdom, in Pianan City, the Yan kingdom's defenders resisted the attack of the Wu dynasty's army with all their might and suffered heavy losses. Seeing that Pianan City was about to fall, Ning Fan and 50,000 new recruits were sent to the battlefield from the military camp not far away from the city. The real war had finally arrived. 200,000 against 50,000. On one side were the elites of the Wu dynasty, personally commanded by Princess Yueling, and on the other side were the defeated soldiers of Pianan City, plus the 50,000 new soldiers who had only been trained for 3 months. The serious disparity in combat strength foreshadowed the defeat of this war from the beginning. In Pianan City, thousands of new recruits of Yan country, like Ning Fan, entered the battlefield. It was their first time witnessing the cruelty of war. Death was so close. In just half a day, more than 5,000 of the 50,000 new recruits had died in battle. Blood dyed the entire city wall red, and corpses piled up in the corners of the city. Many of the new recruits were scared silly when they saw such a cruel scene. Some of them even vomited incessantly due to fear. One of them was Ning Fan. Ning Fan was born ordinary, other than reading more books than others. He did not have any other outstanding points. Facing the cruelty of war, the fear in his heart was no less than anyone else. After half a day of brutal battle, Ning Fan was so frightened that he could not even stand properly. It was only because Zhu Yi forcefully supported him that he did not fall to the ground. There were quite a number of ordinary recruits like Ning Fan. After a great battle, they were scared out of their wits. The general guarding the city felt powerless when he saw the 50,000 recruits in such a pathetic state. He had also been a recruit until today and understood the long and painful process of growing up. However, the Wu dynasty would not give these people time to grow up. If these 50,000 recruits could not overcome the fear of war, Pinyin City would be breached in at most 5 days. As night fell, the soldiers patrolling the city walked back and forth with torches in their hands. They could not hide their nervousness. The night was always terrifying, especially after they'd experienced a horrifying battle. The soldiers in the city didn't dare relax in the slightest, and they were tense at all times. In the middle of the night, it was Ning Fan's and Zhu Ye's turn to patrol the city. The two of them got up from their tents, put on their armor, and took their weapons. Then they went to patrol the city. The middle of the night was the most exhausted time for a person. Most of the soldiers in the city had already fallen asleep. The tense state of mind of the 50,000 new recruits made them even more exhausted. At this moment, in front of the city, several black figures leaped onto the city tower. With a slash of their curved blades, they killed the soldiers on the tower one after another. Each of the 11 black figures had extraordinary strength. In just a few breaths' time, they killed all the soldiers on the tower. Why is it so quiet? In the city, Zhu Yi, who was patrolling, looked at the city tower not far away and said, "Isn't it good to be quiet? It means that nothing has happened." Ning Fan followed Zhu Ye's gaze and said, "Something's not quite right." Zhu Yi looked at the city tower and said seriously, "It's too quiet." All of a sudden, several black figures dashed across the night sky. Each of them held a curved blade in their hand, and they quickly killed all the soldiers who stood in their way. "Something's wrong. Someone is attacking the camp. Open the city gate." Zhu Yi shouted when he saw the numerous black figures. Zhu Ye's voice resounded in the darkness. The soldiers looked at the city tower and immediately went forward to stop them. Under the night sky, thousands of soldiers went forward with weapons in their hands, trying to stop the 11 men in black from opening the city gate. However, it was already too late. 11 men in black, who were highly skilled in martial arts, killed the soldiers who were guarding the city gate and opened it. At the next moment, a command arrow flew into the sky and exploded into a dazzling firework. Not far away from the north of Nan City, 3,000 iron cavalrymen had been waiting for a long time, ready to set off at any time. The moment the command arrow flew into the sky, Grand Princess Yuling's eyes flashed with light. She waved her hand and moved out. All of a sudden, the 3,000 iron cavalrymen rushed out like a flood of molten iron, heading towards Nan City. Meanwhile, the 11 men in black, who were highly skilled in martial arts, were guarding the city gate with all their might, buying the most precious 7 minutes for the 3,000 iron cavalrymen to arrive. As the iron cavalrymen trampled on the ground, the faces of all the new recruits of Yen country were filled with fear. In the pitch-black night, not even the moonlight could be seen. The 3,000 iron cavalrymen rushed into the city from afar. This was the beginning of the massacre. As the curved blade slashed across, a waterfall of blood bloomed. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The glory of life bloomed so brilliantly at the last moment. Every soldier was trying their best to fight back, just to survive. In front of the 3,000 iron cavalrymen, Yu Ling, who was clad in silver armor, wielded her curved blade and slaughtered a path of blood. Wherever the blade passed, no one survived. Ning Fan, who was scared out of his wits, stood there blankly, unable to move. The sharp blade of the curved blade was like the scythe of the grim reaper, mercilessly reaping lives. "Be careful!" At one side, Zhu Yi saw what happened and immediately pounced on Ning Fan, pushing him to the ground. The curved blade slashed across Zhu Ye's shoulder, drawing a waterfall of blood. On the war horse, Yu Ling frowned. She patted the horse's back and grabbed the reins with one hand. Then she slid down from the horse and swung her blade at the two of them. "Be careful!" When Ning Fan, who was pushed to the ground, saw the incoming blade light, he forgot about his fear. He hugged Zhu Yi and rolled on the ground, dodging the blade light. In order to survive, the two most ordinary new recruits of Yen country kept struggling. Their bodies were covered in mud, and they looked extremely miserable. Yu Ling's blade missed its target. She swung her body and returned to the horse's back. Then she pulled the reins with one hand. The war horse neighed and raised its front hooves, trampling on the two of them. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi could not react in time. As the war horse trampled on them, their mouths instantly turned red. On top of the horse, one of them was slaughtering while the other was seeking to survive. They had different destinies, but they were also fighting against their destinies.